Chapter 2190. Naturally, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, only suspected Duan Lingtian. Everything was too much of a coincidence. When Duan Lingtian left without any hesitation, even Tang Xian wondered if he was mistaken. "I hope you're not. Otherwise." Tang Xian muttered to himself. A frightening cold light flashed across Tang Xian's eyes as he muttered to himself. The coldness was like a blade that could destroy anything. If Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism, he could force Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath to verify his suspicions. However, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism. He was a guardian of Zoroastrianism. As a guardian, Duan Lingtian was the pillar of Zoroastrianism. Even if Tang Xian suspected Duan Lingtian and was more powerful than Duan Lingtian, he could not force Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath. After all, he was not even sure if his suspicions were correct. It would be fine if he was right. However, if he was wrong, he would disappoint Guardian Lingtian of Zoroastrianism. In fact, Zoroastrianism might even lose this guardian in the future. Moreover, they would lose the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, that could restrain the Devil clans. The Devil clans were about to descend. If the Zoroastrianism lost the Devil Seal Tablet, it would be equivalent to losing an arm. If it was not necessary, Tang Xian would not allow this to happen. For this reason, Tang Xian would not force Duan Lingtian, who was already a guardian of the fire worship sect, to swear on the lightning penalty oath for something that did not exist before he was completely confident. There's still a long way to go. If he's really the wild man that the saint met in the lower province, he'll reveal himself sooner or later. Tang Xian muttered to himself before he disappeared from where he was and returned to his place of cultivation. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Now that he had left, he was thinking of a way to save Ku-er and his daughter as soon as possible. He was afraid that something would happen if he delayed. After leaving the place where the sect leader of Zoroastrianism cultivated, Duan Lingtian returned to his residence as a true disciple. Everything was familiar to him. The only difference was that his strength and identity had undergone a tremendous change in the past few years. A few years ago, he did not think he would be so powerful. A few years later, he would possess such strength and become a guardian with a lofty position in the fire worship sect. In the next 3 days, the entire Zoroastrianism was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian's return, Duan Lingtian's actions in the White Tiger Sanctum, and Duan Lingtian's actions in the Enforcement Hall. Duan Lingtian had returned to Zoroastrianism after a few years. As soon as he returned, he trespassed in the White Tiger Sanctum. When he was stopped by the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, he easily defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. After that, Duan Lingtian trespassed in the Enforcement Hall. First, he killed Elder Dong Lin of the Enforcement Hall. Then, he killed Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, in front of Hall Master Leng Ying. Most importantly, Leng Ying's cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Once such explosive news spread, it naturally caused a huge commotion. As far as I know, Hall Master Leng Ying of our Enforcement Hall has mastered many divine abilities and techniques. Even Guardian Hong Yun said that she might not be a match for Hall Master Leng Ying once he breaks through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's true. I remember Guardian Hong Yun saying that as well. Rumor has it that Duan Lingtian defeated Hall Master Leng Ying with just 3 strikes. He defeated Hall Master Leng Ying with just 3 strikes. It seems like the news from Sin City is true. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's current strength, it's not impossible for him to kill Xia Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. That's right. In terms of strength, Xia Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, is slightly weaker than Guardian Hong Yun of Zoroastrianism. Since senior brother Duan Lingtian defeated Hall Master Leng Ying with just 3 strikes, it's only natural that he'll be able to kill Hall Master Leng Ying with just 3 strikes. News of Zoroastrianism spread from top to bottom. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had demonstrated his unparalleled strength. I can't believe there's such a person among the true disciples of Zoroastrianism. He's a monster. That's right. In the history of Zoroastrianism, there hasn't been such a powerful true disciple before, right? There is an age limit for true disciples, and Senior Duan Lingtian hasn't exceeded that limit yet. He's already at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at such a young age. Even if Pei Si Hai, the strongest prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land, broke through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before the age of 100, he's nothing compared to Senior Brother Ling Tian, right? Humph. Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian from our Zoroastrianism is the true number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. At some point, someone had compared Pei Si Hai, the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land, to Duan Lingtian. However, he discovered that even if Pei Si Hai's cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he was not even 100 years old, it was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was not even 50 years old, but his cultivation base was already comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could Pei Si Hai compare to him? There was no comparison at all. The number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. For a time, everyone in the Zoroastrianism regarded Duan Lingtian as the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land? In the cultivation place of Sanctum Leader Lu Tai in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Bu Hong was so angry that he almost fainted when he learned about Duan Lingtian's deeds. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be so powerful. The true disciple who had destroyed his innate spiritual root in the past actually possessed such a terrifying strength when he returned. Hong, from today onward, you'd better forget about the enmity between you and him. Otherwise, you'll only be asking for trouble. Even Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had no choice but to lower his head in front of Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Duan Lingtian could suppress the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his palm, let alone someone like him whose strength was only on par with the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he was already stronger than Lu Tai. He would only be stronger in the future. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's actions in the enforcement hall made Lu Tai realize that Duan Lingtian was not a merciful person. If he and Bu Hong continued to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian, they would most likely end up like the Dong clan's father and son. I understand, Master, Bu Hong said as he lowered his head. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that he was filled with resentment. In his eyes, there was still a strong sense of unwillingness and sternness. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye. 3 days later, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, appeared in the central square of the Saint Island. Naturally, it shocked everyone on the Saint Island. A group of Saint Land disciples swarmed into the central square like a swarm of bees. After all, this was the first time the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect had made an appearance after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Lord Sect Leader. Lord Sect Leader. The group of Saint Land disciples in the central square was extremely excited when they saw Tang Xian. At the same time, many people noticed 2 people following behind Tang Xian. Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized them. It's Hall Master Lang Ying and Senior Brother Duan Lingtian from the enforcement hall. The 2 people standing behind Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, were none other than Duan Lingtian and Lang Ying. Silence. After Tang Xian spoke, the huge central square immediately turned completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Amidst the silence, Tang Xian went straight to the point and made an announcement. I, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, hereby announce that from today onward, the Zoroastrianism sect leader will have 2 new guardians. They will be Guardian Ling Tian and Guardian Lang Ying. Tang Xian's words made it clear to all the Zoroastrianism disciples and high-ranking officials present on the scene. From today onward, the Zoroastrianism sect leader would no longer have 3 guardians. there would be 5 new guardians. As soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, he passed the identity tokens that belonged to the Zoroastrianism guardians to Duan Lingtian and Leng Ying. When the 2 of them were crowned, an uproar broke out among the crowd. The entire place was in an uproar. Many of the people present on the scene were mentally prepared for this. However, they could not help but feel excited when they witnessed this grand occasion. After a while, the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect led by the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders also stepped forward to greet and congratulate Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Guardian Lingtian. Congratulations, Guardian Lingtian. Greetings, Guardian Lingtian. Congratulations, Guardian Lingtian. There were many familiar faces among the people who congratulated Duan Lingtian. For example, the Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame Elders Guoxiong and Tingshan, the Palace of Death's custodian Niezue, and some of the Enforcement Hall's elders were standing at the back to congratulate him. The reason they were standing at the back was because their positions were too low compared to the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect who were standing at the front. Apart from the 2 vice-sect leaders, the rest of the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders were all Golden Flame Elders. This included Lu Qing, the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, and Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum whom Duan Lingtian had defeated 3 days ago. Duan Lingtian nodded calmly when he heard the greetings and congratulations from the group of people. Although he had a calm expression on his face, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. These people in front of him were people he had to look up to in the past. Chapter 2191. In fact, at this time, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who felt as if a lifetime had passed. A group of Zoroastrianism leaders who bowed to Duan Lingtian while congratulating him for becoming a guardian, whether or not they had met Duan Lingtian in the past, they all felt as if they were in another world. A few years ago, Duan Lingtian was only a true disciple in Zoroastrianism. No matter how outstanding he was still only a true disciple. Who would have thought only a few years had passed, and the true disciple of the past had already become so powerful? He had even become the protector of the Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, the status of the protector was second only to the supreme leader. It could be said that he was below only one person and above all others. Elder Guoxiong, the promise I made back then is still valid. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, feel free to ask. Duan Lingtian said to Guoxiong, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, through voice transmission. Back then, when he asked Guoxiong to help him send Zhu Luqi away, he had promised Guoxiong that he would repay the favor in the future. Thank you, Lingtian. Hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Guoxiong was a little flattered and quickly thanked him with a slightly excited tone. After all, the current Duan Lingtian was no longer the ordinary disciple of Zoroastrianism. Right now, Duan Lingtian was a figure of Zoroastrianism, second only to one and above all. He knew very well in his heart, the promise Duan Lingtian made to him was a priceless treasure. After the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism bowed and congratulated Duan Lingtian, they looked at the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Leng Ying, and bowed to him as well. From the order in which they bowed and congratulated him, it could be seen that, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian's status was undoubtedly higher. The reason for this was naturally because they had heard that Duan Lingtian had defeated Icehawk with 3 strikes 3 days ago. They knew very well that Duan Lingtian was far stronger than Icehawk. This was a world where the strong were respected, so it was understandable for them to do so. At the very least, Frigid Eagle did not show any dissatisfaction. In this regard, he was very self-aware. Senior brother Lu Yun, senior brother Lu Mu, long time no see. While the disciples of Zoroastrianism bowed and congratulated Leng Ying, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto 2 people among the disciples of the Holy Land. Lu Yun, Lu Mu. The 2 of them were also his few friends in Zoroastrianism. When Lu Mu and Lu Yun heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, they could not help but feel emotional. They were so emotional that they were at a loss for words. Junior brother Lingtian did not forget about them. I'll look for both of you for a drink later." When Lu Mu and Lu Yun were so emotional that they were at a loss for words, Duan Lingtian sent them another voice transmission. Now that he had dealt with the Dong clan's father and son, coupled with his current status in Zoroastrianism, he no longer had to worry about anyone venting their anger on the Lu brothers because of him. For this reason, they no longer had to pretend that they were no longer friends. Although the sect leader of Zoroastrianism was still a threat, even if he were to vent his anger on the sect leader of Zoroastrianism for rescuing Kerr and her daughter, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would not lower himself to deal with the Lu brothers. No matter what, the Lu brothers were still disciples of Zoroastrianism. On this day, news of the addition of 2 new guardians to the Zoroastrianism spread like wildfire. It did not take long for the news to spread throughout the western region. Duan Lingtian, a guardian of the Saint sect. It said that one must have a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint celestial stage or above to become a guardian of the Saint sect. Leng Ying, the hall master of the Saint sect's enforcement hall, only became a guardian because he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base. I heard that Duan Lingtian defeated Leng Ying in 3 strikes not long ago. Heavens! It has only been a few years, but Duan Lingtian has become so strong. It seems like the news from Sin City is true. Duan Lingtian must have really killed one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xia Kong Sun, with 3 strikes. In the western region, one could hear people exclaiming about Duan Lingtian everywhere. Naturally, there were other voices as well. For example, there were voices praising Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The sect leader of the Saint sect is wise. He personally announced that he would invite Duan Lingtian to return so that the Saint sect would have another guardian. Moreover, he's so strong that he's not any weaker than Guardian Zi Feng, the leader of the Saint sect's 3 great guardians. That's right. Lord sect leader of the Saint sect is really wise. When everyone was doubting the news of Duan Lingtian killing Xia Kong Sun, he personally announced that he would invite Duan Lingtian to return. He's really wise. Not only is the sect leader of the Saint sect wise, but his cultivation base has also broken through to the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage, the celestial ascension form. Under the leadership of him and the 5 guardians, the Saint sect will definitely reach new heights. It's not impossible for it to surpass the other 2 great sects. As the news of Zoroastrianism spread, the entire western region was in an uproar. This news shook the entire western region, and at the same time, it also began to spread outside. The central, southern, and northern regions were the first to fall. Duan Lingtian has returned to Zoroastrianism? I heard that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, personally announced that he would return. I'm afraid the news of the Supreme Saint ranking has just spread to the western region. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, actually invited Duan Lingtian to return when everyone doubted Duan Lingtian's strength? Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, is really wise, right? Wise? I don't think so. I think he invited Duan Lingtian back because of the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Why do you say that? Didn't he say he's willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he won't let anyone, including himself, lay their hands on the Devil Seal tablet? It's true that he won't let anyone lay their hands on it. However, once the Devil clans invade, I'm sure he'll be able to borrow the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian, right? With the Devil Seal tablet, Zoroastrianism will be like a tiger that has grown wings when the Devil clans invade in the future. Compared to the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian's strength in the western region, the news of the Supreme Saint ranking had spread far and wide. People in other places had already confirmed that Duan Lingtian had killed Xia Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. For this reason, they were not surprised by the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed in Zoroastrianism. However, they were surprised that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had personally invited Duan Lingtian back. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had also returned to Zoroastrianism. At the same time, the new Supreme Saint ranking had also spread to the western region. The person who was originally ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, the Golden Lion King, Xia Kong Sun, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was killed by Duan Lingtian with 3 strikes in Sin City. Many people who were present at the scene can testify that if Duan Lingtian did not intentionally spare Xia Kong Sun might not even be able to withstand 1 strike from Duan Lingtian. After killing Xia Kong Sun, Duan Lingtian replaced him and became the powerhouse who was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was the new Supreme Saint rankings information regarding the 18th place. The Golden Lion King, Xia Kong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was really killed by Duan Lingtian. Even the new Supreme Saint ranking has sorted out this matter. It can't be fake, Yi Futian said. Humph. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, let alone being ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, he can easily enter the top 15 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Indeed. After all, there's news that Duan Lingtian's strength is not only stronger than Guardian Lang Ying from the Saint sect, but he's also stronger than Guardian Hong Yun from the Saint sect. Guardian Hong Yun is ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. When the new Supreme Saint ranking was spread to the Western region, there were many similar discussions in the Western region. The Western region was in an uproar again. Based on Guardian Ling Tian's achievements at such a young age, he can be considered as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. That's right. Even Pei Si Hai, who's widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land, can't compare to Guardian Ling Tian at all. Guardian Ling Tian is the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. As time passed, not only did the people in the Western region acknowledge Duan Lingtian as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land, but even people from other places also agreed with this statement. After all, they were 100% certain about Duan Lingtian's background. He's not even 50 years old, and he's already so accomplished. Guardian Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism can be considered as a peerless monster. In the history of the Dao Martial Saint land, I don't think there's anyone as monstrous as him, right? Even the Sword Saint from back then seemed to be slightly inferior to him when compared to his achievements at such a young age. The Zoroastrianism is in luck this time. They've found a treasure. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Since Duan Lingtian has returned to Zoroastrianism, it's only natural that our Zhuangzi Buddhism won't let the matter of him killing Xia Kong Sun, the Karmapa of our Zhuangzi Buddhism. That's right. If our Zhuangzi Buddhism doesn't pursue this matter, the world might think that our Zhuangzi Buddhism is afraid of the Zoroastrianism. We must avenge the Golden Lion King. The Zhuangzi Buddhism was not calm as well. Although they had confirmed that one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian, they did not know where Duan Lingtian was. Due to this reason, there was no way they could seek revenge. Now that they found out that Duan Lingtian had returned to Zoroastrianism and had even become a guardian of Zoroastrianism. Chapter 2192. When the higher-ups of Zhuangzi Buddhism began to make a ruckus, things got out of hand. In the end, it even alerted the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The sect leader of the Black Kshetra sect was a skinny old man dressed in black. He stood there like a dried corpse draped in black. He gave off an eerie vibe. In particular, the black clothes he was wearing were embroidered with extremely terrifying skulls, which gave people an inexplicable pressure. In any case, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism did not look like a normal person at all. At this moment, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked for the 2 remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He said to the 2 Karmapa, if we don't resolve this matter, I'm afraid the elders and disciples won't agree to it. Moreover, they're right. Now that Duan Lingtian has returned to Zoroastrianism, if Zhuangzi Buddhism doesn't do anything, not only will it disappoint the elders and disciples, but it'll also become a laughingstock. When the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism reached the end of his sentence, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. From this, one could see how much the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism hated Duan Lingtian. In fact, it was understandable. After all, Xia Kong Sun, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, was one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King. He was one of the pillars of Zhuangzi Buddhism. 3 years ago, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Green Bat King, Wei Suo, had died in the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. Due to this, the Zhuangzi Buddhism had lost a great general. Wei Suo's death was due to greed. Even if the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism regretted allowing Wei Suo to enter that place, he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. However, the death of Xia Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, was different. He was killed by someone. Furthermore, that person had a name and a surname. Furthermore, he knew all the details about that person. Duan Ling Tian was one of the lucky ones who obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in the lower province. However, the Devil Seal Tablet was taken away by Zhuangzi Buddhism's elder, Xia Kong Sun Buddhism. After that, he came to the upper province and joined Zoroastrianism. After he joined Zoroastrianism, he created many legends and legends. It did not take him long before he became a prodigy. After that, Duan Ling Tian left the fire worship sect and killed Xia Zong to take back the Devil Seal Tablet. Then, there was the matter of the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials from the devil clans. The trap that killed many powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land seemed to have benefited Duan Ling Tian. In just 3 years, Duan Ling Tian had become extremely powerful. He even killed Xia Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Without waiting for the 2 Karmapa to respond, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism continued. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian must have many secrets as well. For example, how did he survive the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils? His strength, how did he obtain such an exaggerated increase in a short span of 3 years? Is his increase in strength due to the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils? If it's related, we can try to pry this secret out of his mouth. If his experience that can be called a fortuitous encounter can be replicated, our strength might be greatly improved because of this. When the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect reached the end of his sentence, a hint of greed could be heard in his voice. The eyes of the 2 remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, brightened when they heard his words. The Violet Dragon King was a woman. She was the only woman among the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. She was the leader of the 4 great Karmapa and the current leader of the 2 great Karmapa. She was wearing a purple robe. Although it was not the skin-tight type, it was still difficult to conceal her graceful figure. Her beautiful long hair draped behind her back. Although there was a purple veil covering her face, one could faintly guess that her face under the veil must be peerlessly beautiful from her pair of delicate eyebrows and beautiful eyes. She exuded a cold aura as she stood there. It was as though she was unapproachable. The White Tiger King was a muscular young man. He was also the leader of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. His strength was second only to the Violet Dragon King among the 4 great Karmapa. Naturally, many people in Zhuangzi Buddhism felt that the Violet Dragon King's strength was not inferior to the Violet Dragon King. In fact, the White Tiger King was not inferior to the Violet Dragon King. The reason why he let the Amethyst Dragon King win so many times was because he was deliberately letting the Amethyst Dragon King win. It was not a secret in the Black Kshetra sect that he liked the Violet Dragon King. He had been in love with her for many years. The White Tiger King was a handsome and cheerful young man. He was dressed in a loose white robe. His eyebrows were straight, and he exuded a majestic aura. He stood there like a crouching tiger. He exuded a strong sense of deterrence. Sect leader, our Zhuangzi Buddhism can't swallow this humiliation. Whether it's to prevent the elders and disciples from being disappointed, or to prevent outsiders from saying that our Zhuangzi Buddhism is inferior to Zoroastrianism, or to prevent the Duan Ling Tian from revealing the secret. The Violet Dragon King was the first to express her opinion. A hint of greed could be seen in the depth of her eyes when she expressed her opinion. Indeed. The White Tiger King expressed his agreement with the Violet Dragon King. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism did not care about the White Tiger King's opinion. When the Violet Dragon King expressed her opinion, he already knew the outcome of his visit to the two Karmapa. This was because the White Tiger King had always followed the Violet Dragon King's lead. Since both Karmapa agreed to go to Zoroastrianism and question the Duan Ling Tian, why don't both Karmapa come with me to visit the Supreme Elder? The Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King and said in a slightly hurried tone. And this was also his ultimate goal. He wanted to go with the two Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism to visit the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and ask him to personally go to Zoroastrianism to question the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. They needed the Supreme Elder's help because of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had recently broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. In the entire Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Supreme Elder was the only one who could stop him. If the Supreme Elder did not accompany them to go to Zoroastrianism to question the Duan Ling Tian, they would not be able to achieve anything. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism knew this very well. All right. The Violet Dragon King nodded. Then, she and the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism went to visit the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. She knew very well. If they wanted to go to Zoroastrianism to question the Duan Ling Tian, they would need the Supreme Elder's help. Otherwise, Zoroastrianism would not be able to do anything. The White Tiger King, naturally, followed closely behind the Violet Dragon King when he saw the Violet Dragon King making her move. Zhuangzi Buddhism was different from Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, the sect leader was the most respected person. In Zhuangzi Buddhism, the sect leader did not have much of a presence. At the very least, he did not have much of a presence in front of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the two Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King. This was because the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was only ranked 4th in Zhuangzi Buddhism. His cultivation base was only at the peak of the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King were both at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he was even more powerful. He was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking. His strength was only inferior to Nia Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint land. Since the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the two remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism had personally made a move, it was only natural that they managed to invite the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism to help them. Soon after, a group of people flew out of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate and headed west at an extremely fast speed. Their destination was Zoroastrianism in the western region. The group of powerhouses from Zhuangzi Buddhism made their way out in a grandiose manner. Their target was the Zoroastrianism and the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all this as the person involved. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically because of a piece of news that he'd just obtained. Si Ling will be executed in 3 months. Duan Ling Tian had just heard the news that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had announced to the public. Tang Xian and Ker's daughter, Duan Si Ling, would be executed in 3 months. 3 months. It's not enough. It's not enough at all. Duan Ling Tian was so anxious that his expression was so dark that it looked like it could drip water. Even if he entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and cultivated with all his might, it would still be impossible for him to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 months. If he could not break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it would be impossible for him to rescue Ker and their daughter using the most direct method. I have to think of a way. I have to rescue Ker and our daughter within 3 months. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt extremely depressed. He was on the verge of going crazy. His daughter, whom he had never met, was going to be executed in 3 months' time. Until now, he had not thought of a way to save her. As a father, he was useless. He was too useless. Duan Ling Tian wanted to go out and get some fresh air, so he left his residence and made his way to the Saint Island aimlessly. Whoosh! At this moment, a person flew over from the Saint Island and met Duan Lingtian face to face. Chapter 2193. The woman who was approaching Duan Lingtian was none other than Wen Yan, the other direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. She was also the one who reported Gan Ruyen. It was precisely because of her report that Ku, and her mother were discovered by the people from the law enforcement hall and were even imprisoned. Later on, Duan Lingtian came to Zoroastrianism and learned that Kur and her daughter were imprisoned by the enforcement hall because of her report. Due to this reason, he taught her a lesson and formed an enmity between them. Her senior brother, Bu Hong, had stood up for her and had his innate spiritual root crippled by Duan Lingtian. Her master did not even have the time to stand up for her two direct disciples when Duan Lingtian had already left the fire worship sect. When Duan Lingtian returned, her master no longer had the chance to avenge his two direct disciples. This was because when Duan Lingtian returned, he was already strong enough to make her master bow down to him. Duan Lingtian. Wen Yan's complexion turned pale when she saw the young man who was getting closer and closer to her. Her delicate body began to tremble violently due to fear. The young man was dressed in purple. He did not wear the uniform of a Zoroastrianism elder or disciple. Due to this reason, he was particularly eye-catching. However, Wen Yan's attention was not on the young man's casual attire, but his face. Although she had only seen his face once in a portrait, it had left a deep impression on her. Now that she saw him again, it was as though she had seen a ghost. Duan Lingtian returned to Zoroastrianism after Lord Sect leader personally announced his return. With his strength, he became a guardian of Zoroastrianism. After Duan Lingtian returned to Zoroastrianism, he defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum and the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. He even defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum after he broke through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and his son, Dong Lin, were killed by Duan Lingtian. Dong Yuanjin was killed in front of the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Wen Yan had learned about this from the Saint Island after she came out of closed-door cultivation. She had been in closed-door cultivation for quite some time, so she was unaware of what had happened after Duan Lingtian had escaped from the trap left behind by the three eminent devils. Her understanding of Duan Lingtian was still the same as it was a few years ago. She did not expect that she would be in closed-door cultivation. She only went into seclusion for a while, and when she came out again, the outside world had already changed. Currently, Duan Lingtian had grown to a point where even her master, Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, was no match for him. She had completely given up on the thought of taking revenge on Duan Lingtian that she had been hiding in the depths of her heart. She was no longer on the same level as Duan Lingtian. She was no longer qualified to be Duan Lingtian's enemy. However, Wen Yan would never have dreamed that she would be so unlucky. She had just returned from the Saint Island when she bumped into Duan Lingtian. When she thought about how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, she felt as though her legs were filled with lead. She could not move at all. Wen Yan? Duan Lingtian noticed Wen Yan at the same time. He didn't expect to run into the woman who had reported Gan Ruyen in the past when he was just out for a walk. When he thought about how Kur and her daughter were imprisoned by the law enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately turned cold, causing Wen Yan to feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her face turned pale from fright, and her body trembled even more violently. Suddenly. Humph. With a cold snort, the Sun Saint Chi in Duan Lingtian's body surged as a powerful aura burst out of his body and swept towards Wen Yan. Immediately, Wen Yan was suppressed by this aura, and her body trembled even more violently. At the same time, her face became even paler, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Almost at the same time she vomited blood, Wen Yan also knelt down in the void, trembling as she kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and begged for mercy. Protector Lingtian, spare me, she knew very well in her heart. Even if Duan Lingtian killed her, it would be a trivial matter, and no one would pursue the matter. Although she was a true disciple of Zoroastrianism, she was not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian, the protector of Zoroastrianism. In terms of importance in Zoroastrianism, even 100 of her could not be compared to one Duan Lingtian. Faced with Wen Yan's kowtowing and begging for mercy, Duan Lingtian could not help but look disgusted. In the end, he did not kill her. He moved his body, stepped into the void, and passed by Wen Yan, who was kneeling on the ground. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian passed by Wen Yan like a gust of wind, Wen Yan's heart was in her mouth, and she was extremely nervous. If Duan Lingtian struck her, she would be crippled even if she did not die. She only sighed in relief when Duan Lingtian passed by her and disappeared into the distance. At the same time, she felt a chill run down her spine. She was so frightened that she broke out in cold sweat. "I'll take your innate talent as a punishment for you." This was the thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he passed by Wen Yan. As it turned out, when Duan Lingtian passed by Wen Yan, he had used his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and his spiritual energy to instantly remove Wen Yan's innate spiritual root from her soul and devour it. This was a technique that Duan Lingtian had mastered after his cultivation base had broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heavenly soul form, and his soul had undergone a major transformation. Currently, he could take away the innate spiritual root of someone whose soul was weaker than him. Moreover, he would not be discovered by his opponent at all. Wen Yan was only a martial cultivator at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. There was a huge gap between her soul and his. With his current soul, he could silently devour the soul of someone below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, this would consume a lot of his spiritual energy. For example, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy when he devoured Wen Yan's innate spiritual root. If he had used violence to take Wen Yan's innate spiritual root, he would not have needed to consume so much spiritual energy since he did not need it at all. Naturally, Wen Yan was unaware of this. "It's a good thing he didn't make a move on me. Otherwise, I would have died." After Duan Lingtian left, Wen Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. She looked as though she had just survived a disaster. However, a hint of viciousness could be seen in the depth of her eyes. It was as though she wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Naturally, there was a hint of unwillingness in her eyes as well. "He's going to execute the Saint girl's daughter in 3 months? That little girl is really pitiful. She didn't do anything wrong, but she has to pay with her life. She can only blame herself for not being born into a good family. I hope she'll be born into a good family in her next life. Lord Sect Leader is really strange. Isn't the Saint girl the one who committed the crime? Why hasn't he announced the Saint girl's punishment yet? Why did he announce the execution of the Saint girl's daughter?" After entering the Saint Island, Duan Lingtian could hear many similar discussions from afar. She was born into the wrong family? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with determination. "Si Ling, I won't let anything happen to you. Never." At the peak of a snow-capped mountain in the northern region. Whoosh! 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 It was snowing heavily again. Snowflakes fell like feathers, making the snow-capped mountain look as though it was covered in a layer of white. Through the snow-capped mountain, one could vaguely see 2 graceful figures standing at the peak of the snow-capped mountain. Although the snow was falling heavily, it seemed to be repelled by an invisible force when it got close to the 2 figures. It was difficult to touch their clothes, let alone their bodies. These were 2 peerless beauties. Their temperaments were extraordinary, and each of them was unique in their own way. The 2 of them stood side by side at the peak of the snow-capped mountain. It was as though everything around them paled in comparison to them. "Sister Tian Wu, Brother Ling Tian is so powerful. He actually killed one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xia Kang Sun." Xia Kang Sun was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. One of the women had a mischievous expression on her face. 2 cute dimples could be seen on her cheeks. It was so adorable that one could not help but want to hug her cheeks and take a bite out of them. Initially, I thought I'd be able to surpass Brother Ling Tian after my strength was raised by the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. However, it seems like I was dreaming. The woman sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. What's wrong? Xuanai, do you really want to surpass elder brother Duan so badly? The other woman in fiery red clothes could not help but look at the woman beside her and ask with a smile when she heard the words of the woman beside her. Of course not. The woman called Xuanai shook her head and said solemnly, in my heart, Brother Ling Tian has always been the strongest. Even the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is not a match for him. Upon hearing this, the other woman couldn't help but be startled. Then, an even wider smile appeared on her face. Sister Tian Wu, why are you smiling? The woman in front asked with a frown. Nothing. I'm just thinking that if elder brother Duan finds out about your current innate talent and strength, he'll definitely be shocked. The other woman shook her head and smiled as she changed the topic. There were some things that she could not say since she had made a promise to someone. Based on the way the two women addressed each other, it was obvious who they were. They were none other than Han Xuanai and Feng Tianwu. Chapter 2194. On the mountainside of the snow-capped peak, a loud and clear voice rang out, with a hint of excitement in it. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, both of you have heard about Duan Lingtian, right? A young man with a slightly sturdy body flew over from the distance and arrived in front of the other 2 young men in just a blink of an eye. The other 2 young men looked exactly the same. It was obvious that they were twins. After the sturdy young man finished speaking, he did not wait for the twins to speak before he continued to say, let me tell you, that's my junior brother Ling Tian. The more the sturdy young man spoke, the more excited he became. It was as though he was afraid others would not know he knew Duan Ling Tian. This sturdy young man was none other than Gu Li, who had come to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with Duan Ling Tian. Not only did Gu Li come to the upper province with Duan Ling Tian, but they had even joined the sect of Zoroastrianism. However, due to the inheritance of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, he left the sect of Zoroastrianism. He was so lucky to have become the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Initially, I thought I'd be stronger than junior brother Ling Tian since I managed to obtain the inheritance from the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, and my fate was changed by the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. I didn't expect him to surpass me again. Gu Li thought to himself when he heard the news about Duan Ling Tian becoming a guardian of Zoroastrianism, ranking 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and being widely acknowledged as the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he was happy for Duan Ling Tian as well. He even went to look for the Nangong brothers, the successors of the 7 absolute sect's Didymus progeny, and told them he knew Duan Ling Tian. There was a hint of flaunting in his words. He was bragging that he knew Duan Ling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism who was widely acknowledged as the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. You know Duan Ling Tian too? However, Gu Li would never have dreamt that his boastful words would receive such a response. You know Duan Ling Tian too? Nangong Yi's words echoed in Gu Li's ears, causing Gu Li to be dumbfounded. You don't know junior brother Ling Tian, do you? Gu Li looked at Nangong Yi and then at Nangong Chen. He was dumbfounded. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Of course. Nangong Yi replied immediately, both of us have known Duan Ling Tian since we were on the mortal continent in the Debussy subterranean. We even know all of his friends and family. However, I don't think I've ever heard him mention you, Gu Li. Nangong Yi looked at Gu Li skeptically before he asked solemnly, Gu Li, don't tell me you're bragging? I've never heard Duan Ling Tian mention you before. Gu Li was stunned when he heard Nangong Yi's words. He was so angry that his face turned red. Nangong Yi said he was bragging? Bragging. Just as Guli was about to say something with a flushed face, Nangong Chen finally opened his mouth and said, as if his words were as precious as gold. Guli was so angry that he almost threw up blood. I'm the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the 7 absolute sect. Is there a need for me to brag? Guli asked with a red face. That's not necessarily true. Nangong Yi shook his head and continued to look at Guli skeptically. It was as though he was certain Guli was bragging. Nangong Chen nodded as well. Suddenly, Guli felt as if he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. At the same time, he tried to explain himself. He wanted to prove that he was not bragging. After Guli had spoken for a long time, "All right, I'll stop teasing you." Nangong Yi interrupted Guli and laughed heartily. In the end, it seemed as though he was about to cry. It was obvious that he had been holding back his laughter for a long time. Huh? Upon seeing this, Guli was confused. He did not know what Nangong Yi meant. Guli, although we haven't met before, I've heard about you. I know you're from the lower province's mystical sky mansion, and you're Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Moreover, you've spent some time in the Azure Cloud Mansion's Azure Cloud platform. Nangong Yi said with a smile. However, not long after we arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, you left the lower province with Duan Lingtian and came to the upper province. For this reason, we haven't had the chance to meet. Previously, after Duan Lingtian had brought them to the Azure Cloud Mansion from Windfall Nation, they had left the Azure Cloud Mansion and came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. So all of you are the family and friends that junior brother Ling Tian brought to the Azure Cloud Mansion from afar before he left the upper province. I only heard from junior brother Ling Tian that he brought a group of family and friends to the Azure Cloud Mansion, but I didn't know all of you were among them. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, realization dawned on Guli. At the same time, he glared at Nangong Yi. Then why did you say you've never heard of me? Are you kidding me? I'm just kidding, just kidding. Nangong Yi smiled. Nangong Chen, it's fine if your brother is just kidding, but I really can't tell that even someone as serious as you is so shameless. Guli glared at Nangong Chen. You're too stupid. Nangong Chen continued to be a man of few words. However, when these 3 words entered Guli's ears, it caused blood to rush to Guli's head. He said angrily, Nangong Chen, are you trying to pick a fight? Are you trying to fight me, Guli? If you want to fight, let's fight. Nangong Chen refused to back down. Coincidentally, our Didymus progeny wants to change positions as well. We'll replace your Kratos progeny and become the new 3 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect. It was rare for Nangong Chen to speak so much. However, these words rendered Guli speechless. Nangong Chen, can you be a little more shameless? I want to fight you one-on-one. Do you understand? What does this have to do with your Didymus progeny? Guli, naturally, understood the meaning behind Nangong Chen's words. Nangong Chen intended to fight him together with Nangong Yi. Both Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were no match for him in a one-on-one battle. However, if both of them attacked him together, he knew he was no match for them. I think it's a good idea. I also think the 3 absolutes sounds better than the 6 absolutes. Nangong Yi, who was standing at the side, also nodded solemnly. Shameless. Guli cursed and left in a huff. Perhaps, he might be able to fight Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi in the future. However, for now, he was still lacking. Regarding this, he was well aware of his own limits. If he lost the 3 absolutes in a fit of anger, not only would the ancestors of the Kratos progeny who were already buried in the ground be angered to death, but those who had ascended to the Devata realms would also be angered to death. After Guli left, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi looked at each other and could not help but laugh. A hint of yearning could be seen in Nangong Yi's eyes. After hearing about the Duan Lingtian's deeds, I also want to leave the northern region and make a name for myself with my current strength. I didn't think half a year was long before, but now, I feel like it's too long. I don't know why Senior Uncle Prophet said that we can only leave after half a year. He said that he wanted us to consolidate our cultivation and cultivate our minds, but why do I feel that he purposely picked an auspicious date for us? When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but complain, what an old faker. Huh. Why do I feel cold all of a sudden? In the next moment, Nangong Yi felt as though the air around him had suddenly turned cold. It was as though he had fallen into an ice cave. He was stunned. Although he was in the middle of a snowy peak, the cold was nothing to him. However, the coldness he felt now did not seem to be the coldness of ordinary weather. He raised his head to look at Nangong Chen to see if Nangong Chen felt the same. However, he noticed that Nangong Chen was trying to signal him with his eyes while looking behind him. He seemed a little flustered. At that moment, he subconsciously turned around to look as well. With just a glance, he saw the graceful and beautiful figure in the distance, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. A woman dressed in a snow-white robe stood in the air nearby. She looked like a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. She, who had an outstanding temperament, caused everything around her to seem to be overshadowed, and at the same time, she also made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. The woman had long hair that reached her waist that fell to her back like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. Although her face was covered by a white veil, her face was flawless. But looking at the other half of her face that was flawless, as if it had been carefully sculpted, it was not hard to imagine that under the white veil, there must be a peerless beauty. She stood there and did not deliberately move, but she was like an ice goddess. She invisibly emitted waves of cold aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop a few degrees. I hope there won't be a next time. A moment later, the white-clothed woman spoke. A very pleasant voice came from under the veil on her face, but it also gave off an ethereal and cold feeling. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in white drifted away. As soon as she left, the temperature in the surroundings returned to normal. At this moment, the Nangong brothers finally heaved a sigh of relief. It said that the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is not good at fighting. Why do I have a feeling that the tradition of the prophet progeny is going to be broken in this generation? Nangong Yi asked through voice transmission as he looked at Nangong Chen. She's very strong. She's not any weaker than the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny. Nangong Chen replied through voice transmission. His tone was solemn. The feeling she gives me is even more dangerous than the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny. Perhaps it's because the successor of the blazing phoenix progeny is an old friend. Chapter 2195. A group of uninvited guests from the east had arrived in the western region today. After the group of uninvited guests entered the western region, they headed in the same direction without looking back. That direction was where the Zoroastrianism base was located. There were 6 people in the group. Among them, the person leading the group was a very old man. It was as if he had 1 foot in the coffin. The old man was dressed in a spacious gray robe. He had white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard. The reason he looked like he had 1 foot in the coffin was because he looked too old. The skin on his face, hands, and other parts of his skin that were exposed were not only full of wrinkles, but there were also many dark spots. If he was an ordinary old man, he would be nearing the end of his lifespan. However, it was precisely this extremely aged old man who seemed to have half a foot in his coffin that flew like a ghost. In fact, other than the red-clothed woman and the white-robed young man who were following closely behind him, the remaining 3 people were being carried by him as he flew. Moreover, with 3 people in tow, his speed was still very fast. It was ridiculously fast. The group of 7 entered the western region at an exaggerated speed and headed toward the Zoroastrianism base. It did not take long for them to arrive at the Zoroastrianism base. When they arrived at the Zoroastrianism base, the group of people led by the old man stopped in their tracks. Zoroastrianism. Looking at the Zoroastrianism base in front of him, a cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. Then, the old man said in a clear voice, Lang Qianjin of Zhuangzi Buddhism, together with the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Purple Dragon King, the White Tiger King, and the two vice sect leaders, are here to visit the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. Although the old man's voice was not loud, it seemed to contain magic. Once it was heard, it swept through the entire Zoroastrianism base. Whether it was the people from the Four Symbols Sanctums or the inner circle of Zoroastrianism, everyone heard his voice and heard what he said clearly. Lang Qianjin? This name sounds familiar. Inside the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, one of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elders frowned. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Is there a need for it to sound familiar? This person said that he came with the leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Purple Dragon King, and the White Tiger King. This means that his position in Zhuangzi Buddhism is higher than these three, and in Zhuangzi Buddhism, there is only one person who has a higher position than these three. As the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder spoke, a hint of dread flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect him to come personally. He must have brought people to Zoroastrianism to avenge one of the four Shakyamuni of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King Siakong Sun. This time, I'm afraid that Guardian Ling Tian is doomed. His voice began to tremble as he spoke. You're saying he's the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder narrowed his eyes in shock. After this reminder, he remembered something else. I remember now. Isn't Lang Qianjin the name of the powerhouse who's ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking? He's the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder's expression changed drastically when he recalled this. My goodness. He actually came personally. Moreover, the Purple Dragon King, the White Tiger King, and the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism are with him. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, 2 powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and 1 powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This lineup is the strongest lineup in Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? Originally, Zhuangzi Buddhism had 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They were the Golden Lion King and the Green Bat King, who were one of the 4 Shakyamuni of Zhuangzi Buddhism, along with the Purple Dragon King and the White Tiger King. However, the Green Bat King died 3 years ago. As for the Golden Lion King, he was killed by Guardian Ling Tian not long ago. This time, all the powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above from Zhuangzi Buddhism have come with ill intentions. With such a powerful lineup, even Lord Sect Leader might not be able to protect Guardian Ling Tian, right? At this moment, apart from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, even the other 3 sanctums of the 4 Symbols Sanctums and the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism were shocked by the arrival of Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Lang Qianjin was not just the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was widely acknowledged as the second strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, second only to Niawu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It was obvious such a person had come to Zoroastrianism to denounce them. Many of the ordinary Zoroastrianism elders and disciples were anxious. Lord Sect Leader and Lord Guardians won't fight with the powerhouses from Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? With their strength, it won't be a joke if they fight. Not only will our Zoroastrianism be affected, but will also be affected. That's right. The battle between powerhouses at that level will be earth-shattering. Even if we're far away, I'm afraid we'll be affected as well. Now, we can only hope they won't fight. Unless our Zoroastrianism is willing to hand over Guardian Ling Tian, it's very likely they'll fight. Since Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has personally come, it's enough to show how determined the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism are. Guardian Ling Tian killed the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Golden Lion King is a pillar in Zhuangzi Buddhism. It's fine if Guardian Ling Tian didn't return to our Zoroastrianism, but now that he's back, the Zhuangzi Buddhism definitely won't let this matter go. When the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism arrived, before they could even enter the Zoroastrianism's base, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin's words caused an earth-shattering earthquake in the Zoroastrianism. From this, one could see how powerful Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was. Visit me? When Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, spoke to the entire Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian naturally heard it as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Guardian Lingtian, the sect leader has asked me to summon you. After a while, Duan Lingtian heard a woman's voice from outside. He was no stranger to this voice. It was none other than the only female guardian among the 5 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Hongyun. Guardian Hongyun. As soon as Hongyun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had already flown out of his cultivation place. It was also his residence as a true disciple in the past. Now, although the place where he would cultivate as a protector was under construction, it had yet to be completed. It was easy to set up an island in the sky, but it would take some time to build a mansion on it even with the help of the Saint Land's elite disciples. Guardian Lingtian, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism have come with ill intentions. I'm afraid this matter will be a little tricky. Guardian Hongyun sighed when she saw Duan Lingtian coming out. I can see that. Duan Lingtian nodded. How could he not see that? Even the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, who was ranked second on the supreme saint ranking, was here. How could this matter not be tricky? Don't worry. Lord Sect Leader has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. He might not be afraid of Lang Qianjin from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Guardian Hongyun comforted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded again before he soared into the sky with Hongyun to look for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he discovered Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was not the only one present. Even the other 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism were present. They were Zifeng, Qinghua, and Leng Ying. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian nodded and greeted Tang Xian. Then, he glanced at Zifeng and the other 2 guardians and nodded politely as a form of greeting. They were already used to Duan Lingtian's casual attitude, so they did not show any emotions. Moreover, given the current situation of Zoroastrianism, they could not be bothered with formalities. Guardian Lingtian. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, the 4 guardians and I plan to meet the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. I wonder if you're coming with us? I respect your decision. Since they've come knocking on my door, how can I run away? Duan Lingtian said with a shrug. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hongyun looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Even Leng Ying, who had a grudge with Duan Lingtian, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentler gaze. Duan Lingtian's choice caused them to admire him. If that's the case, let's meet them. Tang Xian's eyes gleamed coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. He took the lead and flew toward the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. If he did not handle this matter well, not only would he, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, but the entire Zoroastrianism would be humiliated as well. Let's go. When Duan Lingtian and the others saw Tang Xian taking the lead, they, naturally, followed closely behind him. While Duan Lingtian and the others were preparing to meet the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism, there were a few people in Zoroastrianism who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. I hope the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism will be tougher. It'll be even better if Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, personally kills Duan Lingtian. This is great news. Since Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has personally made a move, I'm sure he won't give up until he achieves his goal. Guardian Lingtian? He's going to be a dead guardian soon. Die, Duan Lingtian. Buhong and Wen Yan, the 2 direct disciples of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, were among those who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. Chapter 2196. Whoosh. 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 Duan Lingtian and the other 4 Zoroastrianism guardians walked side by side. They followed closely behind Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, as they made their way out of the Zoroastrianism sect's encampment. Soon after, they left the Zoroastrianism sect's encampment. At the same time, a few figures appeared in the distant void within his line of sight. As they approached, the figures that were originally like small black dots began to grow larger and larger. In the end, they turned into a group of 6 people. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in gray. He looked very old, as though he had 1 foot in his coffin. "He's Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect?" Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he guessed the old man's identity. While Duan Ling Tian was observing Lang Qianjin's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything, landed on Duan Ling Tian after he glanced at the others. He felt as though he had nowhere to hide. "You're Duan Ling Tian?" At the same time, a voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Although the voice sounded old, it was strong and powerful. This voice was similar to the one that had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism sect. It was none other than Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Voice transmission. "Lang Qianjin?" Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission when he heard Lang Qianjin's question. "Humph." As soon as Duan Ling Tian asked the question, Lang Qianjin's cold snort rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears like a clap of thunder. "Duan Ling Tian, how dare you kill the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect?" A hint of anger could be heard in Lang Qianjin's voice as though he was trying to intimidate Duan Ling Tian. However, was Duan Ling Tian someone he could intimidate just because he wanted to? "No matter how courageous I am, I'm not as shameless as you, Lang Qianjin. You snatched my super saint weapons, and you still have the audacity to shout in my ears?" Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission, not to be outdone. His tone was filled with a hint of mockery. Duan Ling Tian remembered when he had left the pseudo-realm, the devil sect, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, had announced, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism declared the Buddhism by Duan ancient. When Duan Ling Tian first heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Put aside the fact that he did not possess the 2 super saint weapons, he had not even met the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. How could he have snatched the super saint weapons away? "You." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, Lang Qianjin's old face turned pale. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. If looks could kill, Duan Ling Tian would have died many times over. Lang Qianjin had made the announcement to create a false impression that Duan Ling Tian's super saint weapons were in his hands. Naturally, he had done this to distract people from looking at Duan Ling Tian's super saint weapons. This way, he would have a greater chance of snatching the super saint weapons away from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's words were, without a doubt, meant to mock him. Previously, this matter had caused him to be mocked by many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They mocked him for making a false announcement to deceive people even though he was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How despicable. Now that Duan Ling Tian had mentioned this matter, it was no doubt he was rubbing salt in the wound. He was infuriated. Whoosh. 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 Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and the other 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism had followed the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to where Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others were. "Elder Lang, it's an honor for the Zoroastrianism to come all the way here." Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, greeted Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, with a smile on his face. "Humph." Lang Qianjin snorted coldly in response to Tang Xian's greeting. He said bluntly, "Sect leader Tang, I'm sure you can guess the purpose of our visit. Today, we're here to kill the person who killed the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. For this reason, I hope you'll hand him over, sect leader Tang." Lang Qianjin said bluntly. His tone was slightly impatient. As soon as he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze from Tang Xian to Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Tang Xian and the 4 guardians of the fire worship sect frowned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Was the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism not a little too impatient? Tang Xian, in particular, had met the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism before. However, he had never seen such an impatient side of him. Duan Lingtian was the only one who was not surprised by Lang Qianjin's reaction. This was because Lang Qianjin was so impatient because he was angered by Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. While Tang Xian and the others were frowning, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, to the people behind him. More accurately, his gaze landed on three of them. This purple-clad woman must be the leader of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King. Duan Lingtian looked at the only woman in the group behind Lang Qianjin. She was also the most eye-catching person in the group behind Lang Qianjin. The woman was dressed in purple, and half of her face was covered by a purple veil. However, through the other half of her beautiful face, one could imagine that the other half of her face behind the veil was also very beautiful. The Violet Dragon King is a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was previously ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. 3 years ago, the Sectless Cultivator who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking died in the pseudo-realm left behind by the 3 eminent Devil Celestials. She's now ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. The information about the Violet Dragon King on the Supreme Saint ranking appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. This white-clad young man must be the last remaining Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the White Tiger King. He's also a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and is ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the Violet Dragon King to the white-clad young man who was standing near her. The white-robed young man was tall and sturdy. He looked very powerful. He stood there like a giant tower made of iron. There were 3 people standing behind Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. The other 2 people were standing behind him. For this reason, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to identify the 3 people in front of him based on their attire. As for the skinny black-clad old man, he must be the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian finally shifted his attention to the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. It was not that Duan Lingtian was looking down on him. It was just that compared to the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 Karmapa, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was insignificant. After all, he was not as strong as the 3 people in front of him. Elder Lang. Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, narrowed his eyes when he saw Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, going straight to the point. He said coldly, "Since you're so direct, I won't beat around the bush. You want me to hand Ling Tian over to you?" Impossible. Impossible. Tang Xian's words were firm, as if there was no room for negotiation. Hand Duan Lingtian over to the supreme elder? How was that possible? Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian possessed the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, which was extremely important to the Zoroastrianism when the Devil clans invaded the upper province. Tang Xian did not dare to hand Duan Lingtian over to the supreme elder due to Duan Lingtian's mysterious identity. He still suspected that Duan Lingtian might be the man the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province. All he needed was an opportunity to confirm if Duan Lingtian was the man who had defiled the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism. If he was the saint girl, Duan Lingtian would definitely be killed by the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism if he handed Duan Lingtian over to the supreme elder now. In the future, when the godlike powerhouse descended again and discovered that the person who had defiled the saint girl had been killed, he would be the one who handed Duan Lingtian over to the supreme elder. He would definitely vent his anger on the powerhouse and would not be able to escape death. This was because he knew very well. If Duan Lingtian was the one who had defiled the saint girl, he would die in the hands of the powerhouse. Although that powerhouse said the saint lady is his cousin's reincarnation, when he mentioned his cousin, there was a strong desire to possess her in the depths of his eyes. Tang Xian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. For this reason, before he could confirm if Duan Lingtian was the one who had defiled the saint girl. Not only would he not hand Duan Lingtian over, but he also did not dare to do so. If Duan Lingtian was not the one who had defiled the saint girl, he would only lose the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. If Duan Lingtian was the one who had defiled the saint girl, the Devil Seal Tablet would not be the only thing he would lose. Tang Xian and the people from the Zoroastrianism behind him would definitely be reduced to ashes by the powerhouse's wrath. It's not long before that powerhouse returns to our mundane realm. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Tang Xian shuddered when he recalled the powerhouse's words before he left. As it turned out, time was running out before the powerhouse returned to their mundane realm. In just a blink of an eye, almost 100 years had passed. Impossible? Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was horrified when he heard Tang Xian's domineering reply. His eyes flashed coldly. The people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism standing behind Lang Qianjin were horrified when they heard Tang Xian's domineering reply. Tang Xian. It seems like you're very confident after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2197. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, said coldly. Everyone felt as though winter had arrived. In the past, I could only rely on my movement divine ability to escape from you, Elder Lang. Now, I'd like to have a fight with you and see the gap between me and you. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, said calmly when he saw Lang Qianjin's angry and fierce gaze. His words also conveyed the same meaning. He was not afraid of fighting Lang Qianjin. In the past, when his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he had fought Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he could only flee each time since he was no match for Lang Qianjin. With the movement divine ability that the godlike powerhouse had taught him, even if his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to stop him. A few years ago, he had relied on this divine ability to deter the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect from attacking Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, Zoroastrianism would have been destroyed by the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect since they did not have a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to rely on. This, Tang Xian's domineering attitude shocked the two great Karmapa, the sect leader, and the two vice-sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Even the 5 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, including Duan Lingtian, were stunned. They did not expect the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would be so direct and domineering as to challenge the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism to a battle. Could he not be more tactful? They did not expect Tang Xian to be so direct and domineering. The reason Tang Xian was so direct and domineering was because of the godlike powerhouse he had met a few decades ago. Before he confirmed Duan Lingtian was not the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province, he did not dare to let anything happen to Duan Lingtian. If he confirmed Duan Lingtian was the man and he died, the godlike powerhouse would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian when he returned to the mundane realm. With that powerhouse's strength, not only would he die in a fit of rage, but the fire worship sect would also be implicated. For this reason, Tang Xian did not hesitate to challenge Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He was not afraid of Lang Qianjin and his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not to mention now. Tang Xian's Xian was a Xian's Tian, the supreme elder of Xian. In the past, he could only run for his life whenever he encountered Lang Qianjin. However, now, he was strong enough to fight Lang Qianjin. Naturally, if it was not for the godlike powerhouse, he would not have been so direct and domineering even if he wanted to fight Lang Qianjin. The reason he was so direct and domineering was because he was afraid of the godlike powerhouse. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian is the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism? Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was shocked by Tang Xian's domineering attitude. The other members of Zhuangzi Buddhism could not help but think to themselves. If Duan Lingtian was not the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, would Tang Xian be so protective of Duan Lingtian? Although the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was precious, it was not enough for Tang Xian to fall out with Duan Lingtian. Apart from the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism, the other four guardians of Zoroastrianism, apart from Duan Lingtian, shared the same thought. However, there was one thing they were certain of. Duan Lingtian was not related to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism at all. Isn't the sect leader of Zoroastrianism a little too protective of me? Moreover, he seems to be a little too protective of me. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian himself was shocked by this unexpected favor. At the same time, he was stunned as well. What did he do to deserve the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to fall out with Lang Qianjin, the second strongest person in the Tao martial saint land, for him? Good, good, good. After Lang Qianjin regained his senses, he repeated the word good a few times. It was obvious he was enraged by Tang Xian's words. However, since Tang Xian was willing to fall out with him, there was no way Lang Qianjin would fall out with him. In the past, Tang Xian would have been fine. However, Tang Xian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage just like him. Although Tang Xian was not as strong as him, the difference in strength was not too great. On top of that, Tang Xian was undefeatable with his peculiar movement divine ability. Lang Qianjin would not be able to gain any advantage if he fought Tang Xian. For this reason, he did not want to fight Tang Xian unless it was absolutely necessary. Tang Xian. Lang Qianjin took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. Then, he said to Tang Xian in a deep voice, Tang Xian, I know you value Duan Lingtian's super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. It's very likely that the Devil Seal Tablet isn't with him. He might have hidden it somewhere else. However, if you're willing to hand over Duan Lingtian to me, I, Lang Qianjin, Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, am willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to make you a promise. In the future, no matter who obtains the Devil Seal Tablet, I'll do my best to obtain it for you and hand it over to you. If the Devil Seal Tablet is with him, I'll immediately hand it over to you after I kill him. Based on Lang Qianjin's words, it was obvious he thought Tang Xian was protecting Duan Lingtian because of the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in Duan Lingtian's possession. If that was the case, he did not want the Devil Seal Tablet. He was even willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to give the Devil Seal Tablet to Tang Xian. All he wanted was Duan Lingtian's life. By saying so, Lang Qianjin was, to a certain extent, making a concession and finding a way out for himself. Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, is afraid? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Initially, he thought Lang Qianjin would fight the sect leader of Zoroastrianism out of anger. He did not expect Lang Qianjin would take the initiative to compromise. However, when he thought about it, he felt relieved. A battle between powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage was bound to be earth-shattering. Coupled with the divine ability that the sect leader of Fire Worship sect had mastered that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the Tao martial saint land, he would not be defeated even if he fought with Lang Qianjin. It was normal for Lang Qianjin to be afraid. Although the others could understand why Lang Qianjin would compromise, they were still shocked. As soon as Lang Qianjin finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Tang Xian. Lang Qianjin had compromised. Would Tang Xian accept it? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian began to waver. He was not sure if Tang Xian would compromise or not. If he was in Tang Xian's shoes, he might have chosen to compromise as well. However, Tang Xian's response to Lang Qianjin stunned everyone, including Duan Lingtian. It doesn't matter if Duan Lingtian has the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, I won't hand him over to you today. These were Tang Xian's words. Although his tone was flat, there was no room for doubt in his tone. The entire place fell silent immediately. Sect leader, Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Tang Xian's words. He looked at Tang Xian with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. After all, it was rare for Tang Xian to go this far for him. Even someone with a heart of stone would be moved by Tang Xian's actions, right? Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian did not know what Tang Xian was thinking. Otherwise, he would be worried instead of being touched. This was because Tang Xian had begun to suspect that he was the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province. Tang Xian. After a moment of silence, Lang Qianjin finally regained his senses and roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that reverberated through the 9 heavens, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Lang Qianjin's roar contained rich saint origin. As soon as it spread out, it swept through the entire Zoroastrianism's base. The White Tiger Sanctum was the first to bear the brunt of it. Tang Xian. Tang Xian. When Lang Qianjin's roar reached the White Tiger Sanctum, it continued to reverberate in the White Tiger Sanctum. When Lang Qianjin's saint origin exploded, most of the disciples with a lower cultivation base in the White Tiger Sanctum bled from their 7 orifices. Some of them even fainted when they heard Lang Qianjin's roar. What's going on? Isn't that the voice of Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? He seems very angry. Don't tell me he's going to fight Lord Sect Leader. Heavens! So this is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? He's ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking? Although he's outside the Zoroastrianism's base, he managed to cause many of our White Tiger Sanctum's disciples to bleed from their 7 orifices. Some of them even fainted. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. As expected, a wave of panic swept through the White Tiger Sanctum. As for the other places, although it was not as tragic as the White Tiger Sanctum, most of them could not help but feel chills running up their spines when they heard Lang Qianjin's roar. Junior brother Ling Tian, the Lu brothers had unknowingly gathered together. When they heard the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism's roar, they became even more worried about Duan Lingtian. That's right. Supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, you must kill Duan Lingtian. Wen Yan clenched her fists in her residence as she muttered to herself with a murderous look in her eyes. Duan Lingtian, you won't be able to escape this time. In the sanctum leader's residence in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Bu Hong had a delighted expression on his face. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed. Outside the Zoroastrianism's base. Is Duan Lingtian really the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism? Chapter 2198. Even the other 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect looked at Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. At this moment, they realized the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect was acting strangely. Is it because of Ling Tian's innate talent that the sect leader doesn't want to give up on him? They could not help but think to themselves. After all, based on Duan Ling Tian's achievements at such a young age, even in the known history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was unprecedented. It had reached a stage that was shocking to hear. However, in the blink of an eye, they rejected this possibility. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's achievements at such a young age were mostly due to the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. They speculated. That trap was also a treasure trove, but most of the people who entered it were killed by the traps. Only those who were lucky would be able to avoid being killed by the trap and obtain all sorts of fortuitous encounters in the treasure vault. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's achievements were extraordinary. Although Duan Lingtian's achievements were largely due to his innate talent, it was mostly due to the treasure vault left behind by the 3 eminent devils. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it would be difficult for him to improve. After all, his innate talent was not that heaven-defying. This could be seen from the innate spiritual root he obtained from the Zoroastrianism sect a few years ago. The 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect were still in a state of shock and confusion. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air. It was earth-shattering. In the next moment, a powerful shockwave swept out from where Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, was standing. A mushroom-shaped shockwave appeared and swept out in all directions. Apart from Lang Qianjin and Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, everyone present was sent flying. Even the few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage present on the scene were sent flying by the shockwave from Lang Qianjin's attack since they were unprepared. As for the others, they were even worse off. On the other hand, because of Hualao's reminder, Duan Lingtian activated his divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, in time to strengthen his saint origin and cast his defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Although he was still sent flying, he was not as wretched as those powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That Lang Qianjin can't hold back anymore? Duan Lingtian was sent flying. After barely managing to stabilize his body, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He could tell Lang Qianjin couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to attack. Tang Xian, since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, Lang Qianjin's figure gradually disappeared as soon as he shouted. His speed was so fast that he left behind an afterimage. Bang! Before Duan Lingtian could regain his senses, he heard another earth-shattering explosion. It was not difficult for him to guess that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had already fought with Lang Qianjin. Along with this earth-shattering explosion, an even more vast and majestic wave of air swept over. An even more exaggerated mushroom-shaped cloud appeared in the sky where Tang Xian was standing. Accompanying the mushroom cloud was an even more powerful and terrifying shockwave. Although the people present, including Duan Lingtian, were prepared, they were still pushed back by the shockwave. The two Zhuangzi Buddhism vice sect leaders whose cultivation bases were only at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage were sent flying by the shockwave even though they were prepared. Not only that, but they also threw up mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying. It was obvious they were severely injured as well. The power of this shock wave was more than just a little stronger than the previous shock wave. As the shock wave continued to spread in all directions, the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism, was also affected. A terrifying shockwave swept out. Even though it had consumed a lot of energy along the way, it still managed to kill many of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with low cultivation bases when the shockwave swept out. These White Tiger Sanctum's disciples did not even have time to react before they were killed by the shockwave. Although some of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with higher cultivation bases managed to survive, they were still injured. Blood gushed out of their mouths and dyed half of the White Tiger Sanctum red. For a time, the White Tiger Sanctum had turned into a living hell. Did Hierarch His Excellency fight with Zhuangzi Buddhism's Grand Elder? The aftershock of a battle between two powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is able to kill so many disciples from the White Tiger Sanctum. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the source of the aftershock is. Many White Tiger Sanctum elders in the White Tiger Sanctum felt their hearts tighten. At the same time, they sighed with fear. The other members of the Zoroastrianism camp also realized that their leader, Tang Xian, and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, were fighting. What ability does that Duan Lingtian have to make Lord Hierarch take action for him? When Yan and her senior brother, Bu Hong, had grave expressions on their faces when they realized Tang Xian had already made his move. Initially, they thought Tang Xian was the strongest among them. Both Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, were powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Both of them were at the peak of the Tao martial saint land. Naturally, they would not make a move easily. After all, once they made a move, it would be difficult for them to hold back. Moreover, one of them might even die. Any normal human being would treasure their own lives. Powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were the most important. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. Once one passed the heavenly tribulation, one would be able to ascend to a higher realm. If one died at this moment, it would mean one would not be able to ascend to a higher realm. It would be a lifelong regret. For this reason, powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint's celestial stage would rarely fight unless they were sworn enemies. For this reason, Wen Yan and Bu Hong could not figure out why Tang Xian had made his move. What's so special about Duan Lingtian? What's so special about him? Why is Lord Hierarch taking action for him? Lord Hierarch has made his move. Junior brother Ling Tian should be considered to have passed this stage. The Lu brothers, Lu Yun and Lu Mu, sighed in relief when they realized the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had made his move. At the same time, the entire Zoroastrianism was shaken by sect leader Tang Xian's move. Outside the Zoroastrianism's estate. When the terrifying shockwave swept out and killed many White Tiger Sanctum's disciples, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, seemed to have sensed the shockwave as well. With a flash, he left behind an afterimage. After the afterimage disappeared, Duan Lingtian and the others lost sight of Tang Xian. Humph. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, snorted coldly and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. Is sect leader trying to lure Lang Qianjin away? At this moment, Duan Lingtian figured out Tang Xian's plan. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian thought of this, another earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Following that, Duan Lingtian could clearly see that Lu Xian's eyes were shining brightly. A cloud of mist thousands of meters away disappeared into thin air, as if it had been swallowed by something in an instant. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw another mushroom cloud. Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were fighting again. They're fighting over there in just a blink of an eye. A moment later, the shockwave caused by the appearance of the mushroom cloud also spread out. The shockwave spread to Duan Lingtian and the others in just a blink of an eye. Of course, due to the large distance between them, the remnants of that power were much weaker than before. Even the two vice-sect leaders of the Black Kshetra sect were not caught in the crossfire. The White Tiger Sanctum had fallen again. Although the remnant might of this power was much weaker than the remnant might of the previous power, it still managed to injure many of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples when it swept through the entire White Tiger Sanctum. It also caused the other elders and disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum to tremble with fear. Outside the Zoroastrianism's estate. Whoosh! 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 When they saw Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin leaving the Zoroastrianism's estate, the 5 Zoroastrianism's guardians, including Duan Lingtian, and the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, naturally, followed the commotion. However, after following him a few times, the sounds they heard were getting softer and softer. Based on this, they could tell Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were getting further and further away from them. In the end, there was no commotion at all. They had lost track of Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin. Is this the speed of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he lost sight of Tang Xian and Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he realized how terrifying a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage was. Hua Lao, thank you. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked Hua Lao when he regained his senses. After all, it was because of Elder Hua's reminder that he was able to prepare himself in time before the shockwave caused by Lang Qianjin's explosive power swept over him. This allowed him to not be as miserable as the others. Hua Lao. In the past, whenever Duan Lingtian looked for Hua Lao to thank him, Hua Lao would respond. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond this time. He found it strange. However, when 3 sharp gazes swept over him, he immediately shifted his attention away from the fact that Elder Hua had ignored him. The 3 pairs of sharp eyes belonged to the 2 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Chapter 2199. Naturally, Hua Lao, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not have the time to respond to Duan Lingtian. This was because he discovered that a mysterious figure had appeared out of nowhere. A tall figure that looked like a ghost entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda silently without being noticed by the current owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duanling Tian. You. Who are you? Hua Lao's eyes widened when he saw the tall figure that appeared out of thin air. It was as though he had seen a ghost. The tall figure was a young man dressed in a long, blood-red robe. He was tall and sturdy. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His face was handsome but pale. There was a sword-shaped mark between his brows. The sword-shaped mark was blood-red in color. It looked like a small, blood-red sword that was imprinted between his eyebrows. It emitted a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. The young man in crimson clothes stood there. Streaks of crimson sword shadows revolved around him without any pattern. These sword silhouettes exuded a bloodthirsty and destructive aura. It made him look like a sword god who had walked out from the depths of hell. The blood-red young man did not move at all. He did not activate any energy on purpose, but he gave Hua Lao an oppressive feeling. After all, Hua Lao's strength had already recovered to the point where it was comparable to a celestial. He was much stronger than eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Elder Hua felt fear from the bottom of his heart when he faced the red-clad young man in front of him. Hua Lao was on the verge of breaking down from the pressure the blood-red young man was exerting on him. If I'm not mistaken, the blood-red young man said slowly. This celestial pagoda must be the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in the Jade Emperor Heaven, right? Jade Emperor Heaven? Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Upon hearing the blood-red young man's words, Hua Lao's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. In his heart, waves of shock were also set off. Who was this blood-red young man? Not only did he recognize the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, but he even knew it was from the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the colossal world, among the countless mundane realms, there were 81 Devata realms like the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the blood-red young man knew where the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda came from. How could he not be shocked? He must be a powerhouse from a Devata realm. At this moment, Hua Lao could guess who the blood-red young man was. The other party was either from the Jade Emperor Heaven or from another Devata realm and knew about the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, a celestial supreme treasure in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Although the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was a top celestial supreme treasure, it was not one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Although it was one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven, it was nothing in the Devata realms. For this reason, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was well known in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, not everyone in the Devata realms knew about it. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is said to contain the seven treasures. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda are divided into 7 levels. The first level is the three-legged golden crow, the second level is the jasper celestial sword, the third level is the astonishing god halberd, the fourth level is the universe ruler, and the fifth level is. While Elder Hua's heart was in turmoil, the blood-red clothed young man continued speaking. As he spoke, he listed out the 7 treasures in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the three-legged golden crow in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Am I right? As soon as the blood-red young man finished speaking, he looked at Hua Lao. Although his eyes were calm, Hua Lao could not help but feel intimidated. Yes, my lord. After taking a deep breath, Hua Lao mustered up the courage to speak. His voice was filled with dread and reverence when he spoke. This was because he discovered that the blood-red young man was much stronger than him. He discovered the blood-red young man was much stronger than him when he was at his peak. Moreover, the blood-red young man's aura seemed to be suppressing him. It was as though the blood-red young man was his nemesis. I think I've encountered a similar aura somewhere before. However, the aura at that time was not as strong as the one he's emitting. With this thought in mind, Elder Hua could not help but rack his brains. A moment later, a thought flashed through his mind, and he finally recalled it. When Hualao looked at the blood-red young man again, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Hualao's voice trembled when he spoke again. My lord. You're a deity, it seems like you've guessed my origin. Before Hualao could finish speaking, the blood-red young man interrupted him. There was a hint of surprise in the blood-red young man's calm voice. It was apparent that he did not expect Elder Hua to be able to guess his origin. That's right. I'm the soul of the Devata artifact. The blood-red young man said bluntly. Devata artifact. Soul of the Devata artifact. Although Hualao had his suspicions, his heart could not help but tremble violently when he heard the blood-red young man's confirmation. At this moment, some of the questions in his heart were answered. As it turned out, he was still puzzled. How did the blood-red young man enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda without the permission of the owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Why did the blood-red young man enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda without alerting the owner? Why did this scarlet-robed young man give him a sense of suppression? Now, he finally understood. The blood-red young man was the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact, an acquired artifact soul that could suppress all celestial supreme treasures. For this reason, as the acquired artifact soul of a celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was normal for the blood-red young man to suppress him. It was even easier for the blood-red young man to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact, there was no way the blood-red young man could enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda without alerting the owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It would be easy for the blood-red young man to remove the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda from the owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After all, the blood-red young man was the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact. A Devata artifact was above all celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. It was strong enough to suppress all celestial supreme treasures. There's only one Devata artifact in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It's in the hands of the Gautama Buddha. Back then, when Monkey's son wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, the Gautama Buddha relied on the Devata artifact to suppress him. Elder Hua was well aware of what had happened in the Jade Emperor Heaven back then. In terms of strength, Sun Wukong stood at the pinnacle of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The celestial supreme treasure in his hand, the Rui Jingu Bang, was one of the best celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. With his cultivation base and a celestial supreme treasure like the Rui Jingu Bang, he could do whatever he wanted in the Jade Emperor Heaven as long as the Gautama Buddha did not make a move. The Devata artifact in the hands of the Gautama Buddha is called the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal. Back then, the soul of the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal was ordered by the Gautama Buddha to look for Dipamkara, the first owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, I sensed his aura in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His aura was similar to the red-clad young man's aura. However, the red-clad young man's aura was much stronger than the red-clad young man's aura. In other words, the red-clad young man's Devata artifact soul is much stronger and more terrifying than the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Gautama Buddha's possession. Hualao shuddered when he thought about this. It should be noted that even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to fight against the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal's soul imprint. Let alone the soul of a Devata artifact that was much stronger than the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal. And my lord, may I know how to address you? With great difficulty, Elder Hua calmed his rapid breathing. He looked at the scarlet-clothed young man again and asked in a trembling voice. Elder Hua asked this question because he knew that in the Devata realms, the innate artifact souls of Devata artifacts did not only have their own consciousness, but they could also take human form and have their own name. For example, the soul imprint of the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal, a Devata artifact, possessed by the Gautama Buddha in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Not only was it famous in the Jade Emperor Heaven, but it was also famous in the Devata realms. Kuang Ling. In the face of Elder Hua's humble and respectful inquiry, the blood-red-clothed young man raised his head proudly and replied with an indifferent tone. Kuang Ling. Kuang Ling, Kuang-ling? The sword soul, Kuang-ling? After pondering for a moment, Elder Hua's body suddenly trembled. Then, his face and eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Sword soul Kuang-ling. The name sounded familiar at first. However, when he thought about it carefully, he recalled the meaning behind the name. Sword soul Kuang-ling. Isn't that the name of the innate soul of the Devata artifact in the solitary destructive heaven? That Devata artifact is called the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. It's the strongest sword-type Devata artifact in the Devata realms. Chapter 2200. A Devata artifact was a Devata artifact. It could give birth to a soul on its own. Since the soul was born from the Devata artifact, it was called the innate artifact soul. Celestial supreme treasures were celestial artifacts, but they did not have the ability to give birth to a soul. They could only seal a living being in the celestial artifact and turn it into the artifact soul. For example, Hua Lao was sealed in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and became the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. On the other hand, a celestial artifact soul like Hua Lao was called an acquired artifact soul. Although an acquired artifact soul was not a celestial artifact, it could not leave the celestial artifact unless the owner of the celestial artifact was willing to sever its connection with the celestial artifact. On the other hand, an innate artifact soul was born from the Devata artifact, but it could leave the Devata artifact as it pleased. Although the two were similar, they were not on the same level at all. When the latter met the former, they could suppress the former to a certain extent. For example, when Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, faced Kuang-ling, the sword soul of the divine artifact, the solitary extinguishing flaming heavenly sword, he would feel an inexplicable fear from the bottom of his soul even though Kuang-ling did nothing. Why your Lord Kuang-ling from the solitary destructive heaven? When Elder Hua recalled the origin of sword soul Kuang-ling, he took a deep breath. When he looked at sword soul Kuang-ling again, the fear and dread in his eyes had deepened. It seems like you've heard of me. The young man dressed in red, the sword soul of the Devata artifact, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, said indifferently. How could I not know that you're the number one divine sword in the Devata realm? Hua Lao smiled wryly. The solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword was the number one divine sword in the Devata realm. Who in the Devata realm did not know about it? The number one divine sword in the Devata realms? Kuang-ling narrowed his eyes when he heard Hua Lao's words. He shook his head and said, "It seems like you've left the Devata realm for quite some time." A few years ago, the sword soul of the Yan Huang Xianyuan sword was on par with me. From then on, there was no longer the number one divine sword in the Devata realm. There are only two divine swords in the Devata realm. As he spoke, Kuang-ling's tone was filled with emotion. He used to be the strongest divine sword in the Devata realms, but now, another divine sword had caught up to him and was on par with him. Furthermore, the other party's potential was even greater than his. If he didn't make any breakthroughs, he would be overtaken sooner or later. Yan Huang Xianyuan sword? Elder Hua turned pale with fright when he heard Kuang-ling's words. Could the Yan Huang Xianyuan sword be the Xianyuan sword from the Jade Emperor Heaven's Gongsun Xianyuan? However, the Xianyuan sword was only an immortal weapon, wasn't it? How did it become an immortal weapon? If I'm not mistaken, Gongsun Xianyuan and his Yan Huang Xianyuan sword came from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Kuang-ling continued to speak. Yes. Hearing Kuang-ling's words, Elder Hua regained his senses and quickly nodded. At the same time, his heart was in turmoil. He was certain Kuang-ling was the Yan Huang Xianyuan sword. The Yan Huang Xianyuan sword was the Xianyuan sword he knew. Hua Lao did not expect something so big would happen while he was away from the Devata realms. Not only had the Xianyuan sword become a Devata artifact, but it was also on par with the number one divine sword in the Devata realms, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. Both were known as the two divine swords in the Devata realms. Are you curious as to why I would appear in this small mundane plane? Kuang Ling asked. Huo Lao nodded. Indeed, he was curious about this. The solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword used to be the #1 divine sword in the Devata realms. Although the Yan Huang Shenyuan sword had caught up to it, it was still powerful. The owner of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword and the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword were famous powerhouses in the Devata realms. How could he not be curious about the appearance of such a powerhouse in this mundane realm? Naturally, he was not surprised by the appearance of such a powerhouse in this mundane realm. Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, was so powerful that he could easily break through the void and travel between Devata realms and mundane realms. I'm here for your current master, Kuang Ling said. Kuang Ling nodded. Hiss. Huo Lao inhaled sharply as soon as Kuang Ling finished speaking. He instinctively extended his divine consciousness out of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and looked at the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man was his current master, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At this moment, he and the other 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism were facing off against the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. The group led by the 2 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was glaring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at Duan Lingtian. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely solemn at this moment. The atmosphere was tense as though a battle would break out at any moment between the Zoroastrianism and the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as 2 figures appeared behind Duan Lingtian and the others from the Zoroastrianism's group. 5 guardians, we're here to help you. The 2 figures were none other than the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism. As soon as they appeared, they immediately looked at the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. The 2 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group remained calm when they saw the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism. On the other hand, the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sighed in relief. If the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect did not appear, it meant they would have to face the 5 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect who were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. They shuddered when they thought about it. They were in a dilemma. They sighed in relief when the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders appeared. As for the 2 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the vice sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, they did not think much of the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect at all. With the strength of the vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders, they would not be able to interfere in a battle between powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian remained calm when he saw the situation. It was as though he would not even bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Put aside the fact that Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was not here, even if Lang Qianjin was here, Duan Lingtian would still dare to show himself. Since Duan Lingtian had shown himself, it meant he was prepared for the worst. The leader of Zoroastrianism pushed him out and handed him over to Zhuangzi Buddhism. While he was preparing for the worst, he had also thought of a way to deal with it. Everything revolved around the greed of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Grand Elder Lang Qianjin. From the false statement that Lang Qianjin had made to the outside world, it could be seen that he was very interested in the super god weapon. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew Lang Qianjin did not care about the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. This could be seen from his promise to Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He was more interested in the super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Compared to the Devil Seal Tablet, which was a super saint weapon with a lot of restrictions, Lang Qianjin and the others would definitely want an offensive-type super saint weapon like the Traceless Sword. If Tang Xian pushes me out and hands me over to the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, I'll lure him into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda using the greed of Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Once he's lured into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Huo Lao will definitely be able to kill him. As long as I kill him, I won't have to be afraid of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. This was the plan Duan Lingtian had prepared for a long time ago. When he found out Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was leading a group of people against him, he had already prepared this plan. He had gone to great lengths to lure Lang Qianjin into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. He believed with Lang Qianjin's greed, even if he was suspicious, he would not be able to resist the temptation of a celestial supreme treasure like the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Even if Lang Qianjin was cautious and did not dare to enter the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he would not be willing to kill Duan Lingtian before he entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian had already calculated every step of the way. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was fearless when he came out with the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and the four guardians of Zoroastrianism. If Lang Qianjin was here, he might have been a little afraid. However, now that Lang Qianjin was not here, he had to face the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Put aside the fact that he had the Zoroastrianism powerhouses by his side, even if he was alone. What did Duan Lingtian have to fear? Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Qinghua, Guardian Hongyun, Guardian Linging. At this moment, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at the four guardians apart from Duan Lingtian. His eyes were cold. Today, it's a feud between the Zhuangzi Buddhism and Duan Lingtian. I hope the four guardians won't interfere. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the safety of the four guardians. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism spoke as though he was certain the people from the Zoroastrianism would be defeated. Ha 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 ha. Leng Ying could not help but laugh when he heard the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's words. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know where the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism got his confidence from. The others were shocked as well. Did the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism really think he could defeat all of them? Although the Zhuangzi Buddhism had two powerhouses at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage who were stronger than Zifeng from the Zoroastrianism, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism had two powerhouses at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2201. Although Duan Lingtian had rarely made a move since he had returned to the fire worship sect, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was still quite high. However, he had defeated Leng Ying, the hall master of the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall, who was also the current guardian of Zoroastrianism, with just 3 strikes. Although Leng Ying had just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength was not weak at all due to the divine abilities he had mastered. Even Guardian Hong Yun admitted she was no match for him. Moreover, even Zifeng, the former leader of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, did not dare to say he could defeat Leng Ying with just 3 strikes. For this reason, after Duan Lingtian defeated Leng Ying with just 3 strikes, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest of the 5 guardians of Zoroastrianism. Even Zifeng, the former leader of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, did not object to this. For this reason, Leng Ying could not help but laugh when he heard sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's words. He wondered where sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism got his confidence from. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? Duan Lingtian looked at sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and asked mockingly, based on your words, you think you can defeat us now that our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is not here? What a joke. Before sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism could reply, Hong Yun scoffed. Our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is not here, but don't forget that the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism is not here as well. Although Zifeng, Qinghua, and Leng Ying did not say anything, they looked at sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Hong Yun finished speaking, sect leader Zhuangzi Buddhism burst into laughter again. The sudden and wanton laughter caused Duan Lingtian and the rest to involuntarily frown. Was the leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism crazy? Whoosh! 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 While the head of the Zhuangzi Buddhism family was laughing loudly, many figures came from the direction of the Zoroastrianism camp. They were the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism family. These higher-ups were either Golden Flame Elders or Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall. Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, and Lu Qin, the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, were among them. As for the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism, none of them had come. Even if they had come, it would have been useless. They could only serve as cannon fodder. Even if Lu Tai, Lu Qing, and the others came, they could only watch from afar and wait for an opportunity to attack. If they rashly went up, they could only be reduced to cannon fodder. What's the situation now? Why is the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism laughing so loudly? Could something have happened to Lord Sect Leader? I don't think so. If something had happened to Lord Sect Leader, how could Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, not be here? Lord Sect Leader and Lang Qianjin have disappeared. Lord Sect Leader must have lured them away, right? I think so. After all, if a fight between powerhouses of their level gets too close to the Zoroastrianism camp, the outer disciples of the Zoroastrianism Four Symbols Sanctums would be the ones in trouble. The group of Golden Flame Elders and Vice Hall Masters of Zoroastrianism discussed among themselves. They could vaguely guess the reason why the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism were not here. The strength of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage is too terrifying. Earlier, when Lord Sect Leader and Lang Qianjin fought, just the aftershock of their strength alone killed many of our White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, had a grave expression on his face. At the same time, he felt slightly wronged. Whether it was the fact that many of his White Tiger Sanctum's disciples were killed by the aftershock of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage or the time when he was beaten up by Duan Lingtian, it was all because of the White Tiger Sanctum's location. The White Tiger Sanctum was located in the east of the Zoroastrianism's estate. It was close to the central region. Duan Lingtian had to pass through the White Tiger Sanctum to enter the Zoroastrianism's estate after returning from the central region. Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others had come from the central region to the western region. They had arrived outside the Zoroastrianism's estate and were the closest to the White Tiger Sanctum. Due to this reason, Lu Qing was filled with mixed feelings. He wished he could move to another location with the other three sanctums. All of a sudden, a voice transmission rang in the ears of the group of Zoroastrianism's Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall. They had received the same voice transmission from one of the vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. The content of the voice transmission was nothing more than an update on the current situation. It's just as we've guessed. Lord Sect Leader has indeed lured Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, away. The eyes of many high-ranking Zoroastrianism officials lit up when they heard the vice sect leader's words. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism wants the four guardians to stay out of Guardian Ling Tian's matter? Otherwise, how can he guarantee the safety of the four guardians? Does he really think he can defeat the 5 guardians of Zoroastrianism with just a few of them? What a joke. Put aside the fact that Guardian Zi Feng of Zoroastrianism is a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Guardian Ling Tian's strength is not inferior to Guardian Zi Feng. Where does he get his confidence from? Overconfidence is arrogance. The sect leader of the Black Kshetra sect is the leader of a sect. How could he be so arrogant? How pathetic. When the high-ranking Zoroastrianism officials learned about the current situation and heard sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's laughter, they could not help but sneer. After a while, sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism finally stopped laughing. For guardians, I'll give all of you one last chance. Now, hand over Duan Lingtian. If you can't bear to do this to your own people, you can turn around and return to Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. After sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism stopped laughing, his eyes turned cold as he said in a clear voice, I'll give all of you the span of 10 breaths. If you don't make a decision after 10 breaths, don't blame me, Zhuangzi Buddhism, for being merciless. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect said coldly. His tone was threatening. Humph. As soon as sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism finished speaking, Zi Feng, the leader of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, scoffed coldly. His elegant and handsome face also seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. Let alone 10 breaths, even if you give us more time, we won't give up on Ling Tian. Zifeng said coldly. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Leng Ying moved closer to Zifeng to express his support for Zifeng. He did not forget to speak to sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others coldly. Although Qinghua and Hong Yun did not say anything, their attitude could be seen from the way they moved closer to Zifeng. They did not want to give up on Duan Lingtian. Sect leader of Zoroastrianism had already made it clear. Zoroastrianism would never give up on Duan Lingtian. For the sake of Duan Lingtian, sect leader of Zoroastrianism was willing to fight against the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Put aside the fact that the current situation was not in their favor, even if it was, they would not go against the sect leader of fire worship sect's wish to protect Duan Lingtian. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Leng Ying's strong and decisive words were heard by the Golden Flame elders and the Vice Hall masters of the Law Enforcement Hall in the distance. They felt their blood boiling. Leng Ying is right. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, do they really think they can defeat us? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The higher-ups of Zoroastrianism continued to mock sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Good. Good. Very good. On the other hand, sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was so angry that his face turned pale when he heard the words of the four great guardians of Zoroastrianism. As his furious words rang out, a jade slip appeared in his hand. Crack. In just a blink of an eye, he crushed the jade slip. A stream of light soared into the sky and exploded high up in the sky. It was like a signal flare, sending a signal to someone. They have more people? The people from Zoroastrianism could not help but frown when they saw this. Even Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes in a timely manner. They're here. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian lifted his head and looked at the sky in the east. The sky was filled with clouds, but it was calm. He could not see anything. After Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the clouds, Zifeng, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, lifted his head and looked in the direction of the clouds. He seemed to have noticed something as well. Whoosh! At the same time, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from behind the clouds. The people from Zoroastrianism could not help but look in the direction of the sound as well. Whoosh! When the group of people looked over, the clouds suddenly swayed. Soon after, a ghost-like figure descended from the sky. His speed was ridiculously fast. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who were standing in the distance, including the Golden Flame Elder and the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, could not see the figure clearly. The two vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism who were at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Heavenly Eye form, could only vaguely see the figure. It was a skinny figure. They could not see the other party's appearance or characteristics. A powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage? It seems like he's not an ordinary powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The expressions of Zifeng, Qinghua, Hong Yun, and Leng Ying changed slightly. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes when they realized the other party was not an ordinary person. He has a helper? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the other party. Whoosh! Soon after, the other party appeared. Hao Shuang. Protector Zifeng's expression changed drastically when he saw the figure and face of the person who had just arrived. Chapter 2202. Hao Shuang was a young man with a thin body. He had long snow-white hair and a pair of snow-white eyebrows, but his skin was as tender as a baby's. It could be said that he had white hair and a youthful face. In addition, there seemed to be a smile on his handsome and delicate face at all times. Apart from being ranked fifth on the Supreme Saint ranking, Hao Shuang was also a sectless cultivator. He was the strongest sectless cultivator after Niao Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. Before Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was only the second strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Ever since Tang Xian had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, Hao Shuang had replaced Tang Xian as the strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. The strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage was invincible in the Tao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, the expression of Zi Feng, the former leader of the three guardians of the fire worship sect, changed drastically when he recognized Duan Ling Tian. His heart sank. He had never expected that Hao Shuang would appear here. Moreover, Hao Shuang was the helper sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism had found. Hao Shuang. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, the people from the Zoroastrianism were stunned when they heard Zi Feng's exclamation. Their expressions changed when they saw Hao Shuang. Qinghua, Hong Yun, and Leng Ying, in particular, had a grave expression on their faces. Previously, they thought Hao Shuang was confident in his strength. Compared to them, Zhuangzi Buddhism did not have an advantage. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect's confidence was nothing more than a joke to them. However, they finally knew where the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect's confidence came from. As it turned out, he had found a helper. Moreover, it was a sectless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was the strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Such a person was almost invincible under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. As long as a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage did not make a move, nobody in the Tao Martial Saint Land was a match for him. If they were evenly matched with the people from the Black Kshetra sect earlier, they would not be able to defeat them. But now, they were much weaker than him. Hao Shuang. The sectless cultivator ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking? At the same time, the Golden Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism and the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall who were standing in the distance had a horrified expression on their faces when they found out about Hao Shuang's identity. Ever since Lord Sect Leader had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, Hao Shuang has become the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. I can't believe Zhuangzi Buddhism managed to invite him here. Damn it. Now that he's here, our advantage is gone. From the looks of it, sect leader Zhuangzi Buddhism wasn't being arrogant at all. Instead, he had planned this all along. He knew that we had no chance of winning once Hao Shuang showed up. What should we do now? If Hao Shuang really helps Zhuangzi Buddhism, the 5 guardians won't be a match for him at all. As for us, we'll only be cannon fodder at that time. The Golden Flame Elder and the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall had a horrified expression on their faces as they discussed in hushed voices. Hao Shuang's appearance had not only surprised the 4 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, but it had also caught them by surprise. Hao Shuang. The strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Ling Tian was the only one who was calm among the people from Zoroastrianism. After learning about Hao Shuang's identity, Duan Ling Tian studied Hao Shuang curiously. A powerhouse who's ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on his strength, he must have broken through to the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? Unlike the people from Zoroastrianism, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism were filled with vitality. Brother Hao, you're here. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism smiled when he saw Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang was the trump card of the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since they had expected this, they had come prepared. Now that the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had left, it meant they could no longer rely on powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The remaining people from Zhuangzi Buddhism and the people from Zoroastrianism were in a stalemate. At this moment, they needed a powerhouse who could break the stalemate. Hao Shuang was the most suitable candidate. After all, Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Apart from powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody would be a match for him. Mr. Hao Shuang. The two great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, greeted Hao Shuang warmly when they saw him. Although they were powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Hao Shuang, they knew their limits. Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for Hao Shuang. Lord Hao Shuang. The two vice sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism bowed respectfully at Hao Shuang. Yes. Hao Shuang nodded indifferently when he heard the greetings from the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. He swept his gaze across the people from Zoroastrianism before it landed on Duan Tian. He locked his gaze on Duan Tian. You're Duan Tian? The new guardian of Zoroastrianism? The #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land? Hao Shuang asked curiously as he looked at Duan Tian. I don't dare to call myself the strongest prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, I think I'm slightly stronger than trash like Zhuangzi Buddhism. Duan Tian replied indifferently. He did not hesitate to mock the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since they had come looking for him and were determined to kill him, there was no reason for him to be courteous. Duan Tian. As expected, Duan Tian's words infuriated the people from Black Kshetra sect. All of them glared at Duan Tian furiously. You have a glib tongue. I wonder if you're as powerful as the rumors say you are. Hao Shuang's eyes narrowed into slits as a cold light flashed through them. What? Do you want to try? Duan Tian's tone remained indifferent as though he was talking about an insignificant matter. Yes, I want to try. Hao Shuang nodded. Then you have to think about it carefully. There are some things that once you try, there's no turning back. It's just like how there's no turning back once you release the arrow. Duan Tian enunciated each and every word clearly. There was no lack of threat in his words. Are you that confident? Hao Shuang opened his eyes abruptly. A cold light shot out from his eyes like a sharp blade that could destroy everything in its path. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism could not help but sneer. Duan Tian, do you think you'll be able to scare Brother Hao with just this little trick of yours? What a joke. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was the first to scoff. When Master Hao Shuang was roaming the Tao Martial Saint Land, I'm afraid you, Duan Tian, weren't even born yet. Do you think you can play tricks on Master Hao Shuang? The White Tiger King of Zhuangzi Buddhism sneered. Although the Violet Dragon King and the two vice sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism remained silent, their eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Duan Tian. Duan Tian and Hao Shuang were on the verge of breaking out into a fight. Mr. Hao Shuang. Zifeng, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, looked at Hao Shuang and said solemnly, I wonder what benefits did Zhuangzi Buddhism promise you? If you're willing to stay out of this, Zoroastrianism is willing to give you double the benefits. Although Zifeng admitted he was not as strong as Duan Tian, he did not have high hopes for the battle between Duan Tian and Hao Shuang. After all, Hao Shuang was not an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Previously, the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect had fought with Hao Shuang. According to their sect leader, if it was not for the fact that he had mastered the divine ability that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land, he might not have been a match for Hao Shuang. From this, it could be seen that Hao Shuang's strength had reached a terrifying level. Moreover, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had said Hao Shuang would be the next powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Guardian Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, did not have high hopes for someone like Hao Shuang. For this reason, he planned to lure Hao Shuang with benefits. He did not want Hao Shuang to change sides, he only wanted Hao Shuang to stay out of this. Humph. Upon hearing Zifeng's words, Hao Shuang glanced at him coldly. Guardian Zifeng, do you think I, Hao Shuang, am a two-faced villain? Zifeng was stunned when he heard Hao Shuang's words. Today, no matter what you or the Zoroastrianism promised me, I'm destined to stand on the side of Zhuangzi Buddhism and help Zhuangzi Buddhism. I, Hao Shuang, am a reputable person in the Tao martial saint land. I won't let the Zoroastrianism ruin my reputation. Hao Shuang's words made his stance clear. Guardian Zifeng, don't waste your energy. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at Zifeng mockingly. I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame us for not showing mercy now. Humph. I don't believe you have the guts to kill us. If you kill us, our sect leader will personally come to the Zhuangzi Buddhism and annihilate the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Leng Ying looked at the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism coldly and said, with our sect leader's current strength, even the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism won't be able to stop him if he wants to kill the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. When Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he could easily escape from the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism with the help of the number 1 movement divine ability in the Tao martial saint land. Let alone now. If he wanted to, he could annihilate the entire Zhuangzi Buddhism under the watch of the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Chapter 2203. The eyes of the people from the Zoroastrianism lit up when they heard Frigid Eagle's words. Humph. The sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism snorted coldly. His expression darkened immediately. Naturally, he knew what Frigid Eagle was talking about. For this reason, he had never thought of killing the other guardians of the Zoroastrianism. He only wanted to teach them a painful lesson. He did not have the guts to kill the guardians of the Zoroastrianism. It was fine if it was just Duan Lingtian. After all, they had a legitimate reason to attack. Even if they were killed, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would not dare to act rashly. If he did, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would be able to break into the Zoroastrianism and kill them. However, if he killed the guardians of the Zoroastrianism, it would be equivalent to cutting off all the pillars of the Zoroastrianism. It would definitely enrage the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. At that time, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would definitely avenge them at all costs. Just as Frigid Eagle had said, if the Zoroastrianism decided to attack the Zhuangzi Buddhism, even the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would not be able to stop them. At that time, the people of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. For this reason, he had never thought of killing the other guardians of the Zoroastrianism other than Duan Lingtian. Even if it was Duan Lingtian, he would not kill him unless it was absolutely necessary. He wanted to bring Duan Lingtian back to the Zhuangzi Buddhism because he wanted to find out how Duan Lingtian's strength improved so much in the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. As long as they could force the secret out of him, the cultivation of the higher-ups of Zhuangzi Buddhism would definitely improve tremendously. Even if there were no secrets, they still had to kill Duan Lingtian. This was to prevent the people from the Tao martial saint land from saying that Zhuangzi Buddhism was inferior to Zoroastrianism and that they did not dare to seek revenge from Zoroastrianism. Protector Leng Ying, you're right. We don't dare to kill you. But do you dare to kill us? The White Tiger King looked at Frigid Eagle and sneered, the only reason we are here today is Duan Lingtian. If you insist on staying, although we don't dare to kill you, we can't avoid making you suffer some physical pain. You can't blame us. Our sect master has already given you a chance, but you didn't grasp it properly. The sneer on the White Tiger King's face deepened when he reached the end of his sentence. If Mr. Hao wasn't here, we might be evenly matched. Now that Mr. Hao is here to deal with Duan Lingtian, the strongest among all of you, I'd like to see how the rest of you are going to deal with us. The White Tiger King sneered. Based on his words, it was clear he was confident he could defeat the people from the Zoroastrianism. Before the people from the Black Kshetra sect came, they had already assessed Duan Lingtian's strength since he was now a guardian of the fire worship sect. In the end, they had no choice but to accept that Duan Lingtian was the strongest among the 5 great protectors of Zoroastrianism. This was because not only did Duan Lingtian kill the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism with 3 strikes, but he had also defeated Leng Ying, the hall master of the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall whose cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Previously, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism had also evaluated Leng Ying's strength. Once Leng Ying had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength was on par with Qinghua from the Zoroastrianism. He was stronger than Hongyun from the Zoroastrianism and was in no way inferior to the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Such a person was defeated by Duan Lingtian with 3 strikes. In the Zhuangzi Buddhism, even the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King did not dare to say they could defeat Leng Ying, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, in 3 strikes. For this reason, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect made a bold guess about Duan Lingtian's strength. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, who were in no way inferior to the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, might be evenly matched or even stronger. For this reason, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect decided to seek outside help. In the end, they found Hao Shuang, who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. In their opinion, Hao Shuang was not weak at all. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was no match for Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang alone was enough to defeat Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! 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 As soon as the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect finished speaking, the people from the Zoroastrianism sect, other than Duan Lingtian, were horrified. As it turned out, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect had planned this from the beginning. Their target was only Lingtian. However, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect intended to severely injure the remaining people from the Zoroastrianism sect and teach them a painful lesson. Hao Shuang. Zifeng glared at Hao Shuang fiercely. This time, he did not try to tempt Hao Shuang. Instead, he threatened, "Guardian Lingtian of our Zoroastrianism sect is under the protection of our sect leader of Zoroastrianism. For him, our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is willing to fight the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. You better think this through. If you help the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect leader kidnap or kill Guardian Lingtian today, you'll definitely offend our sect leader. If our sect leader is furious, it won't be difficult for him to kill you. If the soft approach did not work, he would use the hard approach." Zifeng's attitude was unprecedentedly unyielding. Hao Shuang's expression darkened when he heard Zifeng's threat. "That's right." Leng Ying chimed in, "Hao Shuang, you better think this through. Back then, our sect leader's cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was already stronger than you. Now that his cultivation base has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken. Unless you find a place to hide and not come out. Otherwise, once you appear and are targeted by him, you will definitely die." Leng Ying's words sounded like a warning to Hao Shuang, but the truth was, he was threatening Hao Shuang as well. Humph. At this moment, sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism scoffed and said disdainfully, "Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Leng Ying. Both of you might not know this, but our Supreme Elder has promised Brother Hao that he'll protect him until he breaks through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, Brother Hao's cultivation base is only a step away from breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's confident he'll be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within 10 years. When Brother Hao breaks through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if he's not as fast as your sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, he'll still be able to protect himself." When sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Zifeng and Leng Ying's expressions changed when they heard the Zoroastrianism's words. Hao Shuang is about to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The expressions of the other people from the Zoroastrianism changed drastically as well. When they looked at Hao Shuang again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. If sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was telling the truth, Hao Shuang would definitely be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If that was the case, Hao Shuang could be considered as a quasi-powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Humph. As long as I break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Why would I be afraid of your sect leader of the Zoroastrianism? When sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism finished speaking, Hao Shuang glanced at Zifeng and Langning coldly. Perhaps, I'm not as strong as him, but it won't be difficult for me to stay alive. If he dares to hurt me, as long as he doesn't kill me, I'll still be able to take revenge on your Zoroastrianism. I'd like to see if he dares to make a move on me before he's confident he'll be able to kill me. Hao Shuang's words were loud and clear. At the same time, he exuded great confidence. However, the expressions of the people from the Zoroastrianism darkened. The atmosphere at the scene fell into a dead silence for a short period of time. Hee, all of a sudden, a chuckle sounded in the air and broke the silence. This voice successfully attracted the attention of everyone present. They saw the person who had chuckled was none other than Duan Lingtian. What are you laughing at? Hao Shuang asked sternly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. I'm not laughing at anything. Duan Lingtian calmly stopped laughing. He glanced at Hao Shuang indifferently and changed the topic. Does this mean you're the reason I'm captured or killed by the Zhuangzi Buddhism today? Hao Shuang, are you planning to make a move on me? Duan Lingtian asked two questions in succession. Why? Are you afraid? Hao Shuang sneered. Afraid? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was extremely brilliant. As he smiled, his robe began to flutter. A moment later, scales began to appear on his hands. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that they were dragon scales. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's robe was torn apart by his half-dragon body. He had transformed into a human-shaped dragon monster. If one were to take a closer look, one would discover that while his hands and feet had transformed into dragon claws, there were also 9 claws on each of his hands. He was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Based on the changes in Duan Lingtian's body, one could tell that he was under great pressure. Duan Lingtian felt an unprecedented pressure from Hao Shuang. Otherwise, he would not have transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It should be noted that he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior when he killed Xia Kengshuan, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, or defeated Langning. Although transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior did not mean that his strength would increase tremendously, it was still much stronger than before. Since he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, one could see how much he valued Hao Shuang. 9-clawed dragon warrior. Chapter 2204. Although the people present on the scene had heard that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they had not seen Duan Lingtian transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior with their own eyes. Now that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they could not help but feel shocked. This is a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Many of the fire worship sect's golden flame elders inhaled sharply as a horrified expression appeared on their faces. It said that a 9-clawed dragon warrior's body is comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon. His defense is extremely strong, and his explosive strength is far beyond an ordinary martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian's strength has undoubtedly increased after transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It seems like he doesn't dare to hold back when facing a powerhouse like Hao Shuang. He's going all out. However, even then, does he have a chance of winning? I don't think so. After all, Hao Shuang is the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Although Guardian Ling Tian has transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, I don't think he's a match for Hao Shuang. I think so as well. Although the Fire Worship Sect's Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall were eager for a miracle to happen, hoping that Guardian Ling Tian would be able to defeat or even kill Hao Shuang, they did not expect a miracle to happen. However, when they thought about how terrifying Hao Shuang was, they had no choice but to be realistic. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens for them to defeat Hao Shuang. The 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism and the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism shared the same thoughts. Hao Shuang. Suddenly, Guardian Langning from Zoroastrianism looked at Hao Shuang and said, you better think this through. If you dare to touch Guardian Ling Tian today, not only will you offend Zoroastrianism, but you'll also offend the dragons. Dragons. When Leng Ying saw Duan Ling Tian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he immediately thought of using the dragons to threaten Hao Shuang. Humph. However, when Hao Shuang heard Leng Ying's words, he scoffed and said disdainfully, "I'm not even afraid of offending the fire worship sect. Why would I be afraid of offending the dragon clan that has already fallen?" Currently, there was not a single 8-clawed divine dragon in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It could be said that the sun had set in the west. For a rogue cultivator like Hao Shuang, he was naturally not afraid of the current dragons. Leng Ying was stunned when he heard this. On the other hand, when Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others saw Duan Ling Tian transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, fear appeared in their eyes when they thought of the dragons. Hao Shuang was a rogue cultivator and had no attachments. But Zhuangzi Buddhism was different. The Zhuangzi Buddhism had families and businesses. Once the dragons took revenge, they would suffer heavy losses. However, when they thought about how they had a good reason to target Duan Ling Tian, they felt relieved. They had come here to seek revenge for the Golden Lion King, Xia Kong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. So what if the dragons were here? Could they stop Zhuangzi Buddhism from seeking revenge for the Golden Lion King? Duan Ling Tian, it seems like you're really confident in your strength. Hao Shuang narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes. Waves of killing intent rose from his body. "I'd like to see where you're getting your confidence from in front of me, Hao Shuang." As murderous intent surged from his body, Hao Shuang sneered and pushed his Saint Qi to the limit. When Xing Yuan broke out of his body, it caused the space around him to fluctuate. Whoosh! 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 Waves of rolling air waves set off a vast gale that wreaked havoc in all directions. At the same time, one could see Hao Shuang's body had grown bigger. Hao Shuang's skinny body swelled up in an instant, turning from a skinny young man into a muscular young man. His long white hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. It looked like white pythons. His white eyebrows were raised, setting off his slightly twisted face, revealing his current mood. He was furious. He was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He dared to say, apart from powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody in the Dao Martial Saint Land could compete with him. Yet today, not only had a little brat that wasn't even 50 years old dared to act without the slightest scruple in front of him, he'd even disregarded his strength and wanted to play a fool before him. How could he not be furious? Brother Hao is getting serious. The eyes of the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism lit up like 2 stars in the night sky when he sensed Hao Shuang's terrifying aura surging out of his body. "I just hope Mr. Hao won't kill this Duan Ling Tian in a fit of anger. After all, we still have to try to pry the secret of the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils from the devil clans." The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism thought to themselves. Guardian Ling Tian from Zoroastrianism? The strongest prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Today, in front of Lord Hao Shuang, he will be no different from a chicken or dog, unable to withstand a single blow. The 2 vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism were excited. They were confident in Hao Shuang. Unlike the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the people from the Zoroastrianism were in low spirits. Guardian Zifeng, I'm afraid Guardian Ling Tian isn't a match for Hao Shuang. Should we help him? Protector Leng Ying looked at Protector Zifeng and said with bright eyes. Although he had some conflicts with Duan Ling Tian in the past, those were internal conflicts. However, he did not disregard Duan Ling Tian because of their past conflicts. Instead, he supported Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, this was also because the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had supported Duan Ling Tian since the beginning. I want to help him as well. However, do you think we have a chance to help him? I'm sure if we make a move, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism will make a move as well. Zifeng smiled bitterly as he looked at the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism warily. He was no match for either the Violet Dragon King or the White Tiger King. Currently, Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism was being targeted by Hao Shuang. As long as the two Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism made a move, they might be able to suppress the remaining 4 guardians. As for the others, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 vice-sect leaders would be able to suppress them easily. When Leng Ying heard this, he instinctively turned to look at the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he realized something. The sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism were paying attention to Hao Shuang and Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism. It was as though they were watching them all the time. Immediately, Leng Ying's expression turned ugly. As for Qinghua, Protector Hong Yun, and the other high-ranking members of the Zoroastrianism, their expressions darkened as well. Where did I get my confidence from? When Duan Ling Tian heard Hao Shuang's words and saw the saint origin in Hao Shuang's body surging, he could not help but smile indifferently. He then looked at Hao Shuang coldly. When his gaze turned cold, Duan Ling Tian's aura changed in an instant. It was as though he was a completely different person. If one were to say that he was like an elegant scholar just a moment ago, now, he was more like a bloodthirsty warrior. As his gaze turned cold, waves of monstrous battle intent rose from his body. It made him look like a god of war. Moreover, a turbulent vortex appeared out of thin air with his body as the center. Elementary devouring tactic. In a flash, Duan Ling Tian used this divine ability to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to raise the sun saint origin in his body to the maximum. When the sun saint origin spread out from his body again, the surrounding void shook. A series of crisp crackling sounds rang in the air as though the surrounding void was shattering. Hao Shuang, let's decide the outcome of this battle with one move. What do you think? After the sun saint origin in Duan Ling Tian's body was raised to its limit, he felt as though his blood was boiling. He looked at Hao Shuang with a piercing gaze before he shouted, "Let's go." Deciding the outcome of this battle with one move. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Hao Shuang was stunned. The people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism group were stunned. The people from the Zoroastrianism group were stunned as well. After a while, Hao Shuang was the first to regain his senses. After he regained his senses, he could not help but sneer. I really don't know where you get your courage from. How dare you say that we'll decide the outcome of this battle with one move? What? You don't dare? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't dare? When Hao Shuang heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he could not help but burst out laughing. After a while, he stopped laughing and looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully. What a joke! Why wouldn't I dare? Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as his voice fell, the saint chi around Hao Shuang's body swelled as he also displayed one of his assist-type divine abilities, pushing his saint chi to the limit. Naturally, the boost from his assist-type divine ability was not as great as the boost from Duan Ling Tian's saint origin. Although his improvement was not as good as Duan Ling Tian, his foundation was far better than Duan Ling Tian. After all, he was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. To a certain extent, he could be considered a quasi-powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that he had cast his assist-type divine ability, his saint origin had been raised to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Whoosh! At the same time, Hao Shuang raised his hand and a 6-foot-long rod appeared in his hand. Initially, there was nothing special about the long rod. However, as Hao Shuang poured his saint chi into it, it seemed to come to life in an instant and began exuding a terrifying aura. This is the Dharma rod? Chapter 2205. The 6-foot-long staff in Hao Shuang's hand was engraved with obscure patterns. From afar, it gave off a simple and unadorned feeling. Up close, it gave off an ancient feeling. However, as Hao Shuang's saint origin flowed into the 6-foot-long staff, Hua La. In just an instant, the patterns on the rod seemed to have come to life in an instant, blooming with a golden light that set off the rod as if it had turned into a scorching sun, dazzling and dazzling. A vast and majestic aura swept out from the 6-feet-long rod that was covered in a golden glow, causing most of the people present to feel their hearts palpitate. This is the Dharma staff. When Zifeng from the fire worship sect cried out in surprise, everyone regained their senses. All of them turned to look at the 6-foot-long rod in Hao Shuang's hand that was glowing with a golden light. For a moment, the 6-foot-long staff in Hao Shuang's hand became the focus of everyone's attention. Dharma staff? Why does it sound so familiar? A golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism frowned and fell into deep thought. However, as soon as he fell into deep thought, he was interrupted by another golden flame elder from the fire worship sect. Isn't the Dharma rod one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Moreover, it's an offensive and defensive super saint weapon. Although the Dharma staff is not as offensive as the super saint weapon, the traceless sword, it's far more powerful than an ordinary 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Moreover, it can be used for defense. Its defense is extremely strong. I didn't expect the Dharma staff to be in Hao Shuang's hands. It's over. It's over. Protector Ling Tian doesn't have much chance of winning. Now that Hao Shuang has taken out the super saint weapon, the Dharma staff, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. One move to determine the outcome? I really don't know where Protector Ling Tian gets his confidence from. Now that Hao Shuang has taken out the Dharma staff, even if he uses all his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to block Hao Shuang's attack, right? Since it's one move to determine the outcome, Hao Shuang won't hold back. Protector Ling Tian's life will be in danger if he attacks with the staff. The group of Zoroastrianism Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall shook their heads. They all thought that Duan Ling Tian was dead meat. It wasn't that they were trying to boost the morale of others and diminish the morale of their own people. It was just that they couldn't see any hope and could only accept their fate. One move to determine the outcome? The other 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism and the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism also smiled bitterly when they regained their senses. In the depths of their eyes, there was a deep sense of helplessness. A sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Just now, when Duan Ling Tian said that he was going to fight Hao Shuang with one move, they were also shocked. If it was a normal fight, Hao Shuang might not have taken Duan Ling Tian's life directly. But if it was a battle to determine the outcome of the battle, Hao Shuang would definitely not hold back in order to play it safe. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would most likely die. Initially, they thought Duan Ling Tian would be doomed if he really decided the outcome with a single move. Only a few people could not help but have a trace of desire in their hearts when they saw how confident Duan Ling Tian was. They longed to see a miracle happen. However, when Hao Shuang took out the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, the desire in these people's hearts was mercilessly crushed. Hao Shuang was the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. If there were no powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody would be a match for him. Now, he had taken out the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. At this moment, only despair remained in the hearts of the people from the Zoroastrianism. Unlike the people from the Zoroastrianism, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism were shocked when they saw Hao Shuang taking out the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. Lord Hao Shuang is going to use the super saint weapon in the battle with Duan Ling Tian? This. The 2 vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism were dumbfounded. Brother Hao, don't you think you're exaggerating? Is there a need to use the super saint weapon in the battle with Duan Ling Tian? I want to capture him temporarily and take him away to interrogate him about the secrets of the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils, The vice sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was shocked when he saw the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, in Hao Shuang's hand. He did not want Hao Shuang to kill Duan Lingtian if it was not necessary. Mr. Hao Shuang, at this moment, the Azure Dragon King and the White Tiger King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism also sent Hao Shuang voice transmissions. They were worried Hao Shuang would kill Duan Lingtian with just one move. You don't have to worry about that. Hao Shuang replied in a timely manner, since it's decided in one move, Duan Lingtian will definitely use his full strength and concentrate all his strength into one attack. I'll use all my strength to defeat his attack. However, after defeating his attack, I'll stop in time and spare his life. After all, if I can pry the secret of the independent space left behind by the three eminent celestials out of him, it'll only be beneficial to me. Hao Shuang's words calmed the vice sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Azure Dragon King, and the White Tiger King. Dharma rod? A super saint weapon? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he saw Hao Shuang taking out a super saint weapon. This was slightly beyond his expectations. He had heard of the Dharma rod before and knew it was an offensive and defensive super saint weapon. In terms of offense, although it was not the best among the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it was still much stronger than a super saint weapon like the Devil Seal Tablet and 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Haha, Hao Shuang saw Duan Lingtian's frown and smiled smugly. Duan Lingtian, are you surprised I have a super saint weapon as well? Moreover, it's even more useful than your Devil Seal Tablet. I'm a little surprised. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal. However, the Sun Saint origin in his body continued to surge. If I, Hao Shuang, were a devil cultivator, Duan Lingtian would have a chance to kill me with the Devil Seal Tablet. Unfortunately, I'm not a devil cultivator. Hao Shuang smiled smugly. His words were filled with sarcasm. The Devil Seal Tablet was effective against devil cultivators, but it was useless against Hao Shuang. You talk too much. Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Hao Shuang's sarcastic words. Then, he said bluntly, after 3 breaths, we'll decide the victor with one move. As you wish. Hao Shuang's eyes turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Saint origin surged from his body as the Dharma rod in his hand shone brightly. He was preparing to launch his strongest attack after 3 breaths. On the other hand, with a raise of Duan Lingtian's hand, a plain and simple sword appeared in his hand. This sword was none other than the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Jasper Celestial Sword. In the past, when I used you to defeat my enemies, I had to be secretive about it. As the Sun Saint origin in his body surged out and entered the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian looked at the Jasper Celestial Sword and muttered to himself, "Today, I'll show everyone the brilliance of your Celestial Supreme Treasure. I'll show them that super saint weapons are nothing in front of a Celestial Supreme Treasure like you." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed brilliantly. This beam of light seemed to be able to overshadow everything around it, and it was clearly seen by everyone present. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, he no longer planned to use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, he did not conceal it because he did not want to waste his Sun Saint origin elsewhere. After all, his opponent was Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Moreover, Hao Shuang had a super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. If he made a mistake, he would definitely die. For this reason, he had to pour all his Sun Saint origin into the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, to unleash his most powerful sword attack. This sword strike was related to his life and everything about him. He had to be cautious. He did not have the time to think about the consequences of exposing the Jasper Celestial Sword. At this moment, he only wanted to unleash his most powerful sword attack to fight with Hao Shuang. They wanted to see if his most powerful sword attack was stronger than Hao Shuang, who was the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. When Duan Lingtian first took out the Jasper Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, in his hand, its simple appearance did not attract any attention. Whoosh! However, when the Sun Saint origin in his body surged into the Jasper Celestial Sword, the simple Jasper Celestial Sword shone brightly. Initially, it was a golden light that was similar to the color of the Sun Saint origin. However, it soon turned red. Soon after, various colors of light flashed. In the end, the multicolored lights merged into one and transformed into a condensed and dusky energy that twirled around the Jasper Celestial Sword. Among them, tiny bolts of gray lightning were pulsating rhythmically, like tiny gray snakes slithering around the Jasper Celestial Sword. At the same time, a sharp and destructive aura swept out from the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Many people present on the scene felt chills running up their spines. Their hearts skipped a beat as they narrowed their eyes. Before they had the time to react, 3 breaths of time had already quietly passed. Ha! When the time was up, Hao Shuang let out a thunderous roar that was deafening to the ears. Bang! The air trembled as Hao Shuang used the force to fly toward Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2206. In fact, Hao Shuang had also noticed the destructive aura surging out of Duan Lingtian's Jasper Celestial Sword. However, he did not have the time to feel how terrifying the aura was. This was because the 3 breaths were up. As for his power, it was already fully charged. It was time to make his move. Boom! Rumble! A series of thunderous noises reverberated in the air. Hao Shuang wielded the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, as he charged forward. In just a blink of an eye, he had covered more than half of the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, he came to a halt. Roar! Hao Shuang let out a beast-like roar as the saint origin in his body skyrocketed. His entire body began to swell strangely. In just a blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. Hao Shuang, who had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, looked like a King Kong. His muscles bulged, and most of his robe was torn apart. His head of snow-white hair stood on end, like sharp needles shooting into the sky. At the same time, the golden glow on the Dharma Rod in Hao Shuang's hand grew even brighter. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a sky-propping pillar that exuded a terrifying aura. The rolling energy in it seemed to be earth-shattering. In an instant, the void around Hao Shuang trembled. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. The energy in Hao Shuang's body and the Dharma Rod's energy caused a clear and ear-piercing sound of friction to appear in the air. Duan Lingtian, take this. Hao Shuang, who seemed to have transformed into a King Kong, suddenly roared and took a step forward. When his foot landed, it was as if a huge mountain had collapsed. When his foot landed, ripples appeared in the void and rapidly spread out in all directions. It was as if a huge rock had been smashed into a calm lake without any warning, causing waves of ripples to appear. At the same time, the 3-meter-tall Hao Shuang's Saint Qi skyrocketed. It was as if he had transformed into a deity. He suddenly raised the Dharma Rod, the Super Saint weapon in his hand, and smashed it at the purple figure standing in the void in front of him. The purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! Hao Shuang's cudgel strike not only contained a powerful offensive divine ability, but also the profundity of the cudgel martial arts. It looked simple, as if it was just a casual wave, but in reality, it was an attack that he had unleashed with all his might. Hao Shuang's attack not only contained his full strength, but it also contained the full power of the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. As soon as it was thrown out, it was earth-shattering. Wherever the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Rod, passed, the void would tremble. It was like a thin piece of paper being baptized by the wind, as if it could be torn apart at any time. The rod that seemed to be able to shatter the heavens was accompanied by waves of terrifying destructive aura as it smashed toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the staff that descended from the sky gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as though Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It was as though he would be mercilessly smashed into a meat patty if he was slightly careless. Boom! Boom. 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 Like a bolt of lightning descending, the rod strike that shook the heavens tore through the sky and descended towards Duanling Tian, and it gave rise to waves of explosive sounds that were like exploding thunder as it approached menacingly. And at this most critical moment, in a flash of lightning, Duanling Tian finally made his move. Sword-wielding art. Faced with Hao Shuang's attack, Duanling Tian's celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, finally flew out of his hand after devouring Hao Shuang's Sun Saint origin. Swoosh! A short-lived sword cry rang in the air as a sword ray flashed in the air. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt as though his body had been emptied. He was on the verge of collapsing. After recovering a little bit of his saint origin, he barely managed to stabilize himself. However, his face turned pale in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, no one was paying attention to Duanling Tian. Most of the people present on the scene were looking at the Dharma rod in Hao Shuang's hand that was descending like a thunderbolt. This was the only thing they could do. This was because they could not catch a trace of the extraordinary-looking sword that had left Duanling Tian's hand. It was as though the sword had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a short-lived sword cry by their ears. How fast! Only a few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage such as Zi Feng from the Zoroastrianism, the Azure Dragon King, and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism managed to catch a glimpse of the sword ray. At this moment, although they barely managed to catch a glimpse of the sword light, they did not have the time to express their shock and astonishment. This was because everything happened in a split second. How's this possible? When the Jasper Celestial Sword flew out of Duanling Tian's hand, it transformed into a sword ray that appeared in front of Hao Shuang's eyes. Horror and disbelief could be seen in his eyes. The reason he reacted this way was because the Jasper Celestial Sword was too fast. It was ridiculously fast. That speed was much faster than the speed at which he was attacking at the moment. If the saint origin in his body was close to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, however, the speed of the sword ray before his eyes was close to the speed of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, it was almost as fast as a powerhouse who had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and had not stabilized his cultivation base. It all depends on this sword ray to see if I can escape this calamity. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly when he saw the Jasper Celestial Sword flying out of his hand. He had used all his strength in this sword ray. This was his strongest sword ray. Swoosh! The Jasper Celestial Sword that had absorbed Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin flew out of Duanling Tian's hand like a wild horse that had escaped from its reins. His speed was so fast that it was almost shocking. In just a blink of an eye, the Jasper Celestial Sword was already close to the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, that Hao Shuang was holding. After a fleeting sword light flashed, it continued to attack the Dharma Rod in a menacing manner. Swoosh! The Jasper Celestial Sword seemed to have merged with the void. It did not disturb the void at all. In fact, this was because the Jasper Celestial Sword was too fast. It was so fast that the void did not have time to react. Chi! 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 Along with a series of clear and soft noises, the sword gleam on the tip of the Jasper Celestial Sword collided with the golden gleam that was wreaking havoc around the Dharma Rod and began to fight. And this initial confrontation was also the final calm before the storm. The sword ray from the Jasper Celestial Sword did not seem to be obstructed at all. It easily penetrated the golden ray from the Dharma Rod and landed on the Dharma Rod. Suddenly, clang! Rip! An earth-shattering sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air, followed by the sound of something being torn apart. When the Jasper Celestial Sword landed on the Dharma Rod, it unleashed a destructive force that seemed to be able to destroy the world. When the Dharma Rod was sent flying, it also tore off Hao Shuang's arm that was holding the Dharma Rod, leaving a bloody wound on Hao Shuang's shoulder. It was a ghastly sight. Whoosh! After the Dharma rod and the arm that held it left Hao Shuang's body, it shot off into the distance like an arrow. Its speed was so fast that it appeared in front of everyone's eyes for a fleeting moment. It was not much slower than the speed of the Jasper Celestial Sword. The Jasper Celestial Sword unleashed a destructive force that knocked away the Dharma rod and tore Hao Shuang's arm off, severely injuring Hao Shuang. All of this happened in a blink of an eye. After that, the Jasper Celestial Sword slowed down a little. However, it continued to fly toward Hao Shuang like a bolt of lightning. This time, the Jasper Celestial Sword's target was between Hao Shuang's eyebrows. It looked as though it would only stop after Hao Shuang was dead. When Hao Shuang's arm was torn off, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He shuddered and regained his senses. **T. When Hao Shuang saw the sword ray that appeared for a brief moment and locked onto his eyebrows, it seemed as though it would not stop until he was dead. His expression changed again and again. Then, he instinctively screamed in fear. In the next moment, before the Jasper Celestial Sword could pierce through Hao Shuang's eyebrows, whoosh! At the same time, a humanoid silhouette emerged from Hao Shuang's body. It was a shrunken version of Hao Shuang. As soon as the shrunken Hao Shuang appeared, he fled into the distance at an unbelievable speed. He left behind a few words as he fled. He said, "Zhuangzi Buddhism. Zoroastrianism. I, Hao Shuang, will remember this grudge." As soon as the words left his mouth, the shrunken Hao Shuang silhouette disappeared without a trace. Spurt. At the same time, the Jasper Celestial Sword pierced through Hao Shuang's eyebrows, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Soul detachment? Although it seemed as though the Jasper Celestial Sword had killed Hao Shuang, Duan Lingtian knew that Hao Shuang's soul had escaped from Hao Shuang's body. Before the Jasper Celestial Sword killed Hao Shuang's soul had escaped from his body and disappeared into the distance at an extremely fast speed. The Jasper Celestial Sword had only killed Hao Shuang's soulless body. The eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the soul detachment form. At this stage, as long as a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above wanted to, they could detach their soul from their body at any time. Chapter 2207. Unfortunately, my son Saint Origin is almost depleted, so I can't chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Moreover, my soul is only at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, so I can't use my soul attack to chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he saw Hao Shuang's soul escaping. It was not that he did not want to kill Hao Shuang, but there was nothing he could do. After Hao Shuang used the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, his soul speed was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, based on Hao Shuang's words before he escaped, it seems like he hates Zhuangzi Buddhism as well. Duan Lingtian's expression turned strange when he recalled Hao Shuang's words. Based on his tone, it seems like he hates Zhuangzi Buddhism more than Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian could understand why Hao Shuang was acting this way. After all, Hao Shuang was here because he had accepted Zhuangzi Buddhism's invitation. However, Hao Shuang had lost his body because of Zhuangzi Buddhism's invitation. His soul had left his body and was forced to flee. Now that his body was dead, his soul could no longer possess it. He could only steal another person's body or reconstruct his own. Compared to stealing another person's body, it was better to reconstruct his own body since that was the only way he could regain his strength. Naturally, it would take a long time to reconstruct his own body. In any case, Hao Shuang had accepted Zhuangzi Buddhism's offer to help, but he ended up going for wool and coming home shorn. This was something he did not expect even in his wildest dreams. Hao Shuang must hate Zhuangzi Buddhism to the core. He must hate Zhuangzi Buddhism for inviting him to help before he figured out my strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Putting himself in Hao Shuang's shoes, Duan Lingtian could understand Hao Shuang's feelings. If Hao Shuang had known that he had such strength, he would not have appeared here even if Zhuangzi Buddhism had given him so many benefits. However, even I didn't expect that the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, would be able to unleash such a powerful attack when I infused it with my sun saint origin that was enhanced by the elementary devouring tactic. When Duan Ling Tian recalled how the Jasper celestial sword easily destroyed Hao Shuang's attack and knocked away the super sacred artifact, the Dharma rod, he could not help but feel slightly shocked. One had to know that even before he made his move, he wasn't sure what the outcome would be. After all, Hao Shuang was the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he possessed the Dharma rod, the super saint weapon. If he unleashed his full strength, he would be invincible among those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to reveal his celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, in front of everyone. He was not certain if his attack would be able to match Hao Shuang's full strength. At that time, he felt slightly anxious. When the results came out, he was shocked, but at the same time, he knew that he had been overthinking things. If he was not there, Hao Shuang's attack would be considered invincible among those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, compared to his attack, even Hao Shuang's full strength would pale in comparison. Actually, the power contained in my attack was not much different from the power contained in his attack. However, at that level of power, the difference of a hair's breadth is like 1,000 miles. That's why he was defeated so miserably. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he could not help but feel relieved. If I didn't inject all my Sun Saint origin into the Jasper celestial sword and used a portion of my Sun Saint origin to cast the Universe Ruler's divine ability, the Universe Teleportation, or to form the 10,000 Swords territory to conceal the Jasper celestial sword's attack, the Jasper celestial sword's attack might not be comparable to Hao Shuang's full strength attack. If that's the case, the outcome would have been reversed. I would have been the one who was defeated or killed. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly felt it was a wise decision to risk exposing his celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, to fight with Hao Shuang. 09 Little Say Net, even if he had to expose the Jasper celestial sword, it was worth it. After all, he had saved his life. Thoughts flashed through Duan Ling Tian's mind as he thought of one idea after another. The people present on the scene finally regained their senses. Everyone present on the scene was shocked by what they had seen. Many people even wondered if they were dreaming. There were even some who couldn't help but pinch their own thighs and slap themselves to make sure that they weren't dreaming. One move to determine the outcome. This was what Duan Ling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, had suggested to Hao Shuang, the sectless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he possessed the Dharma rod, the super saint weapon. If he unleashed his full strength, it would definitely be the strongest attack below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was what everyone present on the scene thought as well. When Hao Shuang made his move, they were certain Duan Ling Tian would either be killed or severely injured. However, the outcome was like a joke to them. At the most critical moment, Duan Ling Tian had used his sword-wielding technique and bestowed it with a destructive force. Not only did he send Hao Shuang's super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, flying, but he had also killed Hao Shuang's body. In the end, Hao Shuang was forced to use the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage to abandon his body and escape. At that time, everyone was shocked. Although Hao Shuang had left behind a threat before he escaped, it did not bring them back to their senses. This was because this was the strongest shock they had ever experienced in their lives, the most inconceivable shock, the most unbelievable shock. When everyone regained their senses, they turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in unison. Their eyes and faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. Everyone from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and said calmly, Since the devil clans from the land of exile could invade the upper province at any time, I didn't want to see the humans lose any more powerhouses. That's why I only destroyed Hao Shuang's body to teach him a lesson. I didn't destroy his soul. I don't think any of you have any objections to this, right? After all, when he left, it seemed like he hated the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect very much. After he recovers, I'm sure he'll seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. A hint of mockery could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he spoke. The faces of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect turned pale when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. This was especially so for the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and the two kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. They were puzzled why Duan Lingtian did not seize the opportunity to destroy Hao Shuang's soul. After all, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed previously, it would not be difficult for him to destroy Hao Shuang's soul if he made another move. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were stunned. At this moment, they realized Duan Lingtian had done this on purpose. He did not destroy Hao Shuang's soul on purpose so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect after he recovered. Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Hao Shuang with a borrowed knife. They did not believe Duan Lingtian when he said that he had held back because the devil clan was about to invade the upper province. Why did he kill one of the four kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, the Golden Lion King, Xia Kong Sun, if he did not want the humans to lose any more powerhouses because the devil clan was about to invade the upper province? Guardian Ling Tian, this is, the people from the Zoroastrianism sect could not help but smile when they heard Duan Lingtian's words to the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Their understanding of Duan Lingtian was similar to that of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. They felt that Duan Lingtian did not kill Hao Shuang on purpose so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect in the future. However, judging from Hao Shuang's shout when he left, he was not only targeting Zhuangzi Buddhism, but also Zoroastrianism. The two deputy sect leaders of Zoroastrianism furrowed their brows in dissatisfaction. Guardian Ling Tian's decision is inappropriate. If Hao Shuang makes a comeback in the future, I'm afraid he won't only target Zhuangzi Buddhism, but also Zoroastrianism. However, even though they were unhappy that Duan Lingtian had intentionally let Hao Shuang go, they did not dare to say anything. They all knew in their hearts after today's battle, Guardian Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism would definitely become famous in the Dao martial saint land. Moreover, he would replace Hao Shuang and become the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao martial saint land. How could they question the actions of such an existence? After today, even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would treat Ling Tian differently. Let alone them. However, whether it was the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect or the people from the Zoroastrianism sect, they were unaware that this was not the truth. The reason Duan Lingtian did not chase after Hao Shuang's soul was because he wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Hao Shuang. It was not because he was worried that the devil clans would invade the upper province and he did not want the humans to lose any more powerhouses. It was not because he wanted to spare Hao Shuang's life so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on Zhuangzi Buddhism sect in the future. It was because Duan Lingtian was at his limit. Right now, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He no longer had the strength to chase after Hao Shuang's soul and kill him. Chapter 2208. Naturally, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess what Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others were thinking. This was precisely his objective. He wanted to make Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others think that he did not kill Hao Shuang on purpose so that Hao Shuang could escape with his soul detachment technique. He did not want to expose the fact that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. After all, if this matter was exposed, Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others would act recklessly. At that time, the Zoroastrianism group would not be able to protect him. He would only be taken away by Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others. This was not something he wanted to see. Whoosh! At some point, the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, had returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had exhausted most of the Sun Saint origin that he had infused into the Jasper Celestial Sword. Due to this reason, he no longer had the strength to chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Whoosh! 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 However, even though there was only a tiny bit of energy left in the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was still emitting a murky sword chi that was filled with a destructive aura. It was as though it could incinerate everything. Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing with the sword in his hand. He could feel the destructive aura emanating from the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Duan Ling Tian, don't you dare do anything rash. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. If you dare to make a move on us, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism will personally take revenge on Zoroastrianism in the future. You better think carefully before you act. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism used the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, to threaten Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to intimidate Duan Ling Tian. Although the Azure Dragon King and the White Tiger King from Zhuangzi Buddhism did not say anything, their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was obvious to them. The reason Duan Ling Tian's attack was so powerful was because of the sword. This sword gave them a feeling that it was even more terrifying than a super saint weapon. They were certain that the sword Saint Origin. This sword was a sword saint weapon was more terrifying than any of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint rankings. Perhaps it was not a sword saint weapon. Duan Ling Tian managed to survive in the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils. Not only that, but his strength has also improved tremendously. He must have obtained this sword from there. This sword is most likely from the land of exile. It's a demonic sword that's even more terrifying than a super saint weapon that was forged by a demonic overlord. In the end, it was brought to the Dao Martial Saint land by the 3 devil cultivators and was obtained by Duan Ling Tian. Apart from the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the vice-sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism shared the same thoughts. Even the people from Zoroastrianism shared the same thoughts. The sword in their guardian Ling Tian's hand gave them a feeling, and the power it displayed had completely surpassed the super saint weapon that they knew. Even the 9-cloud sword and the traceless sword, 2 of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, were not as powerful as this sword. What if I don't plan to do so? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard the threat from the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. His eyes flashed coldly as killing intent rose from his body. The Jasper Celestial Sword emitted a destructive aura, causing the expressions of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others to change drastically. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, to be so unpredictable. He was still filled with killing intent even after their sect leader had threatened him with the Supreme Elder. Guardian Ling Tian. The 2 vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism cried out anxiously. They were worried Guardian Ling Tian would kill all the people from Zoroastrianism in a fit of rage. They could tell from how Duan Ling Tian managed to kill Hao Shuang's body with a single strike and forced Hao Shuang to abandon his body and soul to escape. They could tell Guardian Ling Tian was strong enough to kill all the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Even the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Guardian Ling Tian, I know you're furious. However, you can't kill these people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. If you kill them, you'll infuriate the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He won't hesitate to invade our Zoroastrianism. Guardian Ling Tian, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he invades our Zoroastrianism, the people from Zoroastrianism will be wiped out. Although Lord Sect Leader is strong, it's impossible for him to protect everyone from Zoroastrianism. That's right, Guardian Ling Tian. At that time, even you would be in danger. Duan Ling Tian almost burst out laughing when he heard the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism trying to dissuade him. At the same time, he was secretly impressed by his acting skills. With my acting skills, if I was in the entertainment industry on Earth in my previous life, it wouldn't be a problem for me to win the Best Actor award. Duan Lingtian looked at the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism coldly and said in a cold voice, I won't kill all of you today. However, you'll have to pay for what you've done today. I'm not asking for much. Sect leader Duan Lingtian of Zhuangzi Buddhism, destroy one of your arms. After that, all of you can scram. Duan Lingtian's voice became colder and colder as he spoke. It felt as though winter had arrived. Sect leader Duan Lingtian of Zhuangzi Buddhism's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Rip. However, he was still a sect leader after all. For the sake of the bigger picture, he decisively extended his right hand and tore his left arm off before destroying it. From then on, it was impossible for him to reattach his left arm. Sect leader. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King's expressions changed drastically. Although they were furious and humiliated, they did not have the courage to make a move in front of Duan Lingtian. The scene of Duan Lingtian defeating Hao Shuang with a single strike was still vivid in their minds. Such a powerhouse was not someone they could afford to offend. Lord Sect Leader. The two vice sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism cried out in grief. They felt extremely humiliated, but they did not dare to make a move. Guardian Lingtian. Are you satisfied now? Sect leader Duan Lingtian of Zhuangzi Buddhism asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a ferocious expression. His eyes were filled with rage. Scram. Hurry up. I don't want to regret this. Duan Lingtian frowned impatiently and waved his hand reluctantly. Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They turned around and left. The two great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism even brought along one vice sect leader each to ensure they could leave this place as soon as possible. They were worried Duan Lingtian would regret his decision. In just a blink of an eye, Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others had disappeared from their sight. The high-ranking officials of Zhuangzi Buddhism sighed in relief when they saw this. They were worried Lingtian, the leader of Zoroastrianism, would kill Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others in a fit of rage. Guardian Lingtian, although I knew you're stronger than me, I didn't expect you to be so much stronger than me. Hao Shuang is ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from you. Zifeng exclaimed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Guardian Lingtian, you're really good at hiding your strength. Qinghua smiled bitterly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it when he recalled how he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Guardian Lingtian, I, Leng Ying, rarely submit to anyone. Even if that person is stronger than me, I'll submit to you from today onward. Leng Ying had a respectful expression on his face when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. When the new Supreme Saint ranking is released, Guardian Lingtian will replace Hao Shuang and be ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Moreover, he'll be widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The moment Hong Yun's words left her mouth, the remaining high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully. Even the sanctum leaders of White Tiger Sanctum and Azure Dragon Sanctum who had conflicts with Duan Lingtian in the past were filled with respect when they looked at Duan Lingtian. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed had completely shocked them. Ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking? The strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Although Duan Lingtian was calm, he could not help but feel excited when he heard Hong Yun's words. Guardian Lingtian, your sword, Zifeng could not help but ask when the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism were looking at the Jasper Celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. A voice suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Hualao's voice. Take your wife and daughter away from Zoroastrianism before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism returns. Hualao's reminder jolted Duan Lingtian back to his senses. That was right. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was still fighting fiercely with Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He would not be able to return anytime soon. This was the best time for Duan Lingtian to rescue Ke and his daughter. Huo Lao, thank you. After thanking Huo Lao, Duan Lingtian noticed the gazes on the jasper celestial sword in his hand. An idea flashed in his mind as he thought of a way to send the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism away from the Zoroastrianism's base. 4 guardians, vice-sect leader, elders, and vice-hall masters. Duan Lingtian swept his gaze across the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism and said, Hao Shuang's super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, is currently lost somewhere. I remember Hao Shuang's soul didn't flee in the direction where the Dharma rod was lost. Since I'm in a good mood today, why don't I play a game with all of you? Chapter 2209. Even a golden flame elder would pose a threat to Duan Lingtian among the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism present. Even if he consumed some pills to recover some of his saint energy, he would only be able to wield the strength of a golden flame elder for a short period of time. While he was rescuing Ke and her daughter, even if 1 or 2 golden flame elders tried to stop him, it would be a huge problem for him. Therefore, he had to think of a way to lure them away from Zoroastrianism so that they would not ruin his plan. Coincidentally, there was a way for him to prevent the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism from returning to the Zoroastrianism's base for a short period of time. It was the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. The Dharma rod had flown away with Hao Shuang's severed arm to some unknown location. When Hao Shuang fled, he did not flee in that direction. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was using it as bait to lure the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism to look for it. The super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, belongs to whoever finds it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism, including the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism, began to breathe rapidly. The Dharma rod could be considered as Duan Lingtian's spoils of war. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had the right to decide what to do with it. Now that Duan Lingtian had announced that he was going to use it as a reward, how could the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism not be tempted? Were they not shocked? Guardian Lingtian. Are you serious? Leng Ying asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were shining brightly like 2 dazzling stars in the night sky. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. I won't joke in front of so many people. Why? Are all of you not interested? 10 breaths. I've already started the countdown. After 10 breaths, if I find the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, you won't be able to get it. Duan Lingtian said mockingly when he saw that the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism did not make a move. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, let's go. The Dharma rod is mine. Humph. It's mine. The group of high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect made their move in the direction where the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, had flown to. All of them wanted to be the first to find the Dharma rod. Even the 4 great guardians of the fire worship sect had made their move. Moreover, they were leading the way. Among them, Protector Zifeng's cultivation was the highest, his strength was the strongest, and his speed was the fastest. The super saint weapon, the super saint weapon, super saint weapon, the Dharma rod to super saint weapon, to the super saint rod. It had to be said that no one could resist the benefit that Duan Lingtian had given them. Wah! After the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism disappeared, Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently. His face turned green and white as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of congested blood came from his stubbornness. He had endured it for a long time. Now that there was no one around, he did not have to hold it in anymore. While they're looking for the Dharma rod, it's time for me to bring Ke and her mother away from Zoroastrianism. After taking out a healing pill and a pill to restore his Saint Qi, Duan Lingtian rushed toward the Zoroastrianism's base as fast as he could. His destination was the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism cultivated there. At this moment, Ke and her mother were inside. Although the direction of Hao Shuang's soul is different from the direction of the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, with the master recognition bond between Hao Shuang and the Dharma Rod, he'll definitely be able to locate the Dharma Rod in a short time. As the possessor of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil's Seal Tablet, Duan Ling Tian knew about the connection between a person and the Super Saint weapon after it had acknowledged him as its master. At this moment, Hao Shuang's soul had most likely found the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. Even if the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism were to search for it, it would be futile. However, the soul of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the soul-detaching form, is able to exist in heaven and earth without any restrictions after using the soul-detaching technique. It's as good as having an extra life. When Duan Ling Tian was on his way to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism's cultivation place, he could not help but feel shocked when he recalled how Hao Shuang's soul had abandoned his body and fled. At that moment, all the energy in the Jasper Celestial Sword had been transferred to Hao Shuang's body. For this reason, after killing Hao Shuang's body, he could only watch as Hao Shuang's soul fled. He could not give chase. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Hao Shuang to live. As the saying went, if you cut the weeds without removing the roots, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. As Duan Ling Tian made his way back, the Sun Saint origin in his body gradually recovered. His speed increased as well. Soon after, he arrived in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum. It's Ling Tian, guardian Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum, he was discovered by the patrolling elders in the White Tiger Sanctum. Naturally, they did not dare to stop Duan Ling Tian like they did when he first returned to Zoroastrianism. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian's identity was no longer the same as before since he could move freely in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum, just his strength alone was enough to make them flinch. They did not dare to provoke him. Guardian Ling Tian, the person involved, has returned. Does this mean the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism have retreated? Many of the elders in the White Tiger Sanctum thought to themselves when they saw Duan Ling Tian had returned. Soon after, news of Duan Ling Tian's return spread throughout the White Tiger Sanctum and caused a commotion. Guardian Ling Tian has returned? Does this mean the Supreme Elder did not manage to gain anything from the Zhuangzi Buddhism even though he personally made a move? Humph. Lord Sect Leader is now a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's only natural that he's not afraid of Supreme Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism. Everyone in the White Tiger Sanctum was discussing among themselves. Duan Ling Tian had also returned to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He immediately soared into the sky and arrived at the floating islands in the clouds above the Saint Island. Now, there were no longer only 3 floating islands below the highest floating island, but 5 floating islands. The 2 floating islands were none other than the cultivation grounds of the 2 new guardians, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Ying. The Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism who was in charge of patrolling the area sensed the commotion and rushed over when he saw someone approaching. However, when he saw the person who had arrived was Duan Ling Tian, he retreated. It's Ling Tian, guardian Duan Ling Tian. He's back. The Silver Flame Elder who was in charge of patrolling the area was shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian had returned safely. Since Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had spoken to everyone in the Zoroastrianism, he knew what had happened today. Kerr. After a while, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism's cultivation place. It was located at the highest point of the floating island. This floating island was at the highest point. There was no other floating island around it. It was more like a high and mighty emperor that looked down at its subjects. A formation? Duan Ling Tian discovered the existence of a formation when he arrived at the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism's cultivation place. However, Duan Ling Tian could easily destroy the formation with his celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, since he had recovered some of his Sun Saint energy. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian took out the Jasper Celestial Sword and injected some Sun Saint energy into it. With a wave of his hand, a sword ray shot out and easily destroyed the formation that was blocking his way. Kerr. Duan Lingtian cried out excitedly when he arrived at the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism's cultivation place. Although his voice was not loud, it contained a trace of sun saint energy, so it could be heard clearly in every corner of the mansion. Meanwhile, in one of the courtyards in Duan Lingtian's mansion, a beautiful woman who was pacing back and forth with a worried expression on her face trembled when she heard the voice. She lifted her head and looked at the sky. A purple figure stood there with a sword in his hand. It was none other than the figure that she had been dreaming about. Young master. The woman was so excited that her face flushed red. It was as though she had just encountered a joyous occasion. This woman was none other than Kerr. Seeing that her man was safe and sound, she finally felt relieved. After all, she was so anxious that her heart almost jumped out of her chest when she learned that the Supreme Elder of Xuanzа Buddhism, the powerhouse who was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking, had come looking for trouble with her man. It's him. He's back. The people from Xuanzà Buddhism didn't make things difficult for him. At the same time, Gan Ru Yen, who had heard the voice, walked out of the room at the side of the courtyard. She lifted her head and looked at the familiar figure in the sky with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had heard the voice of the Supreme Elder of Xuanzà Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, when the people from Xuanzà Buddhism had arrived. Lang Qianjin had come for Duan Lingtian with ill intentions. Because of this, her heart couldn't help but hang in the air, let alone her younger sister. Kerr. Although Kerr's voice was not loud, Duan Lingtian, who had extended his divine consciousness, heard it. Duan Lingtian immediately locked onto the source of the voice. He focused his strange pupil, and a graceful figure that he had been dreaming about appeared in his line of sight. Kerr. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. He descended from the sky and charged toward Kerr. Outside the courtyard where Kerr was, Duan Lingtian encountered another formation that blocked his way. Once again, he destroyed it with a wave of his sword. When Duan Lingtian destroyed the formation, a voice rang in the air. Saint Girl? Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who was fighting with the Supreme Elder of Xuanzà Buddhism in the distance, also sensed something. His expression changed drastically. Chapter 22:10. Who is it? Who is the person who destroyed the formation I set up outside the Saint Girl's courtyard? Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had a ghastly expression on his face after he dodged the attack from Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Xuanzà Buddhism. Before he left the Zoroastrianism base, he had casually set up a formation outside the courtyard where the Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism lived. Since it was a hastily set up formation, its defensive strength was not strong. Even a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism could easily destroy it. The reason he set up the formation was to prevent the Saint Girl and her daughter from escaping. Even Gan Ru Yen, the most powerful person by the Saint Girl and her daughter's side, was unable to destroy the formation. For this reason, he was not worried at all. However, although he was at ease, he still kept an eye out and did something to the formation. As long as the formation was destroyed, he would be able to sense it immediately. At this moment, he sensed that the formation had been destroyed. Moreover, it was destroyed in an instant. In other words, the person who destroyed the formation was at least as strong as a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism, or even stronger. Boom! 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 At the same time, Lang Qianjin's attack, which Tang Xian had managed to dodge in time, landed heavily on the barren mountain beneath their feet as it missed its target. Suddenly, the entire barren mountain shook as if there was a violent earthquake. Smoke and dust filled the air as though it had just been baptized by the flames of war. After the smoke and dust settled, a bottomless pit appeared out of thin air in the barren mountain. Just by looking into the pit, one could feel chills running down one's spine. It was as though there was a terrifying monster in the pit. Tang Xian, how dare you be distracted when you're fighting me? After his attack failed, Lang Qianjin did not continue to attack. Instead, he hovered in the air and looked at Tang Xian with a grave expression on his face. Naturally, he noticed Tang Xian's absent-mindedness. For this reason, he felt Tang Xian's actions were an insult to him. Elder Lang, let's call it a day. I have something to deal with now. We'll fight again in the future. Upon hearing Lang Qianjin's voice, Tang Xian glanced at him. At this moment, Tang Xian's gaze was so cold that even Lang Qianjin could not help but tremble when he saw it. Without waiting for Lang Qianjin's response, his body turned into a shadow and dissipated with the wind, as if he had been weathered into the void. Seeing this, Lang Qianjin's face turned even uglier. However, he did not do anything. This was because he knew it was impossible for him to chase after Tang Xian, since Tang Xian had already cast the divine ability that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Where did Tang Xian's movement divine ability come from? Lang Qianjin's expression was slightly distorted. A hint of jealousy could be seen on his slightly distorted face. I've never heard of Zoroastrianism having such a divine ability. Where did he obtain this divine ability? How did he come across such a fortuitous encounter? At that time, even with my cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and the Black Kshetra sect's most treasured divine ability, Tang Xian still managed to escape from me. At that time, his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Zhuangzi Buddhism's divine ability was an extremely powerful assist-type divine ability. Although it was not widely acknowledged as the best assist-type divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were not many assist-type divine abilities in the Dao Martial Saint Land that could compare to it. Although Lang Qianjin, who was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had cast this divine ability, he could only watch helplessly as Tang Xian, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, escaped. Based on this, one could see how extraordinary the #1 movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land that Tang Xian mastered was. When Tang Xian's cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Lang Qianjin could not catch up to him. Let alone now. For this reason, Lang Qianjin did not chase after Tang Xian when he saw Tang Xian casting the movement divine ability. He knew he would not be able to catch up to Tang Xian even if he tried. If that was the case, why would he waste his energy? Lang Qianjin raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. As he waved his hand, a green light that was flying over from afar was caught in his hand. When he opened his hand, he saw it was a communication jade token. Crack. After crushing the communication jade slip, a familiar voice clearly entered Lang Qianjin's ears. Lang Qianjin's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on Lang Qianjin's face. This was because the news he received from the communication jade slip was simply too shocking. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect had personally passed this communication jade token to him. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect had told him everything that had happened after he left. That lucky brat who killed the Golden Lion King managed to defeat Hao Shuang with just one strike. Hao Shuang had no choice but to abandon his body and flee. If it wasn't for the fact that he intentionally spared Hao Shuang's life so Hao Shuang could seek revenge from the Zhuangzi Buddhism in the future, he might have been able to kill Hao Shuang with just one strike. Sect leader had to sever his own arm because of Hao Shuang's threat. Lang Qianjin was completely stunned when he heard this news. He did not expect that Tang Xian would be able to defeat Tang Xian. After he had dealt with Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land, had helped them, and yet, they still ended up in such a sorry state. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Duan Ling Tian obtain in the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils? After a while, Lang Qianjin regained his senses. Lang Qianjin's face twisted again, until it became ferocious and terrifying. The heavens are unfair. Why are all the people from the Zoroastrianism so lucky? Lang Qianjin suddenly looked up at the sky with a resentful expression on his face. Whether it was Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, or Duan Ling Tian, the guardian of the Zoroastrianism, their fortuitous encounters and the benefits they obtained from their fortuitous encounters made Lang Qianjin so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Tang Xian had obtained the number 1 movement divine ability in the Dao martial saint land due to a fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had obtained the strength of the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao martial saint land due to a fortuitous encounter. This isn't over. This isn't over. Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian, Lang Qianjin, will remember this. I, Lang Qianjin, will remember this. Although Lang Qianjin was unwilling to accept it, he had no choice but to accept it. The Zhuangzi Buddhism had lost the battle between Zoroastrianism and Zhuangzi Buddhism. Naturally, he could go to the Zoroastrianism alone and vent his anger on the ordinary elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism. However, the consequences of that would be the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would follow suit and go to the Zhuangzi Buddhism to vent his anger on the ordinary elders and disciples of Zhuangzi Buddhism. When he thought about the consequences, no matter how angry he was, he could only suppress his anger. There would be plenty of time in the future. He did not believe there would not be a chance for him to deal with Zoroastrianism in the future. In the Zoroastrianism estate, the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. But Duan Lingtian looked at the woman who had been in his dreams for many years. He was so emotional that he did not know what to say. At the same time, he could not help but reach out to touch the woman's face with his trembling hand. However, he stopped halfway as he was afraid his hand would not touch her. The beautiful woman before him had appeared in his dreams many times. Now that she was standing in front of him, he was at a loss for what to do. He was afraid this was just a dream. Young master. 2 streams of clear tears fell from Ku Er's face that could be said to be exceedingly beautiful, and then her delicate body trembled as she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace, unable to restrain her emotions. At this moment, she had completely thrown aside all her feminine modesty. Now, in her eyes, there was only this man who she had been thinking about day and night. The heat in his arms made Duan Lingtian realize that everything in front of him was not his imagination. He was not dreaming. The woman who had been in his dreams was now standing in front of him and lying in his arms. Duan Lingtian also reached out and hugged tightly, as if he was afraid she would leave him. I'm late. I'm late. You're not late, you're not late, who was lying in Duan Lingtian's arms, shook her head. Her tear-stained face was full of satisfaction. She hugged Duan Lingtian even tighter, as if she was worried that the man she had been thinking about day and night would leave her again. Duan Lingtian hugged and felt his heart was at peace. He was like a wanderer who had found a harbor to rest in. A gentle home, a hero's grave, there was nothing better than this. At this moment, a voice sounded and broke the beautiful atmosphere. If I'm not mistaken, you must have sneaked back while the sect leader and the others were fighting with the Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? Now, shouldn't we leave first? At some point in time, Gan Ruyen, who was hugging a little girl who was fast asleep, was standing next to Duan Lingtian and Ku Er. When Gan Ruyen's words fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had woken up from a dream. That's right. We have to leave now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Just as Duan Lingtian regained his senses and spoke to Ku Er's expression changed. Guardian Lingtian? It's really you. A low and deep voice that was mixed with anger sounded like a thunderclap from afar, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the other two's faces to turn pale. Whoosh! Chapter 22:11. The figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian and the others and rapidly solidified was none other than the leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly constricted when he saw Tang Xian, and he revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. How was this possible? Wasn't the sect leader of Zoroastrianism fighting fiercely with the Grand Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? How could he have returned so quickly? Gan Ruyan's expression changed when she saw Tang Xian return. As for Ke, her expression changed slightly, but she still stuck close to Duan Lingtian. It was as if as long as Duan Lingtian was by her side, she was not afraid of anything. The little girl in Gan Ruyan's arms was Duan Lingtian and Ke's daughter, Duan Xiling. She lay quietly in Gan Ruyan's arms. The reason why she was so quiet was because Gan Ruyan had given her a pill that would allow her to sleep temporarily without any side effects. This was to prevent her and her mother from worrying about her father's safety. Guardian Lingtian, I didn't expect it to be you. Tang Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. His eyes were cold and piercing, as if he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. Previously, although he noticed Duan Lingtian resembled the daughter of their Zoroastrianism saint, he only suspected Duan Lingtian was the saint's man in the lower province. Of course, at the same time, he also thought of a way to test Duan Lingtian. That method was the statement he had deliberately made to the outside world. 3 months later, the saint's daughter would be executed. In his opinion, as long as Guardian Lingtian of the Zoroastrianism was the saint girl's man in the lower province, he would definitely not watch his daughter die. At that time, he would definitely give himself away. This was the opportunity Tang Xian had been waiting for. However, he did not expect Ling Tian of the Zoroastrianism would be exposed even before that. It's really me? Although Duan Lingtian was shocked by Tang Xian's appearance, he could not help but feel puzzled when he heard Tang Xian's words. He did not understand what Tang Xian's words meant. Humph. As though he saw Duan Lingtian's daughter's confusion, Tang Xian snorted and said, I noticed that the saint's daughter's daughter resembles you. Moreover, you're from the lower province of the lower the saint as well. Therefore, I'm suspicious you're the saint's man of the saint's daughter of the lower province of the saints of the saint of the lower of the saint of heaven. Daughter? Duan of the saints Ling of C daughter daughters of C saint of the saints of the other saint S of C of her of Ling Tian of that of she C of her of C. The little girl was lying in Gan Ruyan's arms. Only half of her cute little face could be seen. However, it was difficult to hide the resemblance between them. This is Ke's and my daughter? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he looked at the little girl. The feeling of being connected by blood melted his heart at this moment. This was his daughter. His and Ke's daughter. However, before I can confirm it, it's just a suspicion. Tang Xian's voice resonated in the air. Initially, I wanted to wait 3 months and pretend to execute the saint girl's daughter to confirm my suspicions. I didn't expect you to expose yourself in advance. Tang Xian's voice was filled with rage as he spoke. It was as though he was extremely furious. Swoosh. Swoosh. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, both Ke and Gan Ruyan's expressions changed drastically. Previously, they were unaware that Tang Xian had announced to the public that he was going to execute Duan Xiling. So, you released the news that you're going to execute my daughter to bait me into taking the bait? Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood the situation. His expression darkened immediately. I didn't bait you into taking the bait. Tang Xian continued to say coldly, previously, I wasn't sure if you were the man the saint girl had found in the lower province. I merely wanted to test you. If you weren't, everyone would be happy. However, if you are, even if you're the guardian of Zoroastrianism, your sin is unforgivable. Tang Xian's words were filled with determination. It was as though there was no room for negotiation. If Duan Lingtian was the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province, Duan Lingtian would be an unforgivable sinner. Lord Sect Leader. At this moment, Gan Ruyan looked at Tang Xian and said, currently, Duan Lingtian is the guardian of Zoroastrianism. He's the pillar of Zoroastrianism. Can't we give him the privilege to disregard the rules of the sect? In the past, in Zoroastrianism, didn't guardians have the privilege to disregard the rules of the sect as well? According to the rules of the sect, he's going to be executed. If he's dead, it'll be a huge loss to Zoroastrianism. It'll only bring harm to us. Gan Ruyan's intention was to convince Tang Xian to let Duan Lingtian go. Moreover, she had given Duan Lingtian and her younger sister the green light to fulfill their wishes and allow the lovers to finally get married. Little Ruyan, it's best if you don't interfere in this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless even if your guardian Qing Hua's direct disciple. Tang Xian's expression darkened when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. He glared at her. If the saint girl of Zoroastrianism was just an ordinary saint, he would, naturally, give the green light to Duan Lingtian and the saint girl because of how important Duan Lingtian was to Zoroastrianism. He would even take the initiative to matchmake them and turn their story into a story of Zoroastrianism. However, this saint girl was not an ordinary saint girl. Her origin was not simple at all. Her existence was related to that godlike expert. For this reason, he did not dare to act recklessly. Not only did he not dare to act recklessly, but he also had to imprison Duan Lingtian and wait for the godlike powerhouse's judgment in the mundane realm. Tang Xian's words to Gan Ruyan showed how determined he was about the matter between Duan Lingtian and Ke. There was no way he would allow the Duan Lingtian to be together with the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Even if Duan Lingtian was the pillar of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian would not allow it. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Tang Xian's words. Initially, he was still thinking. Now that Tang Xian had seen through his disguise, perhaps he could use his current strength to make Tang Xian appreciate talents and not pursue the matter between him and Ke. He did not expect Tang Xian to be so resolute. Duan Lingtian realized there was no way he could let this matter go, so he did not waste his breath. It seems like I can only try to lure Tang Xian into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and ask Hualao to kill him before he kills me. Otherwise, I'll be the one who dies. Moreover, after I die, Ke and her mother will be in danger as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had no other choice. This was the only thing he could do. Otherwise, he could not think of any other way to turn the situation around. Hualao. Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Elder Hua as soon as he decided to do it. It's too risky. He might not fall for it. This was Hualao's reply to Duan Lingtian. I know it's too risky and he might not fall for it. However, Hualao, do you think I have any other choice? Duan Lingtian asked bitterly. Put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler back into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I'll try to see if I can send both of you back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Hualao's voice resonated again, shocking Duan Lingtian. Hualao said, What do you mean? Send them back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Hualao, you, Duan Lingtian was about to ask something when Hualao interrupted him. There's no need to ask. What you need to do now is to put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler back into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. All right. All this while, Hualao had never lied to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian trusted Hualao very much. Since Hualao had said so much, there was no need for him to hesitate anymore. With just a thought, he moved the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler from his spatial ring to the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler back into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, something happened. Duan Lingtian discovered. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that was originally the size of a speck of dust in his ear actually flew out on its own. It seemed like it was out of his control. Didn't Hualao say before that although he's the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he can't control the pagoda? Duan Lingtian was confused when he saw this. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, shouted coldly. He moved in an attempt to capture Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air. A circular light shield formed from tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays appeared and shrouded Duan Lingtian, Ke, Gan Ruyen, and Duan Xiling. The seven treasures exquisite pagoda that flew out on its own was also shrouded by the light shield. Who's there? Tang Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw the light shield that appeared out of thin air. His saint origin surged out as the strength of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the saint's celestial stage surged out like a bolt of lightning. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the light shield that appeared out of thin air and shrouded him. As a sword cultivator, he could clearly sense how terrifying the tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays that formed the light shield were. This is Elder Hua's technique? Rip. All of a sudden, the sound of something being torn apart rang in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a crack appearing in the void. In the void where the seven treasures exquisite pagoda was, a crack appeared out of thin air. Behind the crack was extremely dark, and no one knew where it led to. Chapter 22:12. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian and the others were sucked into the tear in the void, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, unleashed his energy on the light shield formed by the blood-red sword rays. Boom! 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 Following a series of loud booms, small mushroom clouds appeared on the side of the light barrier one after another. Terrifying shockwaves also spread out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the huge courtyard was reduced to rubble. Moreover, the shockwaves continued to sweep out in all directions after the courtyard was reduced to rubble. A few moments later, half of Tang Xian's mansion was reduced to rubble. Smoke and dust filled the air as though it was the end of the world. However, Tang Xian did not seem to notice this at all. Naturally, it was not that he did not notice this at all. It was just that he was distracted by something else. How's this possible? Tang Xian was shocked when he discovered this. When his power whizzed out and slammed into the circular light shield in front of him, no matter how the void outside shook and distorted, the circular light shield remained unmoved, as if it had not suffered any damage at all. Although Tang Xian did not use his full strength earlier, he had used 70 to 80% of his strength. Even a defensive technique cast by a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint's celestial stage would not be damaged by his energy. The light shield formed by the blood-red sword rays hovered motionlessly in the air. The tear in the void that appeared out of thin air and sucked Duan Lingtian and the others into it gradually disappeared as though it was never there in the first place. Tang Xian could only watch on helplessly. Sir. Who are you? At this moment, Tang Xian did not have the time to care about Duan Lingtian and the others. He looked at the light shield that was formed by tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays and asked solemnly, "What's the matter?" The circular light barrier hovered in the air, seemingly separating two different worlds from one another. Earlier, he did not have the time to examine it. However, when Tang Xian carefully examined the light shield, he could clearly sense a terrifying aura. It was as though the aura was capable of destroying everything. Apart from that, Tang Xian had also witnessed the invincibility of the demonic beast through the probing earlier. To a certain extent, a powerhouse who could form such a light shield with his or her own strength had transcended the mundane realm. Tang Xian was well aware of this. After all, he had encountered such a powerhouse a few decades ago. That was a godlike powerhouse. Up until now, Tang Xian was still horrified when he recalled the strength that expert revealed with every single move, and he felt a strand of coldness rise from the bottom of his feet to his head. However, as soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, whoosh! The circular light barrier formed by tens of thousands of blood-red sword glows disappeared in front of Tang Xian's eyes with a gentle gust of wind. It was as though it had never appeared. All of a sudden, Tang Xian was the only one left standing in the void. Apart from that, there was a huge ruin. Gasp! After a long while, Tang Xian finally regained his senses. He could not help but gasp. The light shield formed by the tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays had disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that the light shield was not weak at all. That light shield was formed by a powerhouse with just a wave of his hand. Just a wave of his hand, and his technique is so powerful. I'm afraid such a powerhouse would be extraordinary even in the Devata realms. Tang Xian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. However, he could not find anything even after he looked around for a long time. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Outside a dilapidated village. Rip. Accompanied by the sound of something being torn apart, a hideous and terrifying crack appeared in the void. The crack continued to expand until it was 10 meters long before it stopped expanding. After it stopped expanding, it began to shrink rapidly. It was as though a spring had been pulled open. After it was released, it began to shrink rapidly. As the crack shrank, 3 figures rushed out from it. It was a purple-clothed young man and 2 women who looked exactly the same but had completely different temperaments. One of the women was carrying a little girl who was fast asleep in her arms. Hua Lao. The purple-clad young man's expression changed drastically when he saw the 4 of them. He cried out in agony. The 2 women regained their senses when they heard the purple-clad young man's cry. They immediately looked at the purple-clad young man. "Young master, what's wrong?" The woman with the temperament as gentle as jade looked at the purple-clad young man worriedly. She had a concerned expression on her face, and when she asked, her tone was filled with anxiety. However, the purple-clothed young man acted as if he did not hear the woman's words. He continued to stand there with a pained expression on his face. His body continued to tremble as if he had encountered something that caused him great pain. Duan Lingtian? The cold-looking woman with the little girl in her arms looked at the purple-clad young man with a frown on her face. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. Just a moment ago, he, the 2 women, and the little girl were still in Zoroastrianism in the upper province's western province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, at this moment, they had traveled through space and arrived in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered that he was no longer in the lower province. Not only had he lost contact with Hua Lao, but he had also lost contact with Hua Lao. Not only that, but even the connection between him and the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had disappeared as well. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had long acknowledged him as its master, and there was a bloodline connection between them. However, the bloodline connection had disappeared without a trace. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he immediately speculated, what's going on? Hua Lao must have used some forbidden technique to self-destruct the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to protect them and forcefully tear open the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to send them back to the lower province. If the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had not been destroyed, how could the connection between them have been severed? If the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is destroyed, Hua Lao won't be able to survive. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled violently when he thought of this. Ever since he had obtained the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and met Hua Lao, the scenes of Hua Lao helping him flashed before his eyes. Now, in order to protect him, Elder Hua did not hesitate to sacrifice himself. Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian cried out in grief again as he knelt down to pray for Hua Lao's soul in heaven. Although Ker did not know what had happened, she did not know who the Hua Lao that Duan Lingtian had mentioned was. However, she could clearly feel her man's pain. Due to this reason, she immediately knelt down with him and silently stayed by his side. Gan Ruyen stood at the side with a confused expression on her face. Not only was she confused by Duan Lingtian's action of kneeling, but she was also confused about why she had suddenly appeared in this place. This place seems to be the lower province. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this place was far from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it gave Gan Ruyen a sense of familiarity. It was as though she had been to the lower province before. Duan Lingtian, who had been kneeling for a while, finally spoke in a hoarse voice, we've already returned to the lower province. The reason we were able to return to the lower province from the Zoroastrianism estate in the upper province is because Huolao sacrificed himself. He sacrificed himself to forcefully tear open the void and send us back to the lower province. That's how we managed to escape from the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, apart from sadness, there was a hint of disappointment in his voice as well. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ker finally understood everything. She finally understood why her man was in so much pain and why he was kneeling in the void. As it turned out, it was all because of Huolao, who had sacrificed himself to save them and send them back to the lower province. Huolao, thank you for saving young master and us. Thank you. Following that, Ker kowtowed 3 times to the void as well. A hint of sadness could be heard in her voice. Although Ker had never come into contact with Huolao before this, and she did not know about his existence, the kind-hearted Ker was still saddened by what Huolao had done. Huolao? After learning about what had happened, Gan Ruyen also kneeled and kowtowed 3 times to the void with a solemn expression on her face. At this moment, some of the questions in her heart were finally answered. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian thought Huolao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, had sacrificed his life and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to save them from the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and send them back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because of what Duan Lingtian had experienced earlier. He could only come up with such a conjecture. Apart from this, he could not think of any other possibility. Most importantly, he discovered that the connection between him and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was no longer there. Unless the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was destroyed, how could it have lost its connection with him? However, was this really the truth of the matter? In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, somewhere outside the Zoroastrianism's estate in the western province, a young man dressed in a blood-red robe hovered in the air. A 7-level exquisite pagoda lay quietly in his hand. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize it with just a glance. Chapter 22:13. Lord, are we really not going to greet him? In the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Huolao asked the red-clad young man through voice transmission with a wry smile on his face. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was facing the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, the red-clad young man had asked him to trick Duan Lingtian into putting the celestial supreme treasures, the Jasper celestial sword and the universe ruler, back into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. As for sending Duan Lingtian back to the lower province, it was also the red-clad young man who had asked him to do so. Later on, the red-clad young man had blocked the attack of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and sent Duan Lingtian and the others back to the lower province. The red-clad young man had even forcefully severed the connection between Duan Lingtian and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, causing the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to lose its master. At the same time, it caused Duan Lingtian to lose the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, a celestial supreme treasure. Huolao could only imagine. If Duan Lingtian discovered the connection between him and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had been severed after he returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, his imagination would definitely run wild. For this reason, he asked the red-clad young man. The red-clad young man was none other than Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the Devata artifact, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. I know what I'm doing. Hearing Elder Hua's voice transmission, the sword soul, Kuang Ling, responded faintly. Then, he stepped on the air and shot toward the sky. After an unknown period of time and how far Kuang Ling had flown, all of a sudden, his figure came to a halt. In the next moment, swish! Kuang Ling raised his hand and pointed a finger forward. A blood-red sword light whizzed out from his fingertip, leaving behind a sinister and terrifying crack in the void. As soon as this crack appeared, it was several tens of meters long. It looked extremely exaggerated. Immediately after, Kuang Ling's figure flashed and entered the crack together with the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. As soon as Kuang Ling left, the rift began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the spatial crack had completely closed up, as if it had never appeared. After that, the void returned to its calm state. East of the Zoroastrianism encampment. A group of Zoroastrianism high-ranking officials returned. These senior managers of Zoroastrianism were headed by the 2 deputy heads of Zoroastrianism. The rest of them were either Golden Flame elders or deputy heads of the Law Enforcement Hall of Zoroastrianism. After searching for so long, we still haven't found a trace of the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. Do all of you think the 4 guardians found the Dharma rod in advance? Suddenly, a Golden Flame elder of Zoroastrianism guessed. It's possible. After all, the speed of the 4 guardians is much faster than us. Moreover, we didn't see them all the way here. The super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, has most likely been obtained by one of them. Another Golden Flame elder nodded. Based on his words, it was obvious he agreed with the former's words. Guardians, if you found the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, you should have told us about it. We've been searching like idiots for so long, but we still couldn't find it in the end. A Golden Flame elder grumbled softly. His words resonated with many of the people in the surroundings. Even the 2 deputy sect leaders felt the same way. I wonder which guardian obtained the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. Duan Tian muttered to himself. After entering the Zoroastrianism encampment's White Tiger Sanctum, one of the vice hall masters of the Law Enforcement Hall brought up the topic. The group of Zoroastrianism high-ranking officials began to discuss among themselves. I think it's Guardian Zifeng. I think it's Guardian Zifeng as well. After all, apart from Guardian Ling Tian, Guardian Zifeng is the strongest out of the 3 guardians. The super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, is most likely his. I don't think it's Guardian Zifeng. After all, it's normal for a person to make a mistake. Although Guardian Zifeng is the strongest and the fastest among the 4 guardians, it doesn't mean he'll definitely be able to find the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. That makes sense as well. However, was the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, really in the hands of the 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism? Naturally, the answer was no. The 4 guardians from the fire worship sect continued to search in the direction where the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, flew out with Hao Shuang's severed arm. They searched every inch of the area until they reached a faraway place. However, their efforts were in vain. At this moment, they could not help but suspect Hao Shuang had returned and taken the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. Naturally, they returned empty-handed as well. As soon as they returned to the Zoroastrianism's estate and passed by the White Tiger Sanctum, they heard many disciples in the White Tiger Sanctum discussing the Great Battle of the Saint Land. Great Battle of the Saint Land? For a moment, they thought the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, had returned from the battle. They immediately returned to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. When they returned to the Saint Land, they learned the commotion came from the sky above the Saint Island. They flew through the clouds and arrived near their cultivation place. When the 4 of them looked at the highest point of the floating island, they were dumbfounded. They could clearly see it. The cultivation place of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, the huge mansion, was in ruins. Moreover, their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, was hovering in the air above the ruins. He was motionless. No one knew what he was doing. Greetings, Lord Guardians. At this moment, a silver figure flew over from the distance. When he saw the 4 great guardians of the fire worship sect, he bowed respectfully at them. It was none other than the silver flame elder of the Zoroastrianism who was in charge of patrolling the area. What's going on? Guardian Lengying asked with a frown on his face as he looked at the silver flame elder. At this moment, he and the other 3 Zoroastrianism guardians could vaguely guess what was going on. The destruction of the cultivation place of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had nothing to do with the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. If their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism had fought here, It was impossible for only half of the mansion of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect to be in ruins. The battle between two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage should have destroyed all the floating islands. I'm not too sure what's going on. The Silver Flame Elder smiled wryly. All I know is that not long after Guardian Ling Tian returned, there was a huge commotion here. By the time I arrived, it was already like this. Lord Sect Leader has been standing there for a long time. As the Silver Flame Elder spoke, he looked at the floating island at the highest point. His gaze landed on Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. Guardian Ling Tian? Upon hearing the Silver Flame Elder's words, the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect frowned. After the Silver Flame Elder left, the four of them soared into the sky to look for Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect. Lord Sect Leader, what's going on? Tang Xian regained his senses when he saw the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism. His tense nerves finally relaxed. Earlier, when Tang Xian realized there might be a powerhouse who was stronger than the mundane realm hiding in the dark, he was on high alert. He did not dare to make any rash moves. Just like that, he stood there for a long time. It was only when the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism appeared that he relaxed. He realized the powerhouse had most likely left. It's nothing. Tang Xian shook his head when he saw the four guardians looking at him in confusion. It was not that he wanted to hide the truth, but he did not know where to begin. After all, if he did not see it with his own eyes, it would be hard for him to believe there was such a powerhouse in the mundane realm. Did all of you just come back? Tang Xian asked when he saw the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism were travel-worn. It was as though they had just returned from afar. Yes. Guardian Hongyun nodded. Then, she smiled wryly and said, we went to look for the super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. That's why we came back a little late. The super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod? Tang Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Hongyun's words. The Dharma Rod has appeared? Where did all of you get this information from? The super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, is in Hao Shuang's hands. The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism began to tell Tang Xian everything that had happened after he left the mundane realm. This included how the Zhuangzi Buddhism had invited Hao Shuang to the mundane realm. It also included how Duan Ling Tian had defeated Hao Shuang with a single move. They told Tang Xian everything that had happened after that. It took Tang Xian a while to regain his senses. He was shocked. He defeated Hao Shuang with a single move. A complicated expression appeared on Tang Xian's face when he received confirmation from the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism. If it was not for the threat from that godlike powerhouse, Duan Ling Tian, the strongest person at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land, would be one of the pillars of the Zoroastrianism. The strength of the Zoroastrianism would be further enhanced with a guardian like Duan Ling Tian. What a joke! Tang Xian muttered to himself. Tang Xian sighed when he thought about Duan Ling Tian, who was nowhere to be found. He had no idea where Duan Ling Tian was sent to. Lord Sect Leader. The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism were even more confused when they saw Tang Xian's reaction. Guardian Ling Tian is the man the saint girl found in the lower province. The saint girl's daughter is his child. Tang Xian said in a deep voice. The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism were stunned when they heard Tang Xian's words. Guardian Ling Tian was the man the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism found in the lower province? This. Chapter 22:14. Although the four guardians of Zoroastrianism still found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe what Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had said. Sect leader. Zifeng immediately looked at Tang Xian and said in a deep voice, although Guardian Ling Tian's actions have violated the rules of Zoroastrianism and can't be forgiven, it's still better for us to have him than to lose him. After all, with his current strength, he's capable of holding his own in the entire Tao Martial Saint Land. With him, our Zoroastrianism will be like a tiger that has grown wings. The moment Zifeng spoke, the other three guardians chimed in one after another. That's right, sect leader. Although Zoroastrianism has strict rules, the guardians of Zoroastrianism have always had the privilege of ignoring the rules. In my opinion, we should let Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl be together. Although the marriage between Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl is against the rules of Zoroastrianism, isn't it a precedent? Even if this matter is passed down to the future, it'll still be a rare story in the history of Zoroastrianism. Indeed. Moreover, Guardian Ling Tian possesses the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. In the future, when the Devil clans invade the Upper Province, Zoroastrianism can rely on the Devil Seal Tablet to gain the upper hand. The four guardians of Zoroastrianism spoke in unison, asking Tang Xian to let Guardian Ling Tian and the Saint Girl be together. Humph. It's impossible for me to let them be together now. When Tang Xian heard their words, he recalled what had happened earlier and could not help but let out a cold snort. Huh. The four guardians of Zoroastrianism were confused when they heard Tang Xian's words. They did not know what Tang Xian meant. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian and the Saint Girl should have returned to the lower province by now. Tang Xian continued to speak in a deep voice. And the reason why he made such a guess was because this was the only possibility. The void rifts that appeared in the light shield were either connected to an independent space left behind by an eminent celestial or connected to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If it was an independent space left behind by an eminent celestial, it was impossible that he did not notice it until now. No matter what, this was his place to cultivate. For this reason, he had guessed. Duan Ling Tian, the Saint Girl of the Fire Worship Sect, and Gan Ruyen, the daughter of the Saint Girl, should have returned to the lower province through the tear in the void. The lower province? Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the four guardians from the Fire Worship Sect who had yet to regain their senses were stunned. At the same time, in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, outside the dilapidated village, Duan Ling Tian, who had been kneeling for an unknown amount of time, finally stood up slowly. As he stood up, Duan Ling Tian helped Kerr, who was kneeling beside him, up. Hua Lao, Duan Ling Tian held Kerr's hand tightly as he stood next to Kerr. He looked at the boundless sky and muttered, "Don't worry. Since you're the one who traded your life for mine, I'll cherish my life even more." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he bowed deeply at the boundless sky. Kerr followed suit and bowed as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian thought the celestial supreme treasure, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, was destroyed and Hua Lao was dead. He did not expect the seven treasures exquisite pagoda would be destroyed. Not only was Hua Lao not dead, but the seven treasures exquisite pagoda was not destroyed as well. The seven treasures exquisite pagoda was destroyed by a powerhouse from the Devata realm. That powerhouse was extremely powerful. With just a thought, he had erased the seven treasures exquisite pagoda's ownership mark. Currently, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda and Hua Lao had been brought back to the Devata realm by that powerhouse. We've been in the lower province for quite some time now, Duan Ling Tian said. At this moment, Gan Ruyen, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Where are we going now?" "I'm afraid the lower province isn't as peaceful as we thought." She had also heard about the news of Duan Ling Tian in Sin City. She knew the devil clans from the land of exile had once again crossed the space barrier and entered the Debussy subterranean. "Let's return to the Azure Cloud Mansion," Duan Ling Tian replied immediately when he heard Gan Ruyen's question. In the past, Gan Ruyen was the only one who knew about the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, in the lower province. Kerr knew nothing about the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, they did not know Duan Ling Tian was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Later on, when Duan Ling Tian's name spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, news of Duan Ling Tian's deeds in the lower province began to spread. At this moment, both Kerr and Gan Ruyen had learned about Duan Ling Tian's identity in the lower province. "Young master," Since you're the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, is Aunt Ro in the Azure Cloud Mansion as well? Kerr asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a look of concern in her eyes. In her heart, she had long regarded Aunt Ro as her mother. She was in the upper province previously, but I'm not sure now. A worried expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he shook his head. After all, he had just returned to the lower province. All he knew was that the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province. However, he knew nothing about the situation in the lower province. However, he was certain of one thing. In the face of the devil clans from the land of exile, the people in the lower province would not be able to resist at all. After all, most of the people who were still in the lower province were weaker than the rest. Most of the powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land were in the upper province. This village, when Duan Ling Tian glanced at the dilapidated village with his consciousness, he discovered the village was filled with withered corpses. It was as though the corpses had been sucked dry by something. So this is the technique of the devil clans from the land of exile? Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled involuntarily when he saw the withered corpses. His expression turned grave as well. It's really cruel. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had only heard about the techniques of the devil clans. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was shocked. This technique was similar to the techniques of the devil cultivators he had heard about before he went to the upper province. The devil cultivators would suck people dry and rely on the vital energy and blood to raise their strength. At the same time, whether it was Ku, or Gan Ruyen, they followed Duan Ling Tian's gaze and saw the dried corpses that littered the village. Both of their faces turned pale at the same time. Young master, this, Ku'er couldn't bear it and closed her eyes. When she opened her mouth again, her voice was slightly trembling. These humans must have been killed by the devil clans from the land of exile. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. No wonder they say the devil clans are cruel and inhumane. Now that I've seen it for myself, they really live up to their reputation. Gan Ruyan's expression turned grave as well. After all, the dried corpses on the ground were humans just like her. Don't wake Si Ling up yet. Let's return to the Azure Cloud Mansion first. When Duan Lingtian spoke, he had already appeared in front of Gan Ruyen in just a flash. Without greeting Gan Ruyen, he raised his hand and snatched the little girl from Gan Ruyen's arms. Naturally, the word snatch was an exaggeration. Although Duan Lingtian's speed was fast, his movements were very gentle. He did not wake the little girl up. Gan Ruyen was furious when she saw Duan Lingtian snatching her niece from her arms without even greeting him. However, when she looked at Duan Lingtian angrily and saw the gentleness in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he looked at her niece, her anger disappeared immediately. At this moment, she finally remembered. This man was her niece's father. It had been nearly 10 years since her niece was born, but today was the first time the father and daughter had met. When she put herself in Duan Lingtian's shoes and thought about it, she felt relieved. Kerr, you've worked hard. Without anyone noticing, Duan Lingtian had already brought his daughter to Kerr's side. He extended his hand and held Kerr's hand tightly as he said gently. It's not hard. Young master, it's not hard at all. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr seemed to be touched. Tears began to well up in her beautiful eyes. Don't call me young master in the future. Duan Lingtian let go of Kerr's hand and took the opportunity to pull Kerr into his embrace. Then, he lowered his head and buried his face in Kerr's hair. You're my wife. I don't want to hear you call me that in the future. I hope that was the last time you call me that. Duan Lingtian's tone was domineering and unquestionable. He had to be domineering. In the past, he had asked Kerr to stop calling him young master. However, Kerr would always forget about it after a period of time. Of course, this was partly because Kerr was used to calling him that. However, from today onward, he did not want to hear Kerr call him that again. He was not her young master. He was her husband. All right, When Kerr heard Duan Lingtian calling her his wife, she could not help but tremble violently. 2 streams of tears rolled down her beautiful face as she said gently, "From now on, I'll call you Brother Tian." "Good girl." A warm smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard Kerr's words. At the same time, he hugged Kerr even tighter. Gan Ruyen stood not far away. When she saw the family of 3 hugging together, a rare smile appeared on her usually cold and beautiful face. She was happy for her sister. Chapter 22:15. After spending some time together, Duan Lingtian carried his sleeping daughter in his arms and brought his wife, Kerr, and Kerr's twin sister, Gan Ruyen, to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian had directly passed through the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province to arrive at the lower province, it was not difficult for him to find his way as long as he was certain of the direction. Whether it was Kerr or Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian was the one who brought them along as he flew. With his current cultivation base at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his speed was much faster than ordinary powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he cast the Assist-type Divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, and the Movement Divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. Not only that, in terms of speed, nobody below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage was a match for him. For this reason, it did not take long for him to arrive at the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion. In Duan Lingtian's memory, the Azure Cloud Mansion was located above a vast lake called the Crouching Dragon Lake. However, at this moment, where's the Crouching Dragon Lake? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the boundless plain in front of him. He was certain. This was where the Crouching Dragon Lake was located in the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, it had been filled in now. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the distance, 2 sounds of wind whistling in the air attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian looked over. In the distance, 2 figures were flying in the same direction. Based on their speed, one could tell they were at the Saint Celestial stage or above. At first glance, one could tell the 2 figures were humans. One was a young man while the other was a middle-aged man. However, as Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and quietly probed their bodies without them noticing, he discovered they were different. What a dense and pure devil chi! They're from the devil clans. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian confirmed their identities. They were not humans like him, but demons from the land of exile. Let's follow them and take a look. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to find out why the Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion had disappeared and why it was filled up. For this reason, he carried his daughter and brought along Kerr and Gan Ruyen as he followed the 2 people in front. More precisely, it was 2 demons in human form. Coincidentally, the direction they were heading in was also the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. Brother Tian, did something happen? On the way, Kerr noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. She could not help but ask softly. Her tone was filled with concern. He must be surprised by the disappearance of the Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Gan Ruyen had already spoken. Back then, when I was in the lower province, I passed by the Azure Cloud Mansion twice. I remember there was no land under our feet. This is a vast lake called the Crouching Dragon Lake. As Gan Ruyen spoke, a frown appeared on her face. It seems like it has been filled up by the devil clans. After a while, Gan Ruyen's frown disappeared. She finally figured out why the Crouching Dragon Lake had disappeared. Where's the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion? After following the 2 people in front for a while, Duan Lingtian raised his head and discovered the floating island that was originally suspended in the air had disappeared. All that was left were the blue sky and white clouds. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. The main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion was not only the headquarters of the Azure Cloud Mansion, but it also housed his family and a group of close friends as well. Now that he had returned from the upper province, Not only did he discover the crouching dragon lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion was gone, but the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion was gone as well. Father, mother, little Fei, Nian, Uncle Feng, senior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought about his father, his mother, his wife, Li Fei, his son, Feng Wudao, Bai Li Hong, and the others. Currently, the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion no longer existed. Were they safe? These were the things that Duan Lingtian was worried about. There's a city in front. Gan Ruyan's voice suddenly sounded, waking Duan Lingtian up from his thoughts. He immediately regained his senses and looked in the direction of Gan Ruyan's gaze. In front of him was a vast and huge brand new city. It was like a gigantic beast that was crawling in the vast plains. It was majestic and domineering. I don't remember there being a city like this near the Azure Cloud Mansion. Gan Ruyan asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian with uncertainty. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, she continued to say, the size of this city is even bigger than Sin City in the Upper Province's Central Province. Don't tell me this is a city built by the devil clans from the land of exile? I think so. Duan Lingtian muttered in a deep voice as he looked at the city in front of him. His eyes were burning with flames. These were the flames of hatred. They built this city at the location of our Azure Cloud Mansion Saint Stone Reserve. It seems like they're planning to settle down here. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, his voice sounded calm, but his tone was extremely cold. It gave people the feeling that winter had arrived. At this moment, the two figures that Duan Lingtian was following had also entered the city. At this moment, more and more figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. These figures either came out of the city or entered the city from the outside. The city in front of them was like a gigantic beast that was crawling with its mouth wide open, swallowing people one after another. These demons have actually taken on the appearance of humans? When they arrived near the city, Duan Lingtian saw the figures that entered his eyes again. None of them were the rumored strange-looking devil clans. All of them had the appearance of humans. At first glance, they looked like ordinary humans. However, when Duan Lingtian examined them with his divine consciousness, he could clearly sense the dense and pure devil qi in their bodies. This was not the devil qi that a devil cultivator should possess. Even if it was a devil cultivator who had received the devil clan's orthodox inheritance, it was impossible for him to produce such dense and pure devil qi in just a few years. Are they humans or devils? Even Gan Ruyan was stunned. These devils who had transformed into humans were just humans in her eyes. However, she did not dare to use her divine consciousness to examine them. From the feedback of my divine sense, it's unlikely that they're humans. Even if they're human devil cultivators who have received the orthodox inheritance of the devil race, it's impossible for them to produce such dense and pure devil qi without decades of hard work. Duan Lingtian said. Every single one of them, you can sense the devil energy in their bodies? Gan Ruyan asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I can clearly sense the devil qi in the bodies of those who I'm probing, Brother Tian. We don't have any devil qi in our bodies. Won't they recognize us if we enter the city? Suddenly, Ku-Er opened her mouth. Duan Lingtian's words reminded Duan Lingtian of something. Indeed, we'll be exposed if someone tries to investigate us. Currently, the strongest devil we've encountered is only at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. With me around, they won't be able to detect us. However, if we enter the city, there's a high chance there'll be more powerful devils. If there's a devil with a higher cultivation base than me, he'll be able to easily detect us with his divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian said. Gan Ruyan frowned again when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of worry could be seen on her face as she asked, what should we do now? If there's a devil who's stronger than you in the city, won't we be courting death if we enter the city? That's indeed a problem. Duan Lingtian came to a halt and began to ponder over it with a frown on his face. After a while, an idea appeared in his mind. I have an idea. However, we'll have to carry it out to see if it'll work. What's the idea? Gan Ruyan's eyes lit up. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in her eyes. It was as though he was her idol. You'll find out soon enough. Duan Lingtian did not say anything as he led the two women in another direction. They did not enter the city that was as big as Sin City. He's the one. After flying for a while, the number of devils in human form began to dwindle. In the end, Duan Lingtian only saw one devil in human form. Whoosh! 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 As the sound of three figures breaking through the air reverberated in the air, the devil who had taken on the appearance of a young man in the distance also noticed the three figures that were flying toward him at high speed. Horror dawned on the devil when he sensed the speed of the three figures. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived near the devil. They studied him from head to toe. Greetings, my lords. The devil bowed respectfully in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two. At the same time, he could not help but feel uneasy. This was because the speed that the three of them displayed earlier was simply too ridiculous to him. His cultivation base was only at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, based on the speed of the three figures, it was obvious they had an extraordinary cultivation base. Chapter 22:16. However, the devil who had assumed the appearance of a young man did not notice Duan Lingtian's presence. The twin sisters beside the purple-clothed young man were being carried by the purple-clothed young man. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of the devil who had transformed into a young man, he did not waste his breath on him. He immediately carried out his plan. With a wave of his hand, he took out a stone tablet with a missing corner. This stone tablet was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was a Super Saint weapon, a 10,000 inscription saint weapon. However, its boost to one's attack was not even comparable to ordinary saint weapons. Its greatest characteristic was that it had a terrifying suppressive effect on devil cultivators and even the devil race. Buzz! 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 As soon as the Devil Seal Tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, it began to tremble violently again. It was as though a hunter who had not succeeded in hunting for a long time had finally found his prey. In the instant that the Devil Seal tombstone appeared, the devilish man's face paled significantly. This seemingly inconspicuous stone tablet seemed to contain a power that made him feel fear from the bottom of his soul. Suppress! Before the devil could react, Duan Lingtian had already raised the Devil Seal Tablet and smashed it at him. He had killed the devil before he could even react. I feel like the Devil Seal Tablet is more excited and it encounters a devil than when it encounters a devil cultivator. Soon after, the devil's soul was devoured by the Devil Seal Tablet. The reason the devil's soul was not destroyed was because the devil was at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. His soul was so powerful that even the Devil Seal Tablet would need to seal him for a long time before it could destroy him. I hope it works. As soon as the devil's soul was devoured by the Devil Seal Tablet, Duan Lingtian's body suddenly moved forward. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to the devil's body. After collecting the devil's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian grabbed the devil's body. His eyes were cold. Elementary devouring technique. After casting the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian immediately devoured the devil's innate spiritual root. It's only a yellow innate spiritual root? In the process of devouring, Duan Lingtian discovered something. This devil only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was difficult for those with yellow innate spiritual roots to break through to the quintessential saint stage, let alone the Saint Celestial stage. However, he was certain this devil was at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. I almost forgot that he's a devil. Even if he's slightly less talented, he'll still be able to raise his cultivation base in a short time by continuously devouring the essence and blood of humans and his own kind. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian recalled this point and came to a realization. However, just as he was feeling relieved, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was as sharp as a blade. Elementary devouring tactic. After devouring the devil's innate spiritual root, Duan Ling Tian did not stop there. Instead, he continued to cast the elementary devouring tactic. This was the most important part of his plan. As Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic, the devouring force seemed to have a specific purpose. It did not devour all of the devil's energy. Instead, it only extracted the devil chi from the devil's body. This was a huge project. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian spent a long time on it. Of course, it would take a long time to devour the innate spiritual root. In fact, it only took him a dozen breaths. All right. Now, it's time for the most important part. After Duan Ling Tian extracted the devil chi from the devil clansman's body using the elementary devouring tactic, he took a deep breath and guided the pure devil chi into his body. In just a blink of an eye, the devil chi was repelled by the Sun Saint origin. In the end, Duan Ling Tian scattered the devil chi all over his body so that it would not come into contact with the Sun Saint origin. This way, the devil powerhouses will be able to detect the devil chi in my body when they probe me with their divine consciousness. They'll be able to confirm that I'm one of them. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian knew he had succeeded. He had successfully disguised himself as a devil. However, this devil chi isn't the devil chi that I created myself. It's being consumed and volatilized at every moment. I'm afraid that in at most a month, this devil chi will disperse on its own, and I'll return to my original form. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered this. A month's time is enough for me to understand the situation in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and find out what's going on in that city. When Duan Ling Tian thought about this, he felt much more confident. Ke and Gan Ruyen stood in the distance as they watched Duan Ling Tian quietly. From the beginning until the end, they could not figure out what was going on. It was only when Duan Ling Tian explained to them that they finally understood. You can actually use the devil chi for yourself? At this moment, Gan Ruyen was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's technique. Even though she knew the man whom she had not taken seriously in the past had already surpassed her when they were still in the upper province, she still did not know how strong he was. However, she did not expect him to have such a technique. I'm not using it for myself. I'm just temporarily keeping it in my body to prevent the devil powerhouses from detecting us. Duan Ling Tian corrected her. Now, let's continue to look for our prey. We'll look for 3 more devils and temporarily keep the devil chi in your bodies. This way, we'll be able to conceal your identities as humans for the time being. Duan Ling Tian continued to say to Ke and Gan Ruyen. Although Duan Ling Tian did not want to disguise himself as a devil, he had no choice but to do so based on the current situation. Although he was strong now, there were many devils who were stronger than him in the devil clans. This was the only way for him to enter the devil clan's city to investigate. Now that I've lost the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I'm like a tiger without its fangs. Before I returned to the lower province, Elder Hua asked me to return the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler and the jasper celestial sword. Duan Ling Tian let out a long sigh when he thought about this. Without the celestial supreme treasure, the jasper celestial sword, he was no match for a powerhouse like Hao Shuang. Although Hao Shuang was a quasi-9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. Whether it was the celestial supreme treasures, the universe ruler or the jasper celestial sword, it was Hua Lao who had asked him to return them to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He thought Hua Lao had to rely on the universe ruler and the jasper celestial sword to defend against the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and send them back to the lower province. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. He continued to look for his next prey. It did not take long before he found 3 more prey. 2 of them were at the Saint Celestial stage while the last one was at the quintessential Saint stage. Duan Ling Tian had successfully extracted the devil chi from the 3 of them and merged it with Ke, Gan Ru Yan, and his daughter. Duan Ling Tian had also performed the soul-searching secret tactic on the devil young master whose cultivation base was only at the quintessential saint stage. He managed to obtain a lot of useful information from the devil young master. As it turns out, they're not devils in human form. They're actually devils in human form. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who was shocked. Ke and Gan Ru Yan were shocked as well. The human devil clan. I didn't expect there to be a devil clan in the land of exile. Duan Ling Tian sighed softly. The so-called human devil clan referred to the descendants of devil cultivators who had followed the devil clan back to the land of exile during the previous human devil era. They were the offspring of the devil clan and the devil clan. It had been more than 100,000 years since the last human devil era. During these 100,000 years, the human devil clan had managed to grow to a large scale in the land of exile due to their incredible reproductive ability. Due to the fact that they had both human and devil bloodlines, they managed to unite and grow stronger when they were rejected by the other pure-blooded devils. In the end, they even became one of the strongest devil clans in the land of exile. Naturally, due to their bloodline, they were still rejected by the other devil clans and were not acknowledged by the other devil clans. However, due to their current strength, the other devil clans did not dare to go to war with them even if they did not like them. The devil clan's invasion of the Dao Martial Saint land this time was led by the Ox Devil clan, one of the major clans in the devil clans. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian learned about the things he wanted to know. Apart from that, he also learned about the origin of the city they had passed by earlier. That city was built by the human devil clan after they invaded the Dao Martial Saint land with the devil clans. It's also the human devil clan's main base in the Dao Martial Saint land. The surrounding area is now the human devil clan's territory. That's why I can't see any other devil clans. The human devil clan has a similar distribution of forces to the humans. The 3 palaces and 6 halls are the strongest among them. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a better understanding of the human devil clan. I didn't expect that after the last human devil era, a race closely related to us humans was born in the land of exile, the human devil clan. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh. Ke and Gan Ru Yan's feelings were similar to Duan Ling Tian's. Chapter 22:17. However, I didn't expect this member of the demonic human clan to be a disciple of a powerful clan. After Duan Ling Tian learned as much as he could from the members of the human devil clan, he decided to make a trip to the city. Duan Ling Tian finally learned that the city was called the Human Devil City. The city was called the Human Devil Saint City. This human devil came to the Dao Martial Saint land with his clan. At that time, this area had already been occupied by the human devil clan's vanguard. The Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion had been filled, and the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion had disappeared. After his family came here, they immediately helped to build the Human Devil Saint City. In a short period of time, they built the Human Devil Saint City together with the other members of the Human Devil clan. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to make a trip to the Human Devil Saint City to find out more about the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he could not find anything, he would have to return to his hometown to have a look. In this world, Duan Ling Tian's hometown was the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. If one were to delve deeper, they would find it was the Mortal Continent, the Cloud Continent, located south of the Debussy Subterranean. If one were to delve deeper, they would be the Darkhan Dynasty, the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Let's go to the Human Devil Saint City. Duan Ling Tian called out to Ke and Gan Ru Yan as he carried his daughter who was still asleep. Swoosh! 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 Following that, Duan Ling Tian mobilized his energy and transformed it into an invisible energy before he brought the two women back to the city they had passed by earlier at an extremely fast speed. The Human Devil Saint City. It was a city that was even larger than Sin City in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There are many forces in the Human Devil clan. Apart from the mysterious patriarch who is suspected to have passed the heavenly tribulation and is about to ascend to the Devata realm, the strongest force is the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The 6 hall masters of the 3 palaces and 6 halls are the strongest powerhouses under the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The 3 palace masters are at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, while the 6 hall masters are at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian felt his scalp go numb when he heard this. The Human Demon clan was one of the strongest demon clans in the land of exile. However, the number of powerhouses in the Human Devil clan was comparable to the total number of powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there are only 4 known powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province. As for eminent celestials, I'm afraid there's only one known powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Miao Tian. Most importantly, Miao Tian hasn't appeared for a long time, so we can't be sure if he has ascended or not. If he has ascended, we might not even have any eminent celestials in the human race. Among the devil clans, just the Human Devil clan alone has an eminent celestial. I'm afraid the other devil clans that are as famous as the Human Devil clan have no lack of eminent celestials as well. Although Duan Ling Tian was as calm as a rock, he could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought about the human race's situation. There were so many powerhouses in the devil clans. On the other hand, the human race was not even on the same level as the human race. When Duan Ling Tian arrived outside the Human Devil Saint City, he studied the city carefully for the first time. He saw the city walls. The walls of the city were engraved with all kinds of patterns and patterns of all shapes and sizes. Upon closer inspection, he discovered there were 2 types of carvings. One of the carvings was of humans. There were big and small, old and young, male and female. The other type of carvings was strange. There were creatures with the head of a cow and the body of a human. There were also creatures with the head of a pig and the body of a human. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian had never seen such a creature before. However, this did not stop him from guessing what the strange creatures were. The cow and the body of a human should be the ox devil. As for the pig and the body of a human, it should be the boar devil. There were also some strange-looking creatures that Duan Ling Tian could not recognize or guess what they were. The only thing he was certain of was that they were demons. They were also members of the devil race, the natural enemies of the human race. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian arrived at the city gate, causing a commotion. This was because the twin sisters standing next to Duan Ling Tian were extremely beautiful. Their beauty was one thing. Most importantly, the aura of unparalleled beauty that they exuded was the most attractive thing. Many of the male human devils in the surroundings looked at the twin sisters with bloodshot eyes. Some of them even had their skin flushed red as though they had just been bathed in hot water. It was especially eye-catching. Although these human devils looked no different from ordinary humans, they had the blood of the devil clans in their veins. Therefore, it was obvious when they were excited. Humph. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he sensed the gazes of the male human devils in the surroundings. He snorted coldly. Almost as soon as he finished snorting, whoosh! A cold aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and swept out in all directions, hitting the male human devils in the surroundings. The male human devils felt as though they had been plunged into an ice cave. This was mainly due to Duan Lingtian's powerful divine consciousness mixed with his aura. The divine consciousness of a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was no joke. Most of the male human devils immediately averted their gazes from Kerr and Duan Lingtian. At this moment, they realized that Duan Lingtian had a master. This pair of twin sisters had a master, and they belonged to a powerful expert who was quite strong. Yu Yan, your man seems to be a little narrow-minded. When Gan Ru Yen spoke to her younger sister through voice transmission, apart from a hint of teasing, there was also a hint of envy in her voice. She knew her limits. The reason Duan Lingtian was unhappy and had even made a move to suppress the male human devils in the surroundings was because they were looking at her younger sister. It had nothing to do with her. Upon hearing Gan Ruyan's voice transmission, Ku'er's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. It was a beautiful sight. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he discovered a few male human devils were still staring at Ke. Whoosh. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian did not seem to make any movements, but a gust of golden energy appeared out of thin air from his body. It was the Sun Saint energy. As soon as the Sun Saint energy appeared, it transformed into tiny golden sword rays on Duan Lingtian's body. They hovered in the air and emitted a terrifying sword intent. All of a sudden, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air. It was like a flash in the pan, sending chills down one's spine. Ah! Ah! As soon as the sound of sword whistling rang in the air, a series of shrill cries rang in the air as well. The male human devils who continued to stare at Ke despite Duan Lingtian's warning were blinded. Blood splattered all over their faces. Hiss! 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 When the human devils regained their senses, they could not help but gasp when they saw the miserable state the male human devils were in. I'll kill you. After one of the male human devils was blinded by Duan Lingtian, he lost all rationality and lunged at Duan Lingtian. Even though he had lost his eyes, he still used his divine consciousness to lock onto Duan Lingtian. Noisy! Duan Lingtian shouted impatiently when he saw the human devil lunging at him. He raised his hand and slapped the human devil. It seemed like a casual slap, but when it neared the human devil, a domineering force surged out. The human devil was like a lone boat in the vast ocean. He was drowned in just a blink of an eye. The Sun Saint energy that shot out from Duan Lingtian's palm surged out like a flash flood, incinerating the human devil without leaving a single trace behind. The entire place was shocked. The remaining blind male human devils were initially furious. However, when they sensed what had happened with their divine consciousness, they were terrified. Domineering. Too domineering. This was the impression Duan Lingtian left on the group of human devils at the city gate. When they looked at him again, they were filled with respect and fear. The reason Duan Lingtian was so ruthless was because he had killed a devil. If he had killed a human, he would have taught them a lesson at most and forced them to back off. Duan Lingtian carried his sleeping daughter and brought Ke and her sister into the city. In the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, 7 figures hovered in the air at the peak of the snow-capped peak. 3 of them were women. The 3 peerless beauties stood there, and it was as if everything around them had lost their splendor. Everyone, Guli, will be leaving first. I'm sure I'll be the first among the 7 of us to become famous in the upper province. One of the other 4 men laughed heartily and also flew towards the south. Swoosh! 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 After the man who called himself Guli left, the other 4 men scattered and flew south as well. I wonder what Senior Uncle Prophet is doing. He's always changing his mind. Previously, he told us to wait for half a year before we could leave, but now, he's chasing us away. The remaining twin brothers also left the snow-capped peak and the northern region. Chapter 22:18. While the successors of the 6 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect entered the world, the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was not peaceful as well. News of the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, leading a group of people from Zhuangzi Buddhism to Zoroastrianism to look for Duan Lingtian, the new guardian of Zoroastrianism, began to spread. Hey! Did you hear? After learning that Guardian Ling Tian has returned to the Saint sect, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism came to seek revenge. I heard about it as well. It said that even the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the person ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking, personally came. If that person doesn't come, it's useless no matter how many people from Zhuangzi Buddhism come. They won't be able to take Guardian Ling Tian away from the Saint sect. That's right. Now that Lord Sect leader of the Saint sect has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage, if the Supreme Elder of the Black Kshetra sect doesn't come, it's meaningless for the others to come. Since sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism has come, it's obvious that Zhuangzi Buddhism is determined to take Ling Tian away. A commotion broke out in the western region. Many people were worried about Ling Tian, the new guardian of Zoroastrianism in the western region. After all, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism was not an ordinary person. He was the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the person ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was only second to Niao Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. Just when the people from the western region were worried about Duan Ling Tian, from the Zoroastrianism side, there was another piece of news. Big news. When the group of Zhuangzi Buddhism experts led by Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, arrived, the 5 guardians of the Holy Sect, including Guardian Ling Tian, charged forward under the leadership of the Holy Sect leader, Tang Xian. When Lang Qianjin asked Tang Xian for Ling Tian, Tang Xian's attitude was firm. He would rather fight with Lang Qianjin than hand over Ling Tian. Soon after, the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage began to fight. They fought from the Zoroastrianism's estate to a faraway place. For a moment, the 5 remaining guardians of Zoroastrianism, the Patriarch of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the 2 guardian kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism were at loggerheads with each other. At this moment, the helpers that Zhuangzi Buddhism had invited appeared. This helper was none other than Hao Shuang, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. At this moment, Hao Shuang even took out the Dharma Rod, one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking. The scales of victory were tilted in Zhuangzi Buddhism's favor. As for the matter of Duan Ling Tian defeating Hao Shuang with just one strike, it had also spread out in the western region. Once this matter was spread out, it naturally caused a commotion that was akin to an earthquake. My goodness! Guardian Ling Tian from the Saint sect is really strong, right? He actually defeated Hao Shuang, who has the Dharma Rod, a Super Saint weapon, with just a single strike. Before that, Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. Rumor has it that Hao Shuang would have died if it wasn't for Guardian Ling Tian, who didn't kill him. I heard that Guardian Ling Tian didn't kill Hao Shuang because he knew the devil clans from the land of exile were about to invade the upper province. He didn't want the humans to lose any more powerhouses. I've decided. From today onward, Guardian Ling Tian is my idol. Guardian Ling Tian rose to fame after this battle. He'll replace Hao Shuang and be ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He'll also become the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. If it was said that Duan Ling Tian's name was like a thunderclap before this, Duan Ling Tian's name was already well known. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's name was well known in the western region, and at the same time, he was worthy of respect and reverence. One could imagine this. As the news that had just spread in the western region spread to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, Duan Ling Tian would definitely gain the attention of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Although the news had not spread, Duan Ling Tian's name had caused quite a commotion in the Dao Martial Saint land. Just like the sectless cultivator's world. When news of Duan Ling Tian returning to the Zoroastrianism and becoming a guardian of the Zoroastrianism spread, it shocked the sectless cultivators in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. In just one night, the legend of the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land was shattered. A new number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land was born. It was the new guardian of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. In the sectless cultivators' world, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to them. Previously, when the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, appeared in the lower province, it had caused a commotion in the upper province as well. It had attracted many sectless cultivators to the lower province. For this reason, the sectless cultivators' world knew about Duan Lingtian's background. They knew Duan Lingtian was not even 50 years old yet. He was not even 50 years old, but he was already a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. Only those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above could become a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. It said that the new guardian of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian, is not just an ordinary powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the former leader of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism, Guardian Zifeng, admitted that he's not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Guardian Zifeng of the Zoroastrianism is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he's not as strong as Lord Pei Si Hai, he's still a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's much stronger than most powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on this, even if Duan Lingtian is not as strong as Lord Pei Si Hai, he's not far away from him. He's not even 50 years old yet. Even the sectless cultivators could not doubt Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength. Based on Duan Lingtian's current achievements, he was worthy of being called the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even if Duan Lingtian had a fortuitous encounter that gave him his current achievements, Duan Lingtian was still a genius. In other words, Pei Si Hai was not a genius. Did Pei Si Hai not have a fortuitous encounter as well? However, the independent cultivators did not know that there was an even more shocking piece of news waiting for them to be further shocked and horrified. At that time, they would find out. Even now, in terms of strength, Duan Lingtian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, was much stronger than Pei Si Hai, who was widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Somewhere in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The northern region of the northern region was covered in snow all year round. Some of the lakes were covered in a thick layer of ice that was enough for people to walk on. On the surface of a vast lake that had turned into ice, a small wooden hut stood there quietly. A person sat cross-legged in the air in front of the wooden house. It was a middle-aged man dressed in tattered clothes. He was tall and sturdy. His messy hair draped over his shoulders, making him look unruly and valiant. Initially, the middle-aged man's eyes were still closed. However, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. There was a tall and handsome young man in azure clothes standing in the air. He imperceptibly emitted an extremely fierce aura. It was as if he wasn't a person but a saber. The young man's long hair was tied up in a ponytail. He carried a sheathed saber on his back. The scabbard was plain and unadorned. The inscriptions on the scabbard exuded an ancient aura as though they were saying to the surroundings, "You've been here for a very long time. It has existed for a very long time." Pei Si Hai. When the middle-aged man saw the young man, he rose to his feet and appeared in front of the young man in just a blink of an eye. Based on the way the middle-aged man addressed the young man, it was obvious who the latter was. The young man was none other than Pei Si Hai, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Weng Zheng. Pei Si Hai looked at the middle-aged man solemnly. "I'm here to see if I can survive 10 moves from you." Based on Pei Si Hai's words, the middle-aged man was shocked. He had fought with the middle-aged man in the past, but he could not even survive 10 moves from the middle-aged man. If this news spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. This was because even Hao Shuang, the sectless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking, did not dare to say he could defeat Pei Si Hai in 10 moves. However, this middle-aged man was not famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land even though he could defeat Pei Si Hai in 10 moves. Let alone being in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking, his name was not even among the 1,000 names on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was enough to prove that he was not famous. He was a reclusive powerhouse who rarely appeared in the outside world. As a hidden expert, no matter how strong he was, as long as he didn't show his strength in front of others, no one would spread his name. Generally, he wouldn't be known by the world. For example, Pei Si from a few years ago had entered the 7th place on the Supreme Saint ranking as soon as he showed himself to the world. Before this, nobody knew about his existence. His name was not among the 1,000 names on the Supreme Saint ranking as well. Pei Si, I heard there's a genius in the Zoroastrianism. He's not even 50 years old, but his strength is not inferior to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Your title as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land has changed hands. The middle-aged man, Wang Zheng, did not reply to Pei Si immediately. Instead, he smiled mockingly. Humph. Pei Si snorted when he heard Wang Zheng's words. There's always someone better than me. I've never thought of myself as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. Don't be so humble. Before that brat from the Zoroastrianism appeared, you were indeed worthy of the title as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. Wang Zheng shook his head and smiled. Chang. Chapter 22:19. Come on. Seemingly knowing that Pei Si was getting impatient, Wang Zheng shook his head again with a smile before replying with a serious expression. Buzz. Suddenly, a heavy and ear-piercing sound of a saber rang out. Pei Si figure swayed, and he made his move in time. His body moved with his saber like a ghost. At the same time, Wang Zheng made his move as well. However, he did not use any weapons. He fought with Pei Si with his physical body. Bang! Bang! Wang Zheng's iron fists shot out like 2 cannonballs. They were swift and powerful, causing ripples to appear in the void. It looked as though it would shatter at any time. Buzz! 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 Pei Si saber seemed simple, but it contained the mystery of turning complexity into simplicity. The saber chi swept out as though it could destroy everything. Bang! 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 Wang Zheng's fists looked simpler than Pei Si saber. Those who could not see through it would think that he was using the techniques of a street gangster. 1 move. 2 moves. 3 moves. 9 moves. Wang Zheng's fist landed on Pei Si saber and knocked it out of his hand. When the saber was smashed to the ground, Pei Si hands that were holding the saber were covered in blood and flesh. It was glaring and terrifying. 9 moves, however, after Pei Si slightly stopped the bleeding on his hands, he did not care about his hands anymore. He just stood there and muttered with a dull look in his eyes. Pei Si seemed to be muttering to himself, but in fact, he was replaying the scene of his fight with Wang Zheng in his mind. He seemed to be trying to comprehend something. After Wang Zheng knocked Pei Si saber out of his hand, he stopped. When he saw that Pei Si was in a daze, he did not disturb him. Instead, he returned to the void where he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, ignoring Pei Si presence. About an hour later, Pei Si body trembled as he regained his senses amidst the heavy snow. After he put his saber away, he looked at Wang Zheng, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, and said in a deep voice, I'll definitely be able to withstand 10 moves from you in 2 weeks. I'll wait and see. Wang Zheng didn't open his eyes, and only responded lazily. It wasn't until Pei Si left that he opened his eyes. With a bitter smile on his face, he muttered, this kid's progress is getting bigger and bigger. Next time, it will be almost impossible to defeat him within 10 moves. Snow continued to fall in the northern region as though the sky was covered in a layer of white. Wang Zheng closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged in the void like a statue. In the human devil saint city in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint land, the lower province. Although Duan Lingtian had caused quite a commotion at the entrance of the city, it was not a big deal to the human devil saint city. After entering the human devil saint city, Duan Lingtian was shocked by what he saw. As expected of a city that's bigger than Sin City in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the city's layout and prosperity far surpass Sin City. After entering Sin City, Duan Lingtian decided to stay in a good inn to take care of his daughter and wife. The city built by the human devil clan was no different from a human city. There were restaurants, inns, gambling dens, and brothels. It was a dazzling sight. Within the inn, the 2 rooms Duan Lingtian booked were 2 spacious courtyards that were adjacent to each other. One of the courtyards was, naturally, for his family. As for the other courtyard, it was reserved for Ker's sister, Gan Ruyen. After settling in, Duan Lingtian finally woke up his daughter, Duan Si Ling, who was in his arms. The little girl was 9 years old now. Her face was fair and delicate. Although she was young, she was already a beauty. Based on this, one could tell the little girl would be a beauty that could topple a nation when she grew up. Ugh, when the little girl opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Duan Lingtian. To her, Duan Lingtian was a stranger whom she was meeting for the first time. However, when she saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, she blinked her big eyes and said without any unfamiliarity, "Father, are you done with your work? Mother misses you a lot. Si Ling misses you a lot as well." The little girl was not shy at all. Perhaps it was due to the blood ties between her and Duan Lingtian that made it difficult for her to distance herself from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was prepared for his daughter to push him away. After all, this was his daughter's first time seeing him. He did not expect his daughter to recognize him with just a glance. Moreover, she was sensible enough to tell him that her mother missed him a lot. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt his heart skip a beat. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Si Ling, how did you recognize me?" After a long while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions in his heart before he asked Duan Si Ling with a smile on his face. His gaze softened as he looked at Duan Si Ling. It was as though he could melt her heart. "Daddy is so stupid," Duan Si Ling said playfully to Duan Lingtian. Then, she looked at Ker who was standing next to Duan Lingtian and continued to say, "Mother, Daddy is so stupid. He doesn't know Si Lingtian can see him every day." Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Duan Si Ling's words. He could not help but look at Ker. Si Lingtian can see him every day? What was going on? Ker's face flushed red when she heard Duan Si Ling's words. "Si Ling, tell your father why you said Si Ling can see him every day." Ker said to Duan Si Ling. "Okay," Duan Si Ling replied. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian and pouted as she said to Duan Lingtian, "Daddy, you're so stupid. Don't you know Si Lingtian can see your portrait every day? Also, Si Ling knows how to draw Daddy's portrait, but it's not as good as Mother's portrait. Si Ling could see him every day." At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood everything. When he looked at Ku again, his eyes were filled with gentleness and tenderness. Then, "Si Ling, are you happy to see Daddy in the flesh?" Duan Lingtian asked Duan Si Ling with a smile. "I'm happy." Duan Si Ling nodded her head like a chick pecking at grains as she answered Duan Lingtian firmly, "Daddy, you can play with Mother and me now that you're back. Also, Mother said you're a great hero. Now that you're back, you can protect Mother and me. We don't have to live in a cold house anymore." "Yes. With Daddy here, Si Ling won't have to live in a cold house anymore." When Duan Lingtian heard his daughter's words, he hugged her tightly as tears of shame rolled down his cheeks. Naturally, he knew what his daughter meant by a cold place. It must be the prison in the Zoroastrianism's punishment hall. At this moment, Duan Lingtian made a promise inwardly. He swore he would make it up to Ker and his daughter in the future. Duan Si Ling was a little girl after all. After a while, she began to look around. "Where's Auntie? Where's Auntie? It was obvious she was looking for Ker's sister, Gan Ruyen. After sending Ker to Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian returned and hugged her tightly in his arms. He said sincerely, Ker, thank you. Thank you for teaching our daughter so well. Brother Tian, you said she's our daughter. This is what I should do. Ker said softly as she lay in Duan Lingtian's arms. In the end, her face turned even redder as she said emotionally, Ker is very happy right now. I hope this moment will last forever. I hope so too. Duan Lingtian nodded as well. At this moment, apart from Ker, he also felt the same way. At some point, both of them were kissing passionately. After a round of lovemaking, while Ker was still asleep, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness into Ker's soul. He wanted to see the seal on Ker's soul. To be more precise, he wanted to see the seal on Ker's innate spiritual root. After all, he had heard that Ku-er possessed a violet innate spiritual root. However, due to the seal, her innate talent was concealed and could not shine as brightly as it should. However, when Duan Lingtian probed Ker's innate spiritual root with his divine consciousness, he did not find any seal. It's really a violet innate spiritual root. Although Duan Lingtian had long heard that Ker possessed a violet innate spiritual root, he could not help but feel excited when he saw it for himself. And it's a dark purple spirit root. In addition, Duan Lingtian discovered something else. Ker's innate spiritual root was so dark that it was almost black. It was almost at the limit of the grade of innate spiritual root. After a while, Duan Lingtian subconsciously probed Ker's cultivation. However, he discovered that Ker's cultivation base had already entered the divine saint stage at some point in time. Although she was still a distance away from the saint celestial stage, it was already very ridiculous compared to her previous cultivation base. When was Ker's seal broken? Regarding this, Duan Lingtian was also deeply puzzled. Although he was puzzled, he did not think about waking Ker up to get to the bottom of this. I'll ask Ker when she wakes up. However, Duan Lingtian was genuinely happy for Ker when he learned that the seal on her innate spiritual root had been broken. Now that I no longer have the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I can no longer enjoy the assistance of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. This is equivalent to my cultivation speed being 10 times slower than before. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but smile wryly. I'm afraid the only way to increase my cultivation speed is to raise the grade of my innate spiritual root. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.